Good afternoon, everyone. Can I first of all welcome you to today's meeting? I would firstly like to call upon the very Reverend Anthony Kane, Dean of Portsmouth, to say prayers.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Let us pray. God of life and peace, we thank you for this day and this new year. In this City Council meeting, we ask for wisdom in decision-making amidst the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of the people we serve, a keen thirst for justice and righteousness, the ability to work together even where there is honest disagreement, and personal peace and fulfillment in our lives and work. This prayer I offer in and through Jesus Christ the Lord. Amen.
Thank you. You're most welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, Dean, but I understand if you need to get off. Members, would you all like to take your seats? Thank you. So, members, just to wish you all a happy new year, and I hope you had a brilliant Christmas. I've come down with a cold and chest infection, but hopefully you'll all be able to understand me this afternoon. So, number one, members' declarations of any interest. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interests or personal judgmental interest to declare in the items of the agenda before us, can you please indicate? Councillor Sanders, please.
Thank you very much indeed, my Lord Mayor. I have a personal but not prejudicial interest in questions 4 and 5 as they relate to a period where my mother lived in one of the flats under discussion.
Thank you very much. Any other members for any declarations of interests? No. Okay, thank you very much. So number 2 is minutes. It is proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Jones that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held here on the 15th of October in 2019 previously circulated with the agenda to be confirmed as a correct record. Are the minutes agreed, members? Agreed. Thank you very much. Number 3, communications. Any communications at all? Apologies? Yeah, okay, so we've had some apologies. I've received apologies from Councillor Weems and Councillor Madden. I've also received apologies from Councillor Fielding, who's attending his mother's funeral in the Midlands, and also received apologies from Councillor Lynn Stagg, who is in Wales, and she also is attending a funeral of a friend. I would just like to say on behalf of the council, I would like to express our sincere condolences at this difficult time. So, filming procedures, members, ladies and gentlemen, just to remind, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Hannah Hockaday unfortunately was delayed at work until 2:30, so she'll be travelling straight here. I would imagine she'll arrive shortly before 3 p.m.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to inform you that after the motions I will have to leave because I've got another engagement. Unfortunately, I missed the questions, which is always the exciting part of this meeting.
Okay, anybody else then? Okay. So we're going on to film about proceedings. Just to remind that all the microphones are controlled by me. Members wishing to speak may simply press the talk button, the unit in front of them, and they will activate your microphone. When I call you to speak, I will also turn off your microphone. With regard to members of the public attending to address the council, the webcast will not show them speaking, but they'll hear your words. For the attention of those members in the public gallery there wishing to record proceedings, the council rules prohibit filming, photographing or recording of members of the public, including those making declarations. So filming from gallery to gallery is also not allowed. Fire procedure. Also, just to inform you that if there is a fire, the fire point as the meeting is in front of the Queen Victoria statue in the Guildhall Square. Seating plan attached to your green sheet is a slightly revised seating plan that will be in use from today. John Jenkins, MBE. For those who didn't know John Jenkins, our D-Day veteran who celebrated his 100th birthday last November, sadly passed away just before Christmas. John was called up to the British Army back in 1940 and by 1944 was serving as a sergeant and he landed on Gold Beach around 10 days after D-Day. In June 2019, John made headlines around the world with his contribution to the national event to commemorate the 75th anniversary of D-Day, earning, well, a fantastic standing ovation from Her Majesty the Queen and world leaders and us all. John is survived by his daughter, 2 granddaughters, 5 great-grandchildren and 1 great-grandson. I wish to send our condolences to them and may he rest in peace. Moving on to number 4, deputations from the public under standing order. Sorry, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just think it would be right for us to recognise and thank everybody involved in the special needs area, working both in the council and in schools. We've had with Councillor Horton a remarkably good inspection report from Ofsted, and I think it's right that we congratulate everybody involved, both at the City Council, working in schools and in other and voluntary agencies.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I don't want to add too much to what you said about John Jenkins, but I would like to just let members of the City Council, for those that weren't elected at the time, know that, I mean, he did play a huge part in our lives, so many of us, and I was very privileged to, count him as a friend. I spent, every other Saturday with him at the football club, and he was a very special person, as you've said. It was a privilege to go to his 100th birthday party in November, and this council, for those that aren't aware, on behalf of all of us and the residents of Portsmouth, sent John back to the beaches in Normandy about 2 years ago, just before his 98th birthday, because he'd not been back since the time that he fought during the Second World War. And I know for that he was immensely grateful, and colleagues at Brittany Ferries allowed him a cabin on the ship to sail there and back. We sent a member of staff from here, and the Mayor of Cairns' office very graciously hosted him and arranged for a historian to take him round as well. So,
thank you for your support and everybody here. As I say, and as I said in the evening news, he was an icon, in my opinion, to Portsmouth. He was a great gentleman and will be sadly missed. So number 4, deputations from the public under Standing Order 25. So I'm going to hand over to the City Solicitor, please.
There are 5 oral deputations received for this meeting. 1 in respect of item 9A, 1 in respect of item 9C, 1 in respect of item 9D, and 2 in respect of item 9E. The details have been circulated in the Chamber along with a written deputation in respect of item 9G from Solent NHS Trust. Can I ask Ms Nikki Coles to make your deputation on item 9A? You have a total of 6 minutes, and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Ms Cole.
Thank you. I've come to support motion 9A, Sure Start Centres Family Hubs. As a parent that has seen firsthand the changes to the centres over the past decade, I felt it was important to give an account from a parent and child's perspective. I was very glad to see family hubs on the agenda. As some of you will know, I gave my first deputation to full council in 2013 when Sure Start in Portsmouth was facing a 48% cut, which meant centres would close and staff would lose their jobs. Our fears didn't come true straight away, but what were once easily accessible one-stop shops within pram-pushing distance ultimately became lost for many families in Portsmouth. The Sure Start centres were led by people who families could trust, in an environment where they felt at ease and where the hardest to reach families, the families from all social backgrounds, came together. The centres have since been hollowed out due to budget cuts. Qualified staff have been replaced by volunteers and activities have been cut back. Rising costs of childcare, fewer places and less support have also had a negative impact on families' lives. The most significant change to the centres was when they became family hubs. The focus then moved from being a universal service to a service for those who are classed as being in a higher tier of need. Sure Start is one of my ultimate passions because I feel that I am living proof that it worked and made a difference to so many families' lives. 10 years ago, I was a socially isolated new mum experiencing postnatal depression. By going to the centres and getting to know the staff, my confidence and bond with my daughter grew. Parents worked alongside the staff with decision-making regarding the centres. Courses such as cookery and first aid were put on alongside other ways of improving parents' job skills. I became a volunteer myself and gained a recognised childcare qualification at the centre. Groups and activities for the children provided them with the skills and confidence they needed to be ready for nursery and school. I welcome the expansion of the age range served by the family hubs to 19 and I believe 21 years for those with special educational needs, as well as the midwife clinics, early help and prevention teams, Dad's Club and some very good parenting courses coming in-house. I'd like to thank Home Start providing the volunteers with training and support and the volunteers for giving up their time to ensure there is still a stay and play provision. One of those groups being Outdoor Explorers, where all the activities are set outside in the Somerstown Family Hub, which is fantastic for those that may not have a garden at home. I do have concerns that those families that are not flagged as having higher need are being disadvantaged, and those communities that are hard to reach are not accessing services that will benefit their child's development and their own mental health, particularly those that are experiencing postnatal depression. Early years intervention is a valuable way to improve life chances and ease pressure on services in the long term. The benefits brought forward by Sure Start at its height meant that there were fewer hospital admissions, improvements to children's emotional and cognitive development, and the gap was closed between disadvantaged children and their counterparts. Our children are the future. They deserve to be invested in and have the best start in life no matter their circumstances. Early intervention, outreach and family and parent support should most definitely be a top priority for the City Council, and that is why I believe this motion should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Coles. Can I ask Honorary Alderman Attrell to make your deputation on item 9C? You have a total of 6 minutes and a buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Members of the City Council, I am the only learning disability champion that works for any local authority in the United Kingdom, although some health authorities in the northeast of the country do have learning disability champions. My role in the city is to help people with learning disabilities to get their voice heard, raise awareness of the needs and aspirations of people with a learning disability across the city. And in this capacity, I'll come here to make a deputation. I wish to see the reinstatement of the cap for what people with learning disabilities have to contribute to. I would have made, when the decision was made by the Cabinet, if I was notified, I would have actually made representation then. And also, when the Cabinet made the decision, it did not consult the partnership board, which was established by the City Council for people with learning disabilities, which I think it should have been discussed. And also, I've spoken to many social workers within the integrated team in the City Council, and most of the social workers didn't even know the cap was going to be imposed. I do feel that we should put the cap back on, because I think many people with learning disabilities complain to me all the time what they have to pay out in services, and it is a barrier to get people with learning disabilities into paid employment, and that's what we all want. We're gradually getting people with learning disability into paid employment in this city. And this is what we want to do. And many local authorities do not have as many people in paid employment as what we do in Portsmouth. I've looked into various local authorities, what they do for people with learning disabilities. What we do in Portsmouth is first class, and the City Council should be proud of what they do. But one of the things is this burden of putting a cap on what people have to contribute for their services. In other parts of the country, they don't have a cap. I want to see the City Council reconsidering this decision, and that is why I've come today to support this notice of motion. I know that I've been told by some, don't come and see me, because I'm a troublemaker. I am not a troublemaker. All I do is try and raise the views and the aspirations of people with learning disability. We have 700 currently the City Council gives support to, but we have over 3,000 people in this city of Portsmouth who have a learning disability. And all I try to do is represent their interests. It's difficult for them to raise their interests because many do not know how they can raise. So that is why I've come today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Atchell. Can I ask Mr Connor Darcy to make your deputation on item 9D? You have 6 minutes and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
My Lord Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak. Just want to say thank you to the councillors and the council officers for also letting me speak. This is the first time doing anything like this, so a bit nervous, but it's an important issue, and I feel that I should talk about it. So I'm a resident in Old Portsmouth, and I'm only too aware of some of the issues that we have to do to tackle the climate emergency. And in fact, I live very close to the White Link terminal. And all too often do I see tailbacks of traffic all the way from the terminal, past Gunwolf, round the estate where I live, past the Mary Rose Dragon, all the way back to the roundabouts. In fact, sometimes even further, if it's something like Christmas or New Year's, or if there's a delay at the terminal. This causes quite a lot of pollution, and especially around sort of where I live. My mum actually has asthma, and when she comes down to visit, it's a struggle. She notices it, and if anyone knows anyone with asthma, obviously when they have an asthma attack, it can be quite scary. And this worries me. And speaking to lots of residents in Old Portsmouth, I know they're also worried. And I think it could be the easiest thing in the world to say, right, in fact, I've heard people say that White Link should go completely. And that might be the easy thing to say, but unfortunately, that's people's jobs and livelihoods too. And that would have a significant impact on the city's economy. And I think those are the kind of trade-offs that the council really needs to consider, really needs to deal with. That there's a balance there, especially when fighting climate change. And I think this motion might be well-intentioned. I'm concerned it's not realistic. I also think it's missing a trick. I think it could be more creative. I think it could be more ambitious, certainly around those balances and those trade-offs. And I just want to sort of end by saying, encouraging the council to definitely be creative and ambitious, but also be realistic, be open, be honest to all the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Darcy. Can I ask Mr Baldiv Lally of Lally's Pharmacy to make your deputation on item 9E? You have 6 minutes and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go and at the end of your time. Thank you.
Right. We would like to thank Councillors Vernon Jackson and Winnington for bringing this motion to today's agenda, and are very pleased that the Council opposes the closure of Devonshire Road and Henway Medical Practice surgeries. Whilst the suggested contact with the local MPs and Secretary of State for help to keep surgeries open is most welcome, we would like to make members of the Council urgently aware that there are sound business proposals from interested parties that would keep Henway Medical Practice open. But repeated requests for meetings over the past 3 months have so far been ignored by its current partnerships. The CCG have been made aware of these interests. These interested parties have operated in Portsmouth for as long as I can remember with great track records. We are therefore requesting Portsmouth City Council submit a letter to the Portsmouth CCG demanding that these proposals be heard, and suggesting that in its supervisory capacity, the CCG participates in future discussions regarding the future of Henway Medical Practice and its 14,000 patients, many of whom are highly vulnerable, unable to travel, and living in one of the most deprived areas of the city. The closure of Henway Medical Practice will not only result in patients' safety concerns for residents in your care, but have a major impact on immediate and neighbouring communities that we know you as a council are trying to support in regeneration projects. The council's idea of today's motion: Portsmouth City Council could certainly be pioneering with regards to supporting practices. At a time when there are calls to integrate healthcare, social care, and surrounding issues that affect well-being, such as housing, living cost support, public health, this type of venture for Portsmouth Council comes at a crucial time. The model for respective practice can vary according to specific surgery. Example of these may include the following. Number 1, back office support from Portsmouth Council. This is often a big burden on practices now financially. The rigors of healthcare have changed considerably over the last few years. Whilst this is a great thing for patient care, it has also caused immense pressures on the traditional partnership model for practices. Portsmouth Council could help a practice such as Henway Road. Leadership and support can be offered on factors that include staff training, up-to-date safeguard training, mandatory training for various staff, rota organization, etc. Another big issue is equity support from Portsmouth Council. Current times have meant that GP recruitment has been a challenge. The added burden of owning a property has now become a hindrance for GPs to enter a partnership. Possibly, Portsmouth Council could take this equity burden off practices that are struggling to recruit healthcare professionals. Percentage of active partnerships, joint venture partnership models within a surgery could be proposed. For example, Portsmouth Council providing a percentage of healthcare gap for the surgery. This may include a number of GP hours, nurse hours, other ancillary staff hours. This will obviously require Portsmouth Council to actively employ or have direct Portsmouth Council representation of a healthcare professional. Each model can vary, and it truly depends on the surgery's position. These types of models have already been presented in other areas. For example, in Gosport, there's a model of healthcare trust integrating with the GP surgery quite successfully. In conclusion, we feel a letter and an active engagement from Portsmouth City Council will help make Portsmouth CCG see the wider implications of more surgery closures in Portsea Island. I'm here today to ask for your help and support. Active engagement now while these issues are live and is really important for the city. I strongly feel hand raised surgery can be saved from closure if all options are considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lally. Can I ask Miss Kimberly Barrett to make your deputation on 9E? You have 6 minutes and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I've come today to support this motion on behalf of concerned residents who have approached me, not just in Milton, but across Southsea and Eastney as well. It's really in regards, particularly around the merging of the Devonshire Avenue practice with Southsea Medical Centre. I believe mergers elsewhere in Milton may highlight why residents have approached me and why some are quite fearful of what could potentially happen. Take, for example, my surgery, which was Milton Park Practice. It was combined in 2016 with two others, which was the Campbell Road surgery and the Baffins practice as well. This resulted later on that year in the closure of Campbell Road, which then meant that residents to the west of Southsea, around Elm Grove, Southsea and St Thomas, then had to travel to Milton and sometimes on occasion all the way over to Baffins. Unfortunately, after that, my building, Milton Park Practice, was then closed as well, and it left us with two buildings, one at St Mary's Hospital and one at the original building at Baffins at St Cuthbert's Church. Residents have told me it can be incredibly hard to get to an appointment, especially at the building at St Mary's, because it's very hard to get one at that building. Most appointments are frequently made for the Baffins surgery, which can be an absolute nightmare for Elm Grove residents to get there. Unfortunately, like many of the merged surgeries in the city, my practice's rating has now dropped. My surgery was last year named as the worst in the city, with only 58% describing their overall experience as good. This, however, I must say, is no reflection in my experience of the staff who work there. They're completely overworked, but they still do their absolute best to see the residents. People are worried that it will potentially be harder to reach these surgeries, harder to get a doctor's appointment than it already is, as I'm sure everybody here can attest to, and potentially faced a longer waiting time for appointments. A resident came to me a couple of weeks back. They had had a 5-week wait for an appointment, which, like I've said, is not rare. I had to sympathise because, to be completely honest, I've been completely unwell over between November and January, faced a 4-week wait for an appointment, a week's wait for blood tests, and then a further almost 2 weeks as the doctor had to find a 10-minute slot to see and speak to me to go through my diagnosis and future prognosis. 10-minute slot, and I had to wait 2 weeks just to speak to him on the phone. So therefore, I can appreciate that residents do have concerns when they hear about practices merging because of what they've seen and heard across the city, and it's often assumed that buildings will be closed, which can be extremely worrying to residents as well. Also, I find, and I've heard and I've spoken to doctors as well and patients, and they often do register at a particular practice or a surgery because of the location and proximity to where they live. I know of people who now, as I've said, had to travel from Elm Grove to Baffin to see a doctor via a taxi because other than getting a few different buses, which can be costly and very time-consuming, it is near impossible to get there via public transport, via bus. Just to say, in Milton, we are trying now, we're very close to finalising our sustainable neighbourhood plan, and when we look at the plan, healthcare is one of the things right at the top of the list. We would love to see more surgeries, not less, although whether that would happen, not always the case. And we would also love to see more healthcare facilities provided, not just in Milton, but across the city. But frequently, we have been told there's not enough of an issue to warrant a new practice, and that is not what residents have been telling me. I also understand that several practices across the city, including my own practice, have lost long-standing doctors, whether it's due to retirement, stress, mental health, various other reasons as well. And my practice has seen locum doctors and paramedics recruited to try and help with the amount of people trying to get an appointment. So there is a real need for medical staff, and we have to think of ways to get these skilled people into Portsmouth. You only have to look at a debate going on, Keep Milton Green today, about the good and bad experience that people are facing when doctors' surgeries have merged. So I do hope that you will support this motion. I hope that the Cabinet, councillors, where everyone can work alongside the CCG to lobby government and hopefully come up with some new ideas. And lastly, I just personally, and I'm probably on behalf of everyone, I want to thank all the staff in the NHS who are often overworked, underpaid and do not get the thanks that they often deserve. They all do an absolutely fantastic job. This country would definitely be a much worse place without the NHS and its staff. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms Barrett. The Lord Mayor just reminded me to sort of remind members not to take photographs of deputies while they're doing their deputations. Gerald, I caught you. I didn't catch Coach Hunt. Continuing, that brings us to the end of deputations this meeting. If you wish to continue watching proceedings, can you please return to the public gallery? Thank you, deputies.
Can I first of all welcome Councillor Purvis. Councillor Purvis, have you got any declarations of interest, sir? Thank you very much.
Is this your answer?
So, we'll move on to number 6. Number 5, sorry. Public questions, understanding order 25. That's you, isn't it?
There are none. Thank you.
There are none. Okay, thank you. So number 6 then is appointments. On the green sheet it is proposed that Councillor Heaney be appointed as a standing deputy for the Labour Group on Traffic, Environmental and Community Safety Scrutiny Panel. Also, that Councillor Robert New replace Councillor Gemma New as a full member of the Licensing Committee. He is currently a standing deputy at the moment, with Councillor Gemma New being a standing deputy on that committee. Also, that Councillor Lee Mason replace Councillor Gemma New as a full member on the Health Overview and Scrutiny Panel. He is currently a standing deputy, and he's also replaced by Councillor New as a vice chair of the panel. Councillor Gemma New to become a standing deputy on that panel. If you understand that, is that all agreed, members? Agreed. Councillor Rudy, first of all.
Did you say something about Councillor Heaney? Because I can't see it on the green sheet.
Where have I got it? I've got it on here, haven't I?
It may not, but as you read it, Lord Mayor.
Right.
That first bit there.
On the green sheet, it's proposed Councillor Heaney to be appointed as a standing deputy for the Labour Group on the Traffic Environmental. Is that okay? Sorry. All right. Sorry, Stuart has...
Lord Mayor,
yeah,
you've officially announced.
I've announced it. Is everybody... You'll make a good councillor. Okay, is everybody happy for that? Is everybody happy for that, members? I better put it to the vote because I get told off. Everybody happy for that? Okay. I'll switch myself off. Number 7, any urgent business? I've not been notified of any urgent business for today's meeting. Yep. Okay. So number 8, members on. Number 8, a number of council meetings held in this municipal year. Municipal, that's it. An item on this matter is set out on the agenda under item number 8. In response to this item, I've received a written proposal from the leader, which has been circulated in the chamber. Yep. Okay. Could I ask then Councillor Vernon Jackson to formally move the proposal? Councillor Vernon Jackson.
My Lord Mayor, I have a long speech set out for that. No, sorry, I'm formally moved.
I understand Councillor Jones is seconding. Is that correct, Councillor? That's fine. So I'm going to go straight to the vote. All those in favour of that, please show. Okay, thank you. All those against? Abstain? No, okay then, thank you very much. So we'll now move on. Notices of motions is right. So we're on to notices of motion, which is number 9 on my sheet. We have 7 notices of motion before us today. An understanding order 32D must be formally moved and seconded. A is the motion a Short Start Centres, Family Hubs Proposed by Councillor Oudey and seconded by Councillor Smith. Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Members of the motion have up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. I'm going to hand over to Councillor Oudey. Councillor Oudey, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sure Start means a lot to me personally, and a lot to many families and people within this city, and I think this is a really good conversation that we need to be having today. Obviously I'm aware of the great cuts they've had in the last 10 years, and I hope this would be a sensible and reasoned debate where we can all come to a very great decision. So please let me do my first motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the council will now vote on whether the motion should be dealt with today. So can I ask those in favour of debating it today, please all show, please, thank you. Any against? No? Okay. So I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Oudey, to present and speak to her motion. Councillor Oudey, please.
Order, Chair. Seconded.
Oh, yes. Sorry? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay, you're seconding it. Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Thank you. Councillor Oudey. All right.
You ready?
As we'll ever be.
I wasn't a particularly kind of politically minded person around issues locally before I decided to have children. And I had my first child in the May of 2013, and I discovered this wonderful little thing that was being torn to shreds by the government and by local councils called Sure Start. I was very lucky because I met new friends on a new mother's course that was about 6 or 7 weeks long. It may have been a bit longer, but I learnt paediatric first aid, did a bit of like baby yoga, which is really useful. I know it sounds a bit poncy, but it's not. It's totally not. I met other mothers who were in similar situations because we're all new mothers at the end of the day. I was quite terrified of being a mum, to be fair. Like I always thought that I would kind of be a bit spinstery, to be fair. And then I met Aaron and we decided to have kids. So having children was a massive thing for me, and it has, and I've had my second. When I came into Sure Start, I kind of fell in love with the whole kind of the way that families came together and the way that mums were looked after, and families, of course, but the way that people that kind of weren't sure about what was going on when they became new parents and then got to go somewhere that was free at the point of use, got to speak to healthcare professionals whenever they needed to, even over the weekends at that point. And then what happened around that time was, sorry, Councillor Vernon Jackson to be mentioning this, is that £2 million was taken out of Sure Start because of the government cuts that were happening to local authorities. Sure Start was one of the first services that was supposed to go, and those cuts were carried on by the Tory administration as well, and Portsmouth City Council. I would hope that these decisions were very, very regrettable. When Sure Start became a family hub, lots of people were made redundant and services have been cut almost to the bone. One experience I had with a friend who'd become a new mother, had no idea about Family Hub / the end of Sure Start, so we were moving into that period, to the point where she was taking her baby to a clinic that was run by a community interest company just to pay to get her baby weighed because she didn't know she could get it done for free. I expressed my concerns that kind of like putting out of services, even to CICs, was making the point that if it was used less by members of the public and the Sure Start and Family Hub perspective, then those services would be cut to the bone. To the point now, when you take your baby to be weighed, you can do it like it's almost like a meat raffle ticket, and you can do it automatically, log it, get stamped, and you walk out. When before, you'd have a very long conversation with your health visitor. You would book in for your 2-year check. It hardly ever happens anymore. You just get a letter saying, hey, come into the service if you have any concerns about your child. And that early years provision has been totally cut to the bone. But that being said, family hubs are absolutely vital in Portsmouth. And as much as I'd love to put more money into them, and maybe one day we might be able to do that, I need to make the point that we need to ring fence the money that's already going into them. So some people that are still using the services, because now they're just kind of more concentrated in areas of high deprivation, that people are still able to use the service. I want to thank Miss Nikki Coles, because she was the main person that led the rebellion as such against these cuts in 2013, and I only met her when I joined the Labour Party, and I realised how much hard work that she'd done for many years before I even kind of became more politically aware of what was going on. I'm devastated to hear that breastfeeding support had been cut, as well as the cut to Sure Start services. Funding was decreased to the Breastfeeding Network and the Lech League, and we have notoriously low breastfeeding rates in Portsmouth. And even if you breastfeed your child for like 3 months, the lifetime cost that it saves to the NHS is absolutely unbelievable. And I think we should encourage better breastfeeding support at family hubs as well. And I know there's like an ongoing battle, because there's obviously many sociological reasons or kind of financial reasons why people don't breastfeed, and but the support was there when I had my child through my midwife and the health visitors and the Sure Start network. When I had problems breastfeeding my son after he was born, the support that I received meant so I could breastfeed him exclusively when he was 3 weeks old. And if I did not have that support, I wouldn't have fed him at all. And because of the cuts to Sure Start and other services, that impacts many other mothers. And that is a huge cause of postnatal depression, when mothers feel like they cannot feed their child, and it makes them feel like a failure. Once again, I just want to reiterate the cause of why we should ring-fence this. I think, basically, it's just so hard to explain how much this really does mean to me, and how much it means to many other mothers. The service is nowhere near as good as it was when it was Sure Start, but it's something, and I really believe that we should keep that money ring-fenced for everyone, and really, part and parcel of the motion, have a discussion about maybe thinking in the future about putting more money in to develop more services, but at the moment just keeping it as ring fenced. I think I covered everything. Oh, I need to just bring up about the fact that I am aware that Sure Start was created by the Blair government, and as Blair said, it was his greatest achievement, and I agree with him. And obviously I must thank the late Tessa Jowell, because if it wasn't for her and her involvement with it, none of us would have all this provision that we would have had through the 2000s and early 2010. So, thanks. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I've not received any amendments, and obviously we've got a second to Councillor Smith there. So the matter is now before Council to debate, and I've got Councillor Coles, please. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The benefits of the Sure Start programme cannot be overstated. From their introduction by the last Labour government until the coalition government came into office, they reduced childhood hospital admissions, gave vital training and support to families, and provided a social environment for isolated mothers and fathers to interact, providing an important improvement to their mental health. Since 2010, around 1,000 Sure Start centres have closed across the country due to local authority spending cuts being imposed by the Conservative and Liberal Democrat coalition, then the subsequent Conservative governments. This, to me, is one of the most serious impacts caused by the ideology of austerity. I am disgusted by the reduction in this provision. I particularly feel for those children coming through without the provisions which were available to my 2 eldest daughters, who were lucky the centres were still around in their preschool years. On a personal note, I doubt today I would have my wife with me without the help and support of the Sure Start programme in Portsmouth, as she struggled with postnatal depression following the birth of our first daughter. Through groups and meeting with health professionals at the centres, she was able to not only overcome this, but to develop and become one of the strongest women I know. The benefits to my children and myself are also evident, giving them and me the opportunity to learn important skills, providing a safe space in which to interact with other children and parents. This has almost all been lost. What remains are volunteer-led groups at sites across the city, must disparate from their previous locations within pram-pushing distance, as was the original remit of the programme. It has become more difficult for families to get to groups due to the decrease in density of the centres. Whilst the Labour Group will today be supporting this motion, we do believe it could go further. We would like to see not only ring fencing, but improvement of funds and provisions for this vital service. Hopefully at some point, central government can be lobbied by the council on this matter, and we can see funding increased and ring fenced at a national level, benefiting not only families in Portsmouth, but nationally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coles. Councillor John Ferret, please. Councillor Ferret.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. We've had a bit of reprising of what happened in the past from previous speakers, and you know, I was slightly surprised to hear Councillor Udy paying tribute to Tony Blair. I always thought Tony Blair and us Blairites were the devil incarnate to the likes of Councillor Udy, but clearly maybe she's maturing in terms of her views and politics, and it's good to see she's coming round to the idea that when you have a sensible, sane Labour Party proposing sensible and sane policies, you can actually get things done, rather than just standing on the outside throwing rocks in. So it was certainly good to hear that, a tribute to Tony Blair from Councillor Udy. And also in terms of the actual history of this, and Councillor Coles and his wife Nikki were leading that campaign alongside us in the Labour Party at the time, but it was a question of priorities. This council chose different priorities. We put forward consistently amendments to the budget, finding money in order to save Sure Start centres in the city, but the then administration clearly had different priorities or felt that they could spend that money on different things. And we all know that one of those items was the pyramids. They chose to spend millions of pounds on the pyramids rather than on Sure Start and vital public services. And they chose to spend that money on the pyramids for electoral advantage. And we all know where that has led. Making that sort of calculation has certainly not delivered them the gains that they had hoped. And you've just got to be, you know, in terms, I'm an independent now. Many people say, oh, we can say what he likes, but those that know me will know that I've always said what I believe in. And that's made me unpopular. It made me very unpopular in the Labour Party. But at that time, under austerity and the sort of cuts that we were facing, there was a need for hard choices. And the council chose electoral choices over choices that would benefit the people of Portsmouth. So we do need to remember that. I've touched on the recent election. We've got the three main protagonists here in the chamber. Commiserations to both the leader of the Conservative group and leader of the Liberal group. Certainly I feel the leader of the Conservative group would have made a very good MP for this city. And it's on that, whilst I certainly couldn't support her with the leader that she has in her party and what was being proposed over Brexit, I think she could have made a very good MP for this city. Congratulations to the MP for Portsmouth University on his victory. And I did enjoy the David Brent style tweet that was issued, which was excitedly announcing his own result whilst ignoring the catastrophe that had been visited on the Labour Party because of their support for a leader who was wholly inadequate, should never have been a leader of the Labour Party, should never have been a member of the Labour Party, and yet the Labour Party ploughed on supporting him even though he was leading them to disaster. But now we have the spending taps turned on, so in terms of Sure Start, we should expect more money coming into public services. We have a new government, apparently. We have a new government that are going to overturn austerity and all those nasty things that were done by the previous government, but we've just got to ignore the fact that they're one and the same thing. In the words of the Who song, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. But apparently, the clown leader that we now have has promised that he's going to invest huge sums of money into public services, so we can look forward to that coming into this council and hopefully being able to provide more services and certainly provide more money to Sure Start. Clearly there's a certain amount of levity in what I've just said, but nevertheless that's what the leader of the country has said. But I do support the motion. Sure Start has made a massive difference to people's lives, that we should be ensuring there are no further cuts to it, and we should also be ensuring that any money that is available goes into vital services such as that.
Thank you, Councillor Farrett. I've got Councillor Susie Horton. Councillor Horton, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I too am suffering a bit, so bear with me, my voice. First of all, I'd like to thank the councillors for bringing this motion to the forum, and I particularly want to thank Councillor Udi for the spirit, which I take at face value, about this being a positive debate and actually moving forward. It also means that we can publicly recognise the work being done by the 6 family hubs in the city and thank everyone who works in them, both paid and the voluntary sector. This is an area that's been just this year added to the education portfolio, and it makes a lot of sense to be able to consider the inseparable impact that wider family experiences have on educational outcomes as well as health outcomes. It's a well-known fact that I was a massive fan of children's centres, mainly because of my belief in all the research that a good start in life has a lasting impact on health outcomes and life chances. There's strong evidence of the importance, in particular, I know a lot of people have realised that particularly the first 1,000 days of life, and I think there's a government report that was written on this just last year, is crucial. It's an important period for brain development, impacting social and emotional development, resilience in later life, and for ensuring children start school ready to learn. The transition to parenthood, and I'm not a parent, but I take the examples that have been given already, is a key opportunity to provide good information and support to adults on the importance of the beginning of their children's lives. And if we get this right, then this positive cycle can continue through generations. So, yeah, cuts from central government necessitated local councils having to make really difficult decisions about whether the number of Sure Start centres could be sustained. I remember the discussions very well in Portsmouth. I wasn't elected at the time, but I definitely vocalised my strong views about the decisions that were taken. So I shall just leave that there. But I did very vociferously emphasise that investment, whatever happened moving forward, that investment into early help as well as early years education should at all costs remain a priority, given that the provision was going to change, the language around the services was going to change, and the localities would be undergoing transition. Considering the finances, which of course was the trigger for the changes, there was and still is an economic investor-save type argument that getting the right targeted support early on in someone's life is more cost effective than the consequences of not doing so. However, for me personally, it's still the relationships, the quality of the relationships that is paramount. So, as part of the Strongest Future strategy, which was started under the previous administration, the Council reshaped its early help offer to provide many more family key workers able to work intensively with vulnerable families to stop problems developing to the point where they need statutory social work and intervention. And this meant that the way that we needed to change what staff were doing, but the Council worked very hard with the voluntary sector, and I appreciate what Mrs Coles has said about Sure Start. Home Start Portsmouth, because they have been a really good partner in transitioning the services. And so they were recruited to run open access activities in 6 hubs, as has been, and all the examples that were given. These are open to parents every day of the working week and some evenings, including dads, as has been highlighted. But the support is not just for parents of young children, but it's available for families with older children and teenagers too. The energy and the contribution and the dedication of the volunteers is hugely valued. I went recently to the Home Start AGM and celebration event, and I brought with me the report. It was obviously available online. And the quality of the services being provided by volunteers, which is reflected in the testimonials from the families, was really, really moving. This is life-changing stuff that's going ahead, and actually that we are getting some stuff right. So arguably, this has actually been the best community outcome from restructuring those services. So absolutely no plans to make cuts to the Home Start contract or the running costs of the hubs, which are also used as basis for early helps, family support workers and health visiting clinics and services that were associated with the children's centres but have since been located elsewhere, coming back into the hubs, and we're committed to funding as much support as we possibly can for families to give children the best possible chance. Prevention and early intervention remain critical, and we are determined to maintain the current number of family hubs as key community resources, providing a wide range of services into the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. I've got two more people who wish to speak. Councillor Jeanette Smith, please. Councillor Smith, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to second this motion. But I want to address why it's written in the motion about requesting dedicated ring-fence funding. I support what Councillor Horton has said, the valuable work that they do within the centres, the valuable work from the voluntary sector and the staff that work there. Of course, that is invaluable and we support that. But according to Sutton Trust, across the country, 1,000 Sure Start centres may have shut since 2010. Funding cuts means access to early years provision has reduced. The remaining centres that are left in the country offer a fraction of the services they once did. And that's quite damning for Portsmouth and across the city, country. The motion requests dedicated ring-fence funding as any funding savings to the 6 family hubs in Portsmouth will be short-sighted and radically add to the issues this city already faces. The fact family hubs hardly get mentioned means they are vulnerable to savings. No matter what promises are made in this chamber, when it comes to budget time, it may be there's a budget line saying about family hubs and running costs and all sorts of things. Successive administrations, both Lib Dem and Conservative, have slashed budgets across the board, and this city has already lost valuable services without any risk analysis in what this means or impact on families. Classic examples of the budget shortfall in domestic violence. We've heard today about the daycare cap. That's a clear non-compliance of written equality impact assessment as stated in the equality duty. Impacts on budget savings are ignored. An issue the late great campaigner Hilary Reid made sure we all knew about where our failings were. But we continue to do so. In her memory, this must stop. And I would like to pay tribute to Hilary Reid. She was a great campaigner for equality, and I'm actually missing her sitting up there, looking down, and I'm sure she's looking down where she is now. If members do not know where the family hubs are, they are worth a visit. They are Buckland, Lamport, Somerstown, Milton Park, Northern Parade and Paulsgrove. The funding of family hubs must be retained at current levels. In fact, I would advocate an increase. And if there is room in the forthcoming budget to increase it, I think we need to look at it. Because if we do otherwise and use them as a budget saving, this council, this city, will see further damage to vulnerable communities. I hope this motion can be supported and increased if need be.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Stubbs, please. Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is one I wasn't actually going to speak on, but I was triggered into it by Councillor Coles when he made reference to the ideology of austerity. And I think, that's something which is often brought up on the left and by Labour, and it's frequently repeated, but repetition doesn't make it true. And let's not forget exactly the recent economic history of this country. In 2009, this country had a budget deficit of 11% of GDP. That, along with Greece, was the highest in the developed world. Nowhere else had a level of government borrowing at that level. Nowhere at all. Nowhere else was even close. And where was that money borrowed from? It wasn't actually borrowed. It wasn't in the form of loans. It was borrowed from the Bank of England. In other words, it was inflation. It was money printing in the way money printing is done now. They don't actually print off piles of notes. Balances are created at the Bank of England and then spent. And that is what happened. So we had a situation whereby, because of a dangerous level of government debt, that we had a government which was debasing the currency, which was whittling away savings, which was creating inflation, which was undermining investment and just causing uncertainty in the economy. That was why something had to be done about the deficit. I'm glad that it was. We've obviously recently had a general election where the Labour Party ran very much on who cares about the deficit, spend as much as you want, create as much money as you like, it's all free and it will have no impact. And I'm pleased of the British public has shown wisdom in this and given the Labour Party the result that they deserved off the back of that. And they will be remaining in opposition until they come up with a more credible plan on economics, because people just aren't going to believe it. So I just think that needed to be said. And actually, just briefly, more relation to the motion, the motion calls for ring fencing. I mean, I would think, and I think Councillor Vernon-Jackson probably agreed with me on this, that in general principle, ring fencing is a bad idea, that we should have, there shouldn't be artificial constraints on budgets, that pressure should be looked at in the round. That's not to say that this isn't important. It's not to say somehow that it should be cut, merely that artificial devices which make planning the budget even harder are not a good idea.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. I have no other people wishing to speak, Councillor, so I now call upon the proposal, Councillor Oudie, to sum up, and then a vote will be taken. Councillor Oudie, please.
Thank you. I don't think I said austerity throughout that whole motion. I'm pretty sure that I didn't. I can say it now. Austerity, austerity, austerity. There we go. Just some other points. So one that Miss Kimberly Barrett brought up about people going forward, back and forward from GP surgeries and great distances. I believe Sure Start and Family Hub should be made universal for people no matter what their income is, no means testing at all. But people that live in the bottom of Southsea, for instance, who need to weigh their child, have to make a considerable journey to Milton or even Somerstown to get their child weighed, when before it would have been Havelock or Kings Road or somewhere throughout that distance. It must be the same. I know you have Northern Parade, but people getting around that area, maybe having to go to Paulsgrove or Northern Parade, and it's quite a significant distance that people have to travel to assess basic services when it comes to their children. I was going to say, we've largely been in agreement, and I thank Councillor Ferret for his comments. Whilst I can praise Tony Blair, I can totally still think he's a war criminal at the same time, so there you go. Thank you, Councillor Horton, for your deputation. And thank you for thanking all the staff, because I totally forgot to do that. You're like writing all my little things down. I've been trying different ways of writing speeches all the time. Like before, I'd write whole speeches out and I'd lose my way. Now I'm trying prompts instead of just trying to reel things off of my head, which I'm totally doing right now as well. Thank you to Councillor... Still going. I really need a wee. Thank you to Councillor Smith for helping me come up with a motion as well, because I've been a councillor for almost 2 years now, and it's taken me a long time to get to this point. And I thank you for the general broad-based support in the room. I know I had the support from the Labour group, and you've been pretty awesome, to be fair. So thanks, everyone. Please vote for this motion. It's a lovely little motion. There's no reason why you shouldn't vote for it, unless you think that Mr. Milton Friedman over there is going on about ring fencing or whatever. But anyway, thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just remind members to keep the whispering down a bit quieter, please, if that's at all possible. So the motion was put in front of us, so all those agreed as it is for Councillor Oudie's, and would please show of hands? Yes, okay, thank you. Any against, please? Upstanding? No? Okay, it's unanimous. Well done. Thank you very much. So that concludes that motion. Moving on to the next is motion B, members. Is motion B to waive trust proposed by Councillor Smith and seconded by Councillor Oudie. Right. Could you propose it? Yep. Councillor Oudie, do I say? Yes. Yeah. Could you second it, please, Councillor Oudie? Councillor Oudie's now seconded it. Okay, so members of the move of the motion now has up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for the consideration. Councillor Smith, please. Call upon Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The reason why this sort of motion should be sort of heard today, this proposal is about Wave Trust, who would like to sort of come into sort of the council and do a feasibility study about a new approach to the way we fund services, especially in early years. I think it's worth a look. Hopefully, through it will be debated today, and through that debate, other councillors will see the worth of actually just doing a feasibility study. That's all it's asking for. It may not be right for the city, but it might be that is a new way forward, and I'm sure other councillors will support it.
Thank you very much. The council will now vote on whether the motion should be dealt with today. So those in favour of debating it today, members, could you please show again? Thank you very much. Any of those against, councillors? No, that's unanimous. So we're going to discuss it today. I shall now call upon the proposer, Councillor Smith, to present and speak to her motion. Councillor Smith, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As in the last motion, the budget savings that will come forward in the next few weeks will target the most vulnerable in the city. There is nowhere else to go with budgets these days. Members and officers have to find new ways to have a more integrated and preventable approach to issues and services. The barriers to switching to a preventative approach are many. Funding constraints, lack of knowledge or lack of confidence in evidence-based data, lack of strategic leadership, factors that encourage short-term commissioning, absence of clear government policy. If the administration are serious in regards to tackling poverty and raising the profile of these issues as a priority within the next budget proposals, now is the time to act. Wave Trust is clear this approach does not need funding, but a change of mindset. We need to change the way we do things and commission projects in the city. The Hive has been supportive as an equal partner between voluntary and community sector, PCC and NHS Portsmouth CCG. Hive Portsmouth have strong strategic objectives: joined up care and support in the community, choice of provision, timely intervention and support, reduce the reliance on statutory sector. If this motion is agreed, Wave Trust can work with Portsmouth Hive and early years officers to see if their model is best for this city and the right model moving forward for early years. This authority cannot stand still. If we do, we miss a golden opportunity to change, to make budget process more supportive to communities, and there are other options than just budget savings. I hope members will support this motion to at least have a feasibility study that gives a possibility of change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Udy, do you second the motion, please?
Yes, and I reserve my right to speak. That's the right thing to say, isn't it?
Thank you. Love you to stand up while you're addressing the Lord Mayor, please. Thank you very much. You can sit down now. It's okay. And treat everybody the same. Okay, so the matter is now before the council sorry, there are no amendments to that, so the matter is now before the council to debate. So the first one we've got is Councillor Judy Smythe. Councillor Smythe, please.
My Lord Mayor, thank you very much. I would like to confirm that we want to support this motion because of the absolute importance of prevention in any work we do with children. And I can see people around the chamber nodding with me. Some of you may not know that I spent about 15 years of my working life working in to improve outcomes for children, particularly those in poverty, and every single piece of evidence that we saw and were part of commissioning showed how clearly preventative work with families in trouble, with children who are facing difficulties at very early age, identified as being important. And actually at the time I had two sisters both working in it, one working in dance therapy for people who weren't bonding with their babies in Bristol, and the other working on the television programme Child of Our Time, which also indicated up and down the country the importance of that work. And I'm kind of paying tribute to both of them in saying that. I don't know the Wave Trust, and there are quite a lot of trusts that are doing that sort of work, but I do note that we're just looking into a feasibility study. I think it's quite important that we, in that feasibility study, if it's agreed, we make sure that we're giving a number of different agencies a chance to indicate their approaches, and that we use evidence to demonstrate how effective those are, and that we go back and use some of the historic evidence produced, for example, by the Institute for Education in London and others that show absolutely beyond doubt what works and what doesn't work. One of the things I found hard during the time the coalition was in power and then the Tory government, and I fear this current Tory government, is the fact that so many information bases and so many sources of evidence have been closed down, and so it's much more difficult for us to make genuinely evidence-based policy. And this is an area where that must be done. So yes, I very much welcome this. I think it's vitally important that prevention is given much more emphasis. There's evidence that it works, and in fact our children's services, despite cuts and difficulties, are doing a lot of that here already, and I'm very proud to be part of that spokesperson's committee where I can see evidence that is working and that we are doing quite a lot of that. So this isn't a criticism of the existing regime at all, it's just that we do need to give preventative work a really good kick-start, particularly as it's so likely that austerity is going to continue to the detriment of the poorer families in our city.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Susie Horton. Councillor Horton, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Smith, for bringing this to the Council chamber. We actually may be further along this route, both in terms of the conversation with Wave Trust and the general journey than maybe has communicated. So it's a similar motion to some. It was not dissimilar, put it that way, to the. At its core to the previous motion, and I've already outlined my belief on the impact of early experiences on health, education and life chances, so I won't go over that again. And I actually agree with the Wave Trust in a lot of what they say, that we need a focus on prevention and early intervention, on integration, and on what is an increasingly popular term about trauma-informed approach. I also agree that we need professionals who understand the impact of the experiences people may have had as children, which lasts long into their lives. I have also read their entire book here, so which has got some really interesting stuff in it. So, and actually what Councillor Smythe says is actually true. Many of these organisations, and there are an increasing number of them, have developed along with the ever-increasing understanding that we have of our brain and the neurology as we've developed. And actually this is part of the unit that I teach at the university. It's about learning theory and looking at these new modern theories. So the 3 decades I've been teaching, I've actually lived through various government and encouraged initiatives of learning styles, Brain Gym, the widely implemented SEAL project, which was the social and emotional aspects of learning. And all of these programmes, in their own time, have had these laudable aims of understanding how different experiences affect us as humans and the consequences that this has on our ability to learn, grow and flourish. And all of them, of course, have testimonials that indicate that they have a profound impact on individuals and schools, and I'm sure they do. I've got no reason to believe that this approach wouldn't have a positive impact on children, but that's not the same as saying that this approach is the only way or the best way. And it might be that the very commitment to focusing on the specific issue, in this case early adverse experiences, it's that focus that reaps the positive outcomes, which of course is a positive thing in its own right. But sometimes one size doesn't fit all, and there needs to be a range of approaches. And in recent months, there's a whole variety of us who have met with the Wave Trust and also another similar organisation called Trauma Informed Schools. Both organisations have some interesting approaches that may dovetail with practices that are already embedded in Portsmouth. So we're definitely not complacent. We're definitely committed to looking at preventative measures. But we're not at point zero. We're not needing someone to come in and just implement something wholesale. So we're in agreement with them, but it's probably worthwhile highlighting some of the things that I think that Councillor Smythe was indicating, that we have an integrated prevention and early help service which brings together health visiting and the Council's targeted whole family early help system. We have a quite new, innovative targeted model of early intervention for the most vulnerable families, the ECHO service, which is the enhanced child health visiting offer, and the enhanced version of that. And through this service, families get an intensive home visiting programme of support, which helps to make sure there is good attachment between children and families, laying these foundations. We also are part of the way along to embedding a restorative approach to the way we work with families, from early help right through to statutory social work. And inspection reports have celebrated this, that we're actually getting on the map across the country around the work we've done on inclusion and early help. Expertise in the impact of trauma. We have innovation funding from the government to develop a PACE model, which is called Playful, Accepting, Curious, Empathetic, which a lot of schools are running with and working with their families with this approach. It's completely consistent with trauma-informed model of practice, which the Wave Trust advocate and is being rolled out across the city. So I think what I'm basically saying is, yeah, I think another look at this in terms of feasibility about whether we use it wholesale or whether we use parts of it is completely appropriate. I'm happy to take this back to a discussion at Cabinet as is requested, but we need to weigh this up with the cost of it, because it's not an altruistic offer from the Wave Trust. It's definitely something we'd need to build into the budget. So broadly speaking, yeah, thanks for bringing it to the attention. It's given an opportunity to say how much we're doing along this on this road already.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rob Wood. Councillor Wood, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I just endorse what Susie's just said there? Obviously, we've met George Hoskins from the Wave Trust. I know Gerald met him with me, and we thought Susie and Alison were the appropriate persons to evaluate what they were going to do. So we're trying to say we're open ears, we're prepared to listen to things that can move things forward, and we're totally aware, as you said there, about trying to make sure we frugally use what resources we've got in early years, and we don't reinvent the wheel, but we go looking for people who are doing it very well. So the Wave Trust did actually come to us, and we opened the doors, and Susie has evaluated it and come up with, a good evaluation. And as she said there, let's see what they can do. And on that front there, I just want to reassure people, I also attended ESA, which is we're a member of, which is Efficiency South East, who have a programme also for the social services, including children's social services, which have been deployed across the country. So that evidencing whether they've done good and whether other authorities rate it, they have rated it, so we actually invited them in. They've met with our children's services, so I will see where that goes, and they're going to meet with adult social services. So we are at the forefront of going out there and saying, we don't know all the answers, but if somebody out there has got something that's worthwhile investigating, I totally agree with my colleagues here. That's what we need to do to make sure we get the best bang for our buck, because it's our children, it's our future, it's us, and we really need to make sure we spend it well. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to essentially reiterate, I think, actually what Councillor Wood and Councillor Horton have just been saying, that through sitting in briefings shadowing the Children and Families portfolio, it is clear that the children and families, particularly in the area when it comes to early intervention and preventing children being brought into care, already adopt quite a number of strategies to do with early intervention, or already trialling integrated programs in that area. And my comment was simply that while I'm happy that feasibility and other models should be investigated as well, it is important not to disrupt the model currently being used by the Council by bringing in a new model that may operate in a slightly different way to achieve the same outcome. So I just wanted to say that while there is no problem with this motion, I see no issue with this motion, the Council is already adopting models and strategies of this type, and it's important not to try and reinvent the wheel, try and adopt every policy there is going. You need to adopt one that works well and stick to it for a sufficient length of time for it to bed down and for its results to be seen. It also has to be said that there's a great deal of offerings, a number of different charities and trusts and organisations that offer this kind of approach, and so it is important that that they are all recognised, they're all considered carefully by the administration and by the appropriate officers, and that we don't simply adopt the one that's shouting loudest. So I just want to say that I do think this work is already occurring in the Council, and I would be cautious about anything new being brought in that might disrupt the work that is already ongoing. So that was simply my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got nobody else to speak, so I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Smith, to sum up, and then a vote will be taken. Councillor Smith, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the contributions to this sort of debate. I have met with Wave Trust. I know it's not the only egg in the basket, and there should be a lot more, and that's why I was sort of asking for a feasibility study to look at this sort of whole area. Part of my proposal and my speech was about Hive Portsmouth, and not one of the three contributors actually mentioned Hive Portsmouth, and they are a crucial cornerstone of this council now from a voluntary organisation point of view. There needs to be more a move away from statutory services because of funding and various other things. This doesn't do it, but a feasibility study into how we do things, why we do things in this way, how we commission things. Should it be within Portsmouth City Council in a statutory thing, or should it be in the voluntary sector, can be part of that feasibility study, and is starting with early years. And that was my aim, was to change the way we look at how we do and provide services. Because what we do is we do it in the same old way we've always done it. We salami slice the budgets, we make sure that we hit our target for the savings, but we actually don't look at the impact of that, and we don't look at whether what we're providing now is right. And that's all I'm asking for, is a feasibility study. I'm happy that to be widened out. I'm happy for the Cabinet to discuss how they sort of do that. But the Cabinet also know I'm a very impatient person. And you talk a lot, and you say a lot of things, and this is what's going to change. A year on, it never changes. All I'm asking for, can we change?
Thank you very much. So the notice of motion is as it is. So I now call upon, take it to the vote. Sorry. So all members, please would you show if you're in agreement? Thank you. Any against, please, members? Abstained? Unanimous. That's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to motion C. So now we're moving on to motion C, reinstatement of the learning disability day care cap. This is proposed by Councillor Norton and seconded by Councillor Stubbs. Yeah? Okay, 1 second. Members of the mover have motion of up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. I'm going to hand over now to Councillor Norton. Councillor Norton, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The removal of the cap on the cost of daycare for learning disability clients is having a disproportionate effect on the number of families across the city. One family, or some families, are facing contributions of nearly £500 a week, and it's a very, very significant burden for these families. Now, we believe that the removal of the daycare cap has been unfair and in its effect, and therefore we call on the Cabinet Member for Health, Wellbeing and Social Care to reinstate the previous policy of limiting contributions to a set maximum level. Now, fundamentally, this is putting a strain on families who really rely on this, and we've seen today, and thank you to former Councillor John Attrell for his comments in his deputation. I think it's really important that we debate this today, because it really does mean a lot to families who are feeling the strain of this. Thank you.
Okay, so the council will no vote on whether the motion should be dealt with today. So, members, could we please show if you're in favour of debating this afternoon, please? Thank you. All those against? Abstain? No? Okay then, so thank you very much. So, I now call upon the proposal, Councillor Norton, to present and speak to his motion. Thank you very much. Councillor Norton.
Thank you again, Lord Mayor. The learning disability daycare cap is a cruel scheme that punishes some of the city's most diligent families. For some families, the cost of care has risen somewhere in the region of 8 times the amount that they were previously paying. And these services extend beyond simply daycare. They include community support, health and independence. Now, this is no way overcharging rich families at all. I've spoken to families who have said to me, Terry, look, we are hard-working professionals. My wife has had to give up work to look after our son. I still work, one father said to me. He says, I own one suit. We don't go out for dinner. We go out for dinner once a year for my son's birthday. Holidays simply aren't an option, and we don't drive. We get public transport everywhere because it's cheaper for us to do so. And the reason they do that is because every penny that they have, they save to be able to provide for their son when they are no longer in a position to do so. So they want to leave everything they can for their child. Now, they've said to me at times this is incredibly difficult. But however, as much as possible, what gets us through is the option or the knowledge, knowing that we are doing all we can to provide our son with the best possible life after death for them. So it's a really difficult one here. Other families are saying that they go on to say that this is very cruel, and they go on to say that their children don't have often the capability to manage this and to access these sort of funds and decide where to put them. Now, these are not assets. They are not expensive cars or homes or anything like that. They're just families that lead very modest lifestyles in order to save every penny for a time when caring is no longer within their control. Now, you could argue that the care, if it's so expensive, then don't have it, but it's not that simple. These facilities and the costs that come with them and what they access take a long while for those accessing to become familiar with the services and the providers, and it provides a quality of life. And I think it's really important to mention that for the people that access this is a quality of life that many of us sometimes take for granted. It allows some of these individuals to build friendships and participate in activities that cannot be replicated at home. Okay, so it's crucial. Now, since September, any adults in need of the Learning Disability Care Service have been expected to cover the maximum assessed charge of up to £500, as we said, to themselves. Now, this mismanagement feels like victimisation, and you can understand why in the press some are saying that this is an unfair tax on the disabled. Now, especially considering that families are reporting that they were only given 2 weeks' notice of this happening, and therefore, the result is that vulnerable people could be getting into debt. And like I said earlier, for some of these, this means that they don't have an understanding of how to deal with this and to manage this. So the reality, I think, is how much does this really cost the council? What is it? Now, to the council, I think this is a drop in the ocean. But to a family that are struggling with this can feel like a tidal wave. Now, it's not, so I don't think it's been handled particularly well, with families at times struggling to get a response and a clear answer, and being left for long periods not knowing how much they will be paying for this essential care. Okay, again, families who really do have to struggle, have to manage their expenditure very, very well, being left dangling a little bit and not knowing what the situation is there. So what is the long-term alternative? Now, for families that are saving funds, I think full-time care is a significantly larger amount it would cost. It would be a lot more for full-time care. So let's look at this in terms of a black and white way of looking at it, I guess. In the long term, this means that those accessing the care will probably be less reliant on the council. And I hate talking about this in kind of monetary terms, but the whole thing just seems like a very cruel scheme, and I think we should really reverse it. Surely it's time to get rid of it. A scheme which is unfair, that punishes families for doing the right thing in spite of very difficult circumstances at times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I get on to Councillor Stubbs seconding, Councillor Hockaday, have you got any declarations of interest at all, Councillor?
I don't. I'm sorry, I'm late today.
Not a problem. Councillor Stubbs, do you second that motion, please?
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
That's good. Okay, so, but I have had amendments to this motion from Councillor Willington, which needs to be proposed and seconded there by Councillor Vernon Jackson. So it needs to be circulated, first of all. So could that be circulated and given a few minutes for people to read, first of all? Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to ask Councillor Willington to formally propose and second it. Councillor Willington first.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I'd just like to start to say I appreciate this motion being brought today, and I appreciate the background behind it. I made this decision 3 months into becoming cabinet, 3.5 months into becoming cabinet member, and it was one of the most difficult decisions I had to make since I've been responsible for health, wellbeing and social care. However, I think we need to put some context into what the situation is. So, social care charging was first introduced in 1993 for various residential care. In 2008, around 2008, daycare charging was brought in. When this was brought in Portsmouth, every kind of daycare was charged and was uncapped other than learning disability daycare. And to this day, I'm unable to understand exactly why that happened, why learning disability daycare was done. I think it might have had something to do with members who are no longer on the council, but I really don't know. I cannot get to the bottom of why that happened. But if you had physical disabilities, if you were elderly, anything like that, if you had daycare, you were uncapped. You had the maximum assessed charge. The maximum assessed charge is set by government and is on a formula that has been changed over the year. We're currently on the formula that was brought in 2014 on maximum assessed charge for social care. So when this came before me, I saw it as actually a way of equalising the situation that we had in the city, because we had a situation whereby people who had different kinds of disabilities were having the maximum assessed charge and people with learning disabilities weren't. Now, if it was up to me, I would have a cap for absolutely everything, and quite frankly, I'd have no assessed charge at all, that it would be free at the point of delivery, but we are where we are. And one of the real issues we've got is that central government keep talking about social care, and keep talking about social care, and keep talking about social care. Today the Prime Minister has talked about social care, and yet he said we'll have something on the board by the end of the year, but and we hope to implement it by the end of this Parliament for 4 years' time. Colleagues, 4 years' time. The Green Paper on adult social care that is mentioned in this amendment was proposed in spring 2017 to report in summer 2017. It was then, in summer 2017, put back to autumn 2017, and then it's been put back. The last we had was that it was supposed to report in September 2019. Within that is going to be an awful lot, we hope, about charging, about how people are assessed for charging for social care. And so that's what we're dealing with in terms of a council compared to central government. This is not a party political thing as far as local councils is concerned. Local councils indeed got together through the Local Government Association and did their own green paper because government won't do their green paper. And that has been supported by all parties at local councils. So, on the substantive issue here, I am more than happy to look at all daycare charges within the council, which we have in this, because to only look at learning disability daycare charges and looking at reintroducing the cap there would possibly open the council up to legal challenge. Because the council's policy as it was not equitable to anyone else who had any other kind of disability. So the only way that we can get this to do this in an equitable way is look at all daycare charges. So that is what the amendment proposes to do, and Cabinet Member, I'm more than happy to do that. Because there's two things we have to do as councillors. We've got to be realistic about making sure that whatever we do is equitable, that it isn't discriminatory towards any particular client group on the council. Unfortunately, the old policy was, and the only way to make it not was to remove the cap. But at the same time, if we're going to look at doing anything with any capping, you have to do it for everyone. You have to do it for all kind of daycare. So that's why I do. But we also have to be really clear about how much that would cost. And we were talking about in the previous motion, it's about there's a monetary value, but we would need to understand what that is. I completely agree with Councillor Norton that for people who have saved all their lives for the provision of their children, who then need care, and as you say, you put things aside for a rainy day or after they're not around anymore, to then have that money taken into account is not, I think, equitable. I would love to see free at the point of use. The really awful thing is, if you have someone who uses daycare, who then goes into residential care, and they were capped in daycare, they wouldn't be capped in residential care, because no residential care has had any cap in this city since it was introduced, and I believe that started in 1993. So, colleagues, I encourage you to support the amendments. Even if the amendment falls, I will do what the amendment says anyway, because that encompasses what the motion says in terms of the learning disability cap. But I do encourage us to look at this in a holistic way and at all daycare charges as a whole. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Willington. Councillor Vernon Jackson, you just wanted to second that, is that correct? Just to make sure, crossed all the T's at this end.
Yes, my Lord. Say my bit here now as well, if that would be helpful. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to build on what Matthew has been saying, the advice we have is that if we reintroduced a cap, we need to do that for people with, we can't just do it for people with learning disabilities, you have to do it for people with physical disabilities, people with mental health issues, and people who are elderly, because otherwise it is discriminatory, or we could be take to court. To give people an idea of the sort of amount of money we're talking about, it's not vast, it's £140,000 a year is what we're looking for. Over the years, government has reduced the amount of money coming to the council, and that's meant that over time there's been reductions in the amount of money available to go into social care. The advice again I have is that at the moment the adult social care budget is running at £1.5 million over budget. So we're spending £1.5 million more than we budgeted for there. We have a hope that the government will produce more money for adults social care for this year in the settlement. But if they are going to produce that, my understanding is that money will be used to provide the services that we're currently funding out of reserves, that £1.5 million. So we've got to be careful we don't spend money twice. If there is the ability to do this, and I'm very interested in looking at it, but colleagues will have to think of ways in which it can be funded. Which takes us to the basic, and I think Matthew is absolutely right. The idea of charging for adult social care has been in for a long time, and it's great. Just to give colleagues an idea of the amount that is raised by the City Council through charging for adult social care, it's over £6 million a year. I did have heart failure when I saw the briefing document, because I thought it was over 6 million that we got for charges for daycare. But luckily it isn't. It's for everything in social care. And it seems to me that that is not an equitable thing. And some people, Councillor Norton was saying, residential care is a lot more expensive. Actually, the council are very, very, very good at negotiating really good prices with residential care providers, so good that the residential care providers complain because they say that other people then have to pay more because the councils have been so successful about getting such good deals. And we don't pay that much more for a place in a residential care home, even the excellent one run by the Lord Mayor, than we're talking about here as daycare costs. So it is a big issue, and that the government has put off and put off and put off the Green Paper that everybody recognises is needed to address the problem of funding in social care, which should have been sorted out in 1948 with the creation of the NHS, where healthcare was free at the point of delivery, but social care isn't. We have to have that Green Paper. We have to come up with a long-term solution. And I think it's really incumbent upon all of us to try to make sure that we make sure that that happens. I'm sure Stephen as local MP here and Penny in the north will push as hard as possible to make sure that that does come to us, to come to government as soon as is humanly possible. There are difficult decisions, but the current way in which cuts to government funding are laid to charges in social care does mean that councils and families are faced with appalling decisions to be made, and that is not right, and therefore we should be moving to doing something different. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm very happy to commend the amendment to you, and I hope that we can work together and come forward with a way forward on this.
Thank you, Leader. Just to let everybody know, as Leader said, I do run a residential care home, but I don't think there's any problems with that, so just want people to know that. So, if I haven't already said it, the matter is now before Council to debate. I've got Councillor Donna Jones. Councillor Donna Jones, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start with two thank yous. First of all, a thank you to John Attrell for his very impassioned speech, coming here to talk about people who suffer with learning disabilities across the city. And he is a stalwart. He does it as a volunteer. He's very committed, and I think he made some very good points today. Secondly, a thank you to both the Cabinet Member, Councillor Winnington, and to the Leader of the Council for their commitment to reconsider this position. And look, far be it from me to stand up here and, criticise, fellow councillors of another colour because they have had to respond to a Conservative-led government for the majority of the last 9 years, although there has been small periods of Conservative-only governments, because of a reduction in spending to councils. And whilst I fully support the Conservative government's reasons for doing that, there have been consequences, and one of the consequences here in Portsmouth has been the introduction, or I should say the increase in the decrease in the cap level, so that that has resulted in actually I think a proportionate response from most people. And my position on the care cap is that I think it's entirely appropriate that people do pay towards daycare, for example, if they have a learning disability, or if they have some other kind of physical disability. That's why the government awards people with mobility issues personal independence payments or disability living allowance payments, so that should they need to get a taxi somewhere, or should they need a carer to go shopping with them, or should they need additional care during the day, that's why they're given the money. So I'm not in any way criticising the Liberal Democrats for what they did. I think it was an absolutely proportionate response at the time for the position they're in financially. However, we are now looking at a brighter financial year in local government, with an increase for councils across the country of quite, they're not insignificant amounts of money. And we know from the council grant, the announcement of the grants for councils across the country, this council is looking at around a 6% increase in its formula grant, which is above inflation. I appreciate it's been a reduction for a number of years, so I don't want to claim any glory for that, but nonetheless, there is a significant percentage increase in formula grant, and of that, around £5.4 million is coming to this council ring-fenced for social care, both adults and children. Now, when you look at the combined overspends in adults and children's social care in the council, which has gone up considerably over the last 4 or 5 years, as the demand has grown, we should be in a position, if there is a council tax precept increase as well, of actually being able to see some proper green lights, some green shoots. So, with that additional amount of money coming forward, I really would appreciate, and I'm very grateful of the review that has been announced or confirmed today by the Cabinet Member, because I think that having a cap is not an issue. It's about making it fair and proportionate. And for I think there are 2 families in the city that are significantly significantly impacted when you look at the learning disabilities. I appreciate you're going to do a review of all services, and I think that sounds very sensible when you've given your reasons. But I would like this to be fed back, if we can, through the relevant spokesman, so in our group to Councillor Luke Stubbs and to group leaders as well, because I do think it's important we don't take our foot off the gas with this, that we have some resolution. We know that extra money is coming forward from the 1st of April, so let's make sure that those families that are impacted the most, and those that have had, you know, an increase of 8 times what they were previously paying, people who are paying £500 a day, and that's because they've been really, really sensible with their child's disability living allowance payment for 15 years. And the particular family that Councillor Norton is referring to, residents of his, I've actually taken the liberty of meeting them as well, and I can tell you they were frightened to death to make a modification to their house to directly benefit their very disabled son, for fear that there might be some repercussion to them. But that's what that money is for, and we've really handheld with them over a period of time to say, look, you have been so responsible in trying to save this money for your son for when you both are no longer around. He happens to be an only child. But actually, now it's actually going against you because of how much money you've saved of his. It's in a bank account in his name and a solicitor oversees it. So I do think that there are a small number of families in the city. I can't comment on the other classes of people that receive care costs as well. I'm sure there are many more. Councillor Vernon Jackson has indicated £140,000. It doesn't necessarily mean that we need to rescind all of that, but I certainly would like us to look at maybe the people that were impacted the most, see if there's something sensible that can be done. This is not a criticism, it's a plea, it's a thank you for agreeing to look at it, and if there's anything that we can do to come up with any kind of suggestions, help or support, of course we will do.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got 3 councillors wishing to speak on this. Next up is Councillor Graham Heaney. Councillor Heaney, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I had a conversation with Councillor Stubbs about this issue because obviously this rose before I became a councillor, and I went back and had a look at the report from 2018 to see if I could get my head around exactly what had happened at that time. I have to say it was quite difficult to get a real sense of what the impact of that particular change was. But I was interested in the way this happened because clearly social services have been under pressure for a long time. And it was only in 2018 that that particular decision was made. Now, I don't know whether that had been suggested in the past, and members had rejected it or whatever, but it was made quite late on. I was sympathetic to what Councillor Stubbs was telling me about the situation, and I do think it does need to be looked at again. In terms of the amendment is suggesting that we need to look at a cap across the whole of social care. And I'm just wondering if that is a bit of a distraction in some ways, because I also spoke to the Assistant Director about this, and he did raise this issue about the legal challenges. But we haven't had any legal challenges at all from anyone else on this issue prior to 2018 when it was in existence. So I'm not quite sure how serious that threat is. So the idea that the only way we can restore things is to go back to a cap which covers the whole of the area is something that I would want to have rigorously tested, because I'm concerned that we're being saying, well, we can only do it this way, and therefore it's going to be impossible to do, so we can't do it. I'm obviously now the Labour spokesman for health and social care, so I'd want to explore that in more detail. So we're very sympathetic to the Conservative motion, and we'd certainly want to look at the best way to support these people who clearly are going through difficult circumstances and are trying to do their best for their children in these circumstances. So I have some concerns about the amendment and what would be actually proposed, and I'd like maybe some reassurance about how that would operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got Councillor Luke Stubbs, please. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Some of these things feel like quite a long time, don't they? And back when I was cabinet member for adult social care, we were certainly waiting on the government's green paper. I was expecting it quite promptly, and here we are. I've been out of the job for 18 months, so we still don't have it. But thank you. But I don't remember. At the time I did adult social care, I did it for 3 years, and the whole equality angle wasn't one that was raised. And so, I've listened to what Councillor Heaney says, and I do suspect that that as a practical danger of litigation may not be quite as substantial as perhaps suggested. I think we don't want to lose sight really about what's happening here and why this type of case for learning disability is fundamentally different from some of the others in terms of charging, because where you've got very high charges like this, it is different. If you've got very high charges for, say, dementia care, frankly, just in terms of whether you're going to get your money back or not, then you are potentially dealing with people with assets, people who perhaps are a homeowner, for an example. There is at least a source of money, if you're going to charge, where you can hope to get money from. Now, obviously, I'll take note of what Alderman Attrell said at the start in relation to the good record this city has about getting people with learning disabilities into work. But we are talking here about the people with the highest level of need, and they're never going to work. It's just completely, it's out of the question. So they are really, where do their assets come from? Well, they're only assets unless their parents or guardians choose consciously to make contributions and payments towards them is going to come from benefits, and that, of course, they do receive benefits, but then we've got a level of charging, like the traditional level of charging, can suck a lot of that up. But beyond that, they're only going to have any resources which are even available for the council to look at if their parents choose to transfer money to them. And that's why, actually, this type of charging on learning disability is counterproductive, because what it will actually do is encourage a change of behaviour. There's no point, if you knew this in advance, there will be no point in setting aside money, at least in this format, for your child. Maybe you could do it through a trust with sufficient constraints on it so that the child cannot spend that money. You could do that. You could have rules say that the money couldn't be spent until the person in question has reached a certain age, or some other constraint whereby they cannot then make a payment for it. And that's actually what, over time, this is going to achieve. So it isn't, in the long run, going to raise any money at all. The other danger, of course, is, and I hope this doesn't happen, but you could imagine at least a situation where a family said, well, we can't cope with this anymore. And then, of course, there's always the option of transferring responsibility to the care to the council. And full-time care is a lot more expensive, and we're talking here again about the people with highest needs. If the parents, guardians said, I can't cope with this anymore, it's very clear that the council would have a statutory responsibility to step in, and that will be even more expensive. So, well, I've spoken here a lot about money. I mean, also, I think the morality of this is an important thing. I mean, you have a situation where you have small numbers of families, or at least those who are getting the very high cost, a small number of families who have tried to do the right thing and are being penalised for it. So they're being hit, and that just doesn't feel right, but it doesn't even do the council any good either, not over time. This isn't actually going to raise anything in the long run if the level is set too high. And at £500 a week in at least one case, it is too high.
If I could help...
Hold on, let me switch your mic on.
Both help Luke's question and Graham's. My understanding and the advice I've had is that because the cap has gone, if we reintroduced it just for one grouping, it's a positive decision to do that, and that's what makes the problem in terms of being us open to an equality challenge, and it's different from when it was there yonks ago. So that's the advice that we've had, which I hope is helpful.
Thank you for explaining that, Leader. I've now got last one to speak at the moment. It's Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I didn't initially plan to speak to this, but I wanted to speak as well to this equalities point, and also to one or two things that concern me slightly around the decision-making process here. I don't by any means claim to be an expert in equalities law, and the Cabinet members obviously need to follow the legal advice that they have, but like Councillor Heaney, I do think that particular piece of advice needs some interrogation. I have spent some time studying discrimination law, and I'm not at all sure that would be an easy claim to bring against the Council were it to decide to care for a particular group of people on a positive basis. I do think there are arguments that could be made justifying that if that was a choice that the Council wished to make. In terms of the learning difficulties aspect as well, I would also endorse some of the comments made by Councillor Stubbs, that I do think that there are particularly positive reasons why actually it is the case that those with learning difficulties should receive this kind of extra support and protection for their daycare support. As he's noted, they're often cared for by parents or family members. Now, that is the case in other forms of disability, but it has historically been the case that sometimes those hidden and learning disabilities have been harder to obtain other state support as well from, whereas physical disabilities in the past have arguably been easier. And I'm not in any way saying it has ever been easy for anyone to claim state support for disability, but particularly those hidden disabilities and the learning disabilities have in the past been a challenge to get the same level of funding through government benefits. I also think that there is a particular case to be made here that the decision had a particularly negative and unfair impact on a very small number of families, and the Cabinet member should also consider simply adopting some sort of mitigation and support for those individuals rather than necessarily having to change the entire policy for the future, because we have some particular cases in the city where people have stored up for the future for the benefit of their child and been responsible and sensible, and by a decision taken by the Cabinet member they're now disadvantaged. I was concerned at one or two of the things that the deputy on this issue, clearly an expert and a passionate person in this area, said that when the decision was taken he wasn't notified or consulted, that there was no consultation with the partnership board on disabilities. Now, obviously I can't speak to whether or not the Cabinet member did that, but that was certainly the view of the deputy who was an expert in this area. This decision was taken in a arguably rushed manner without consulting in the right way, and now it appears difficult to reverse. And I felt that the Cabinet member's response, that now it has to be considered as part of a very wide-reaching consideration of all social care and attempting to, and I fully accept that social care funding from the government can fall short, but it's essentially shifting away from the key issue this motion is directed at, which is the negative impact of that particular decision on particular families within this city. And I do think we need to retain the focus on that, and that focus should be retained and not lost in a long-running, potentially wider examination of daycare more generally. Now, if, as Councillor John Jones has suggested, the funding can be found for daycare more widely and across all disability groups, excellent. I would fully support that, and I think that would be a great thing for many different vulnerable people in the city, but I do think that the Cabinet member does have to take some responsibility to address the particular cases and the particular issue raised by that one decision in the area of learning difficulties, where there were people who have planned on the basis of a policy that was in place for a long period of time that he has now removed. And so I do think that this focus of the motion is important on the particular individuals affected by the decision to remove the cap on daycare contribution in the area of learning difficulties. So that was all I wanted to say there. I do think we should remain focused on that, and I do think any equalities arguments need to be tested very thoroughly, because I'm not convinced that it's impossible for the Cabinet member to do something to assist this particular group. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Udy sneaked in. Councillor Udy, please.
Sneaking in, yeah. Just some questions, because I'm really confused. It's mainly revolving around what Councillor Vernon Jackson said, and about the fact that he believes they took legal advice because there could be conflicts under the equalities impact duty that we have over different caps or whatever and different types of disabilities. If that was the case, would the monitoring officer not have flagged this up and made this motion not be able to be heard? I'm kind of just wondering where that came. Why would you have even that motion come forward if it would have been flagged up on equalities impact in the first instance, and the fact that it would lead the council to be quite open goal, to be like, I'm trying to understand this whole kind of, where's your legal advice come from? I'm just trying to understand, because like I'm confused.
Is members quite happy for a leader to quickly answer that? No? Okay. So I was just asking, that was all.
I was going to say,
see what members said? My meeting. I was only asking a general, Okay, thank you very much then. Sorry, go on.
They're thoroughly entitled to put it forward as a proposition, and people can take advice on it. They can listen to it or ignore it or do what they want with it. The reality of the fact is you can put it as a motion. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Hence why you're debating it today. There you go.
See, I was correct. But the sense is you don't want them to answer it. No? Okay then, so I now call upon the proposer, Councillor... Sorry, have I done something wrong? Oh, Councillor Norton.
I think there's one more, actually. I think Councillor Smith's lights on.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm sort of equally confused because Alderman Attrell in his deputation was quite angry, and I share that anger because he was not informed, other people were not informed of this change. Therefore, that leads me to believe there was no equality impact assessment. The equality duty was breached as a non-compliance. Is that correct? And where's the legal challenge on that?
I have to ask Peter to say something, and then I'll come over to Leader. 1 second.
What are we doing? What do we do now then? During debates, we just start asking questions, do we? This is completely outside of the Constitution. This is not the way the Council works. If you allow this to happen now, it will slip and slip and slip. If someone wants to ask a question that they think is so important, they have to put it forward under a standing order as an urgent question on this debate. You don't just stand up in the middle of your deputation in your 6 minutes and ask a question, because otherwise this is going to have a free-for-all and these meetings will become uncontrollable.
I'd like to think I do not such a bad job, but I understand where you're coming from. I was only talking to the solicitor and trying my best, so I do apologise. So we won't say anything else then. So I'll go back. I'll forget Councillor Vernon Jackson if that's the case, and then I will go over to. Sorry, I'll go over to members. I now call upon Councillor Norton to sum up. And the vote will be taken dealing with the amendment first. Is that correct? I hope I've got that right.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Right, gosh, I'm going to take a proactive approach to this. Look, this doesn't need to become a political football or anything like that. This is a moral issue. This is something that is going to help families who have morally done the right thing. So, thank you to the cabinet member. Thank you for the leader of the council for his commitment there. I think we're happy to subsume the amendment there. But my concern here, if this is voted through, will be the immediacy and the time that this will take to implement. So I hope that this is something that we can be really transparent about. I hope that the cabinet member will agree to meet with me in the near future to go through a timescale so that we can go back to parents and families to explain how quickly we can look into this. And I know with a new budget coming, hopefully it'll be soon. Okay, hopefully members can vote for this. Thank you.
You make my job so much easier, Councillor Norton. That's very good, thank you. So I understand that you're accepting the amendment then, that's it. And so we're voting on one thing then. So if members quite happy with that, would they like to...
Sorry, it's voting on the motion.
Voting on the motion and incorporating the amendment. That's right, okay. All those in favour, please show. Lovely, looks unanimous. All those against? No, okay, staying. That's fine, that's carried then. Thank you very much, members, thank you. So that concludes this item. Moving on to the next motion D. This motion is concerning action on carbon reduction proposed by Councillor Smythe. As previously mentioned, Councillor Fielding is not able to present today as he is attending his late mother's funeral, so consequently cannot second the motion. Therefore, the motion cannot be dealt with at today's meeting without the Council's agreement to suspension of standing orders. I understand that Councillor Fielding has asked if such a suspension could be agreed, ? Councillor Morgan, I understand that you have such a proposal to suspend standing orders to replace the current seconder with another name member. So, is that correct?
Proposed that we suspend standing orders for item 9D so that Councillor Corkery can second this motion. Thank you.
Seconded it, yes, seconded Councillor Corkery. Seconded, yes. So are members in agreement to that? Would you please show if you're in agreement with that? Thank you, members, for being understanding. Any against? Thank you, members. That's okay then. So, when members of the mover of the motion has now up to 3 minutes on the question, only to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Judith Smythe, please. Councillor Smythe.
I would like this motion to be considered today because this is one of the most important matters, climate action, on our agendas, and this is where I think we can help the Cabinet to move things forward.
Councillor Corkery, do you second that motion? Okay.
Happy to second.
Now we're going to go to the vote, isn't it, now? Of debating this today. Could we have all those shown, please, if we... Yes? Anybody against? This is easy. No? Okay, that's fine. Okay, then. So, we call on Councillor Judith Smythe to a proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'd like to commend this motion to you. The main part of the motion is for the Cabinet to be asked to include outline business plans for new capital and revenue proposals that will demonstrably accelerate the implementation of the climate emergency motion in the forthcoming council budget for consideration at the next full council. I am, though, very aware that we still appear to have austerity in front of us, so what this motion does is to give you an illustrative list of things that could be done, even though we don't appear to be seeing the fruition of the new government's promises that there's an end to austerity and there'll be more money for councils to spend on these and other matters. I'd like to thank Mr Darcy for his deputation here. I quite agree that we've got to do things that are realistic and implementable, and also that what I have in this particular list is not very ambitious. Believe you me, this is part of a series of presentations that I've made to this council about climate change, and yes, this doesn't include any very ambitious things, but it does include things that I have thought we need to push the Cabinet to action because they are all low cost and no cost. And when we had a long discussion about the clean air zone, which would have been what the subject of your deputation was, it seemed to me that there were a lot of things this Cabinet could do which weren't going to cost very much money. This motion is focused on action so that councils who are well ahead of us on climate change are doing. Actions that help embed carbon reduction in all our thoughts, decisions and actions, and are at low cost or no cost. Incidentally, I have discussed a lot of these things internally with Councillor Ashmore, and my apologies, and other Cabinet members, and confirmed some of my advice in writing, just quietly behind the scenes, because I do think this is something where we have to demonstrably work together and not be in any kind of competition. This isn't an agenda that the Cabinet can implement on its own without help and cooperation. But it is an agenda for the full Council, because that's where we originated and agreed the climate motion. We started it here in this full Council chamber with full agreement of a substantial list of actions for the Cabinet to take, which we unanimously agreed. And we therefore need to discuss it here regularly in a way that is open, transparent and fully acceptable to the public, fully accountable to the public. So the list, my list is illustrative, and I'm sure it may indeed in some ways be out of date. I know lots of things are going on, but I just want to draw attention particularly to actively working and learning from other councils. It does go on, but we need to have account back to this chamber about what we're learning from that and how we're using that information. Last Sunday, the MP for Portsmouth South held an open meeting to learn from the Cabinet member for zero carbon in Oxford. We had about 92 members of the public there, and we all learnt a lot. And I do, just with reference to the name of the Cabinet title for the Cabinet member there, urge Councillor Ashmore to rename himself as the Cabinet Member for Zero Carbon forthwith. That could be done with no cost whatsoever, and it seemed that the experience in Oxford was that it had focused that committee and given it a bit more focus on its work and certainly a very huge agenda to deal with during the year. So that's the first suggestion here. And under point 3 on my motion, you could argue that the general election prevented the establishment of a cross-party working group, but there has been time since, and there is time ahead to put it right, particularly in the advance of the budget that I've just mentioned in the first thing I said. This isn't a short-term agenda, and it can only be implemented with an inter-party approach and with much more openness, transparency and accountability to the citizens of Portsmouth. And then on points 5 and 6 of my motion, we await opportunities to contribute to and discuss the long-awaited traffic and transport strategy, of which, of course, parking charges and employer parking will be a part. These also, incidentally, are both strongly implemented in Oxford and elsewhere, and I realise they're way ahead of us. They have 6 park and rides and hardly any free parking for non-residents in the city centre at all. So we've got a long way to go here, making difficult decisions in the interests of reducing pollution. Carbon reduction is a requirement for all council contracts. Point 7 is a very important one. I urge you to look at it. That's common in a lot of other authorities. And likewise, the carbon reduction kite mark for partners. And I'm adding also again the need for us to have a clear environmental impact statement, which I notice is still not on important decision-making reports. I expect that the Cabinet member and leader will come up with all sorts of excuses for why this is a slow agenda. The fact is that lots is going on, but at a snail's pace. But the fundamental point is that we need to see evidence that the carbon reduction agenda is a golden thread running through everything this council does. And we need to tackle this most important aspect of our work together. We're in a climate emergency. We need urgent and joined-up action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just to make sure I've ticked all the boxes this end, Councillor Corkery, you seconding that proposal, yeah?
Yes, I'm happy to second the motion and reserve my right to speak later on in the debate.
Thank you. So there have been 2 amendments to this motion. One is from Councillor Dave Ashmore, another one is from Councillor Luke Stubbs. Members of Councillor Stubbs Ashmore, are you happy for us to circulate both of them together? Yeah, if that's okay. Thank you very much. Peter, would you circulate, please? Can I remind members that after this piece of work or this, I'll be taking 10 minutes comfort break, okay? Thank you. After the motion, yes, after the motion. I've been told a good 5 minutes for you to look at the paperwork in front of you. Members, have you all had enough time, or do you want a couple more minutes? A couple more minutes, thank you. Okay, members, I'm going to ask Councillor Ashmore to talk on his amendment. Councillor Ashmore, please. Propose it, sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to thank Councillor Smythe for bringing this again. It is, as you say, climate emergency. It is something that is vital. It's important. It's probably the priority issue, not just in Portsmouth, not just in the local area, but around the world. I remember when we debated whether to announce a climate emergency last year at the full council. Everyone was getting up and making impassioned speeches about it, and about how much we needed to go forward on this. And I remember in my own one talking about how the fires were raging in California at the time, which is how bad it was around the world. And as we speak now, it's fires are raging in Australia. And it makes me think, if nothing's done on a global stage, what else is going to be burning the next time we talk about this, and the next time. That's how important it is. Obviously, we can't do anything about the world, but we can do something about where we are. What we've done with this amendment is just to put down, because I don't think we should be backwards in coming forwards about things we have done. I think there are things that we should be impressing on other authorities that maybe haven't got this far. And it talks about the things we've done with the greening strategy, for example, with the food waste trial, and where, how far we've gone where possible with the transport. Because you're absolutely right, we should be looking at being more bold of what we can do with the transport, like buses and trains, because they're the ones we need to make better and affordable for the people to get, offer the alternative for people to get out of cars, to be able to use them. And that will make a heck of a lot of difference to the amount of carbon emissions. So yeah, it's got a list of things we've done on there, and it's not just me trying to put some greenwash on it and say, look what we've done, aren't we good? We've kept the things that you've put in there. They need to be in there, as you say. We need to push forward. But what we've done is I've expanded it. I've put more things in there. We want this to be a much more ambitious thing that's on there, so that there's a kind of public record. People can go through it and see what other things that we can be held to account on, what other things we're working on already, what other things that we can be helped with, and the other things that are going on, like for example the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. So things where it's things on there where we have done things have been highlighted, things where we need to go further are on there, and things basically, and yeah, we think we should be where we've done well, whether it be the solar panels, whether it be with the greening plans, whether it be with our clean air strategy. That's things that we should be broadcasting more of. So that's why that's in there. But it also goes much further, and it also helps people to keep us on the level and see what ambitions this council have got with in all sorts of sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to confirm, Councillor Pitt, you're seconding what Councillor Ashmore was saying?
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I now go over to Councillor Luke Stubbs, please. Thank you very much for your...
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I certainly would agree with Councillor Ashmore that it's welcome that this motion has come forward, but I do feel the need to submit an amendment to it because, as Councillor Smythe has acknowledged, any motion needs to be realistic, and in fact, as Mr Darcy earlier on in his deputation expressed, I think he expressed some doubts about whether it was. Now, I don't know, what his angle on this was, but I certainly have some doubts about whether some of this is things we can realistically do. So there are some aspects of this asking for things that are outside the scope of local government, and to put this in a motion that says we're going to do this doesn't really do anyone any good, because it gives the impression that something's going to happen when it won't, because you don't control it. And the most obvious area for that is the stuff relating to public transport. Now, the motion is a little bit ambiguous when it talks about an integrated transport strategy. I'm taking that to mean public transport. Certainly talks later on about the commissioning of buses. Well, of course, we don't commission buses, with one or two exceptions, the 22, a couple of night routes, weekend routes, so forth. But essentially, this local authority does not commission bus services. So we have no right to instruct First Bus about what services to run, which vehicles to operate. That's a matter between them and Parliament. It is not a matter for the Council. And to talk about creating an integrated transport strategy, well, you can create one, but you can't make it happen. I mean, you could do, maybe if it's talking about park and ride, perhaps, could do about cycle lanes, but I suspect an integrated transport strategy goes beyond that. I suspect what you're really talking about, or a large part of what you're talking about, is public transport, and you can create whatever strategy you want, and then you can write a letter to First Bus asking, could you please consider implementing this, and then they won't. So it creates a false impression. On some other things, I've expressed some concerns about the costs, most obviously when we're talking here about contracts. Now, I acknowledge that when you're talking about contracts and about having zero carbon or low carbon clauses in that, it could mean a lot of different things, and it could mean different things to different contracts. But potentially, it is expensive, which is why I put in an amendment. Which is why the amendment we're putting forward says that this is something that should be investigated and reported back, because this is potentially something which could give rise to very large sums, millions of pounds of new costs, and the only way new costs can be met is by taking out existing costs, in which case where, or from new revenue, which means taxes. So this isn't something to be done lightly, and I know the motion has put low cost in brackets, but I'm afraid that doesn't make it low cost. It's only low cost if it really doesn't cost very much. The other thing which we have concerns about is perhaps more fundamental, where we actually disagree with the priority order on this, and that relates to matters connected to parking. Now, the motion talks about increasing parking charges. There's two different types of charges that could be interpreted as meaning. One is to do with residents' parking charges. So does that mean then that residents who are paying for a permit cost in order to park on their street should pay a much larger cost relating to climate change? Now, I would have a lot of trouble supporting that, and I would also question its legality as well, because these are things which are on cost recovery. And let's not forget the Barnet case, where Barnet Council, for other reasons, wanted to increase residents' parking charges considerably, and it was all ruled illegal because they wanted to use the money for other purposes. Or you could mean town centre parking, well, if you just think about that for a moment, we've got town centres everywhere struggling. All of our town centres are struggling, not just here, of course. It's a much wider thing than just that. Do we really want to say, well, we're going to put parking charges right up to try to encourage you not to park, to try to encourage you not to drive here, to make it too expensive to come here? Go to the retail parks instead, where there is free parking. Maybe go to one of our neighbouring towns who have different policies, because that's what that would achieve. And in terms of workplace parking charges, well, it's been a long time now since we've had any real office development in the city centre, and part of the reason for that, much of the reason for that, is to do with access and parking. Now, I'm not saying we should be building lots of parking spaces in the city centre, but I am saying that is one of the reasons why we've seen so much office space go for housing, because it is not viable as office space anymore. If you make it too expensive for people, if you try to put big charges on to make office space in Portsmouth more expensive than office space outside of Portsmouth, you'll chase jobs out of the city. I don't think that does anyone any good, except perhaps our neighbouring authorities who will benefit from this, but we certainly wouldn't. So I would ask that those bits be taken out. That's in the amendment. And by the way, I'm sorry about the numbering. I don't know why it's reset to 1 and 2 for the last two items on there. It should be 6 and 7, but those are the recommendations which we've come up with, and I think that's a more positive approach.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. Just to make sure everybody's happy, Councillor Bowser, do you second what Councillor Stubbs just said?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. So the matter now is obviously open for debate. First person I've got is Councillor Will Purvis. Councillor Purvis, please.
Probably won't surprise members, I've got plenty to say on this. I just wanted to, before I talk about general things that we can learn from other areas, challenge a couple of things in one of these amendments. Interestingly, I've spent some time in Nottingham recently, which is one of the probably most forward-thinking authorities around some of these things, and they were the first to introduce the workplace parking levy, so charging employers for having parking spaces. And at the time, in 2012, the Chamber of Commerce went absolutely bananas, said it would kill the high street, it would kill local businesses, etc., etc. Here we are, 7 years later, 25% increase in local businesses and 23,500 more jobs in the local area. It has not done that. What it has done is generate £60 million to invest in public transport, part of which gone to their, and I would say integrated transport is not cheap. Their tramline extension was about £450 million. So if you're really committed to doing this, you have to accept that there are difficult decisions and there are difficult investments required. But if you want to say we shouldn't be increasing parking charges, flip that on its head. Have a look at what international examples like Oslo did, where 60% of vehicles sold in Norway are electric vehicles currently. And a large part of that is they made free parking, free charging, toll exemptions. They made a positive choice to go for zero carbon vehicles as a lifestyle choice. Obviously that's for those who can afford it, but you want to make those people drive the take-up. You want to make those people help you improve your emissions, and it drives wider behaviour. More broadly, there are some more kind of revenue-generating ideas that can also help people's lifestyle choices. We all know that parking is a major issue here in the city. Have a look at what Brighton's doing with a car club, and they're actually moving with Enterprise to an electric car club at the moment. An awful lot of people only have a car because public transport isn't ideal for all solutions. An hourly rental system can help people do that. But we also need to think about consumption and holding businesses to account that are driving that level of consumption. Right now, we are battling supermarkets to get them to have Tetra Pak recycling. They need to take accountability for the impact they're having on emissions in this city, and we need to be putting pressure on them through planning, through rate systems, how they need to be accountable for their role in the city. And obviously we should also be looking at whether there are things the council can do to support the third sector. The obvious example is the package-free larder that I've spoken about before, helping get businesses like that up and running, giving them incentives and positively prioritising them when it comes to council procurement policy. Now, that is possible. Have a look at the Preston model that's prioritised local business. There are ways that we can invest in the local business community to help us do this. So I fully support the motion and the amendment from Dave Ashmore. I'm afraid I can't support the Conservative amendment, mainly because the evidence is not there to back up that these are the implications of these decisions. We need to be brave. We need to make these decisions now. We need to make change before it's too late.
Thank you, Councillor Purvis. Councillor Lee Hunt. Councillor Hunt, please. You were next.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I'm talking with this thing in my ear because it helps me to hear. And I can actually hear music around the building at the same time, so be careful what you say, because I just might overhear what you're saying. What I want to do is to support Councillor Whittington's amendment and the proposition from our colleagues across...
Councillor Ashmore's amendment.
Councillor Ashmore's amendment, sorry. But I think one thing that the proposition from the Labour group is deficient in is to talk about the sorts of things that Councillor Ashmore's amendment addresses at the same time. So as a administration and as a cabinet, we recognise all the good work that's going on across the city to reduce carbon in everything that we do. I personally have cut right down on, for example, on red meat. There's some morals behind it, but I've cut down on that too. So as a cabinet, we want we welcome all these ideas from across the council and from across groups and parties from across Portsmouth. I do want people and I want officers of the council to know that this administration recognises the enormous, the great work that they are doing, not just here in this city, but also over at Gosport and in West Sussex, for example, the collaboration that goes on there. So the good work of this administration and this cabinet and the council has recently been recognised as our in-house services team won the coveted Council of the Year award at the 2019 South East Energy Awards. And the Council was also commended in a second category for its work around mitigating fuel poverty and the provision of affordable energy for vulnerable residents. So our policies around green energy and the green industries and a green future benefit people in all sorts of different ways, and not least the ability for us to be able to breathe clean air. Our hard-working officers and councillors also scooped top award for the schools, and Councillor Horton and Councillor Pitt would know about this. They scooped the top award for the school's solar panel scheme at the National Awards ceremony for our commitment here in Portsmouth to solar power at the National Association of Directors of the Environment, Economy, Planning and Transport prestigious awards. In this particular case, where Portsmouth City Council assisted our neighbouring council, West Sussex, to deliver a major solar panel scheme. And this partnership led to this council winning the Delivering Clean Growth category. So not only are we working hard here as an administration and as a council, all of us, doing more and better, and we have ambitions to do yet more, lots more. We are helping our neighbours. So I just wanted to make everybody, make it very clear to those hard-working officers who work on our behalf and do the things that we ask them to do, that we recognise the excellent work that they're doing. And sometimes I don't think that comes out. Sometimes I think it looks like, despite what's being said, with one party trying to get a leg over the other one, it isn't like that. We are all trying very hard to improve the air quality, and those things that are mentioned in Councillor Ashmore's amendment reflect that, together with just a couple of the things that I pulled off the internet. And if you go onto the internet, you'll see scores more things that this City Council and the administrations before have been doing around green energy and reducing carbon. So I hope very much that the Council will get behind the proposition that's been put and the amendment from Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Councillor Hunter. Councillor John Ferret, please. Councillor Ferret.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. This has gone in an interesting direction, actually. Not quite what I anticipated by just looking at the motion itself. Clearly, the amendments have put a different light on it, and I was particularly interested hearing the contrary contributions from Councillor Purvis and Councillor Stubbs, which both have merit and show the difficulty in this. I expected to be assailed by climate rebellion, or Extinction Rebellion, climate rebellion. Extinction Rebellion when I turned up today, but perhaps they were put off by the climate, and they're not here. I think I also saw yesterday that they've been designated a terrorist organisation by the government. So I think that's going a little bit over the top. About Extinction Rebellion. Whilst I don't agree with much of their tactics, I think they're wholly counterproductive in terms of the way they address issues. I applauded the workers of Canning Town who removed them from the top of the tube train when they were trying to get to work at 7 o'clock in the morning. But nevertheless, I think declaring them a terrorist organisation is more than a little worrying, and I hope that's not an indication. We all know about the politics of the current Home Secretary. But I hope that Conservative members here will be contacting their party and making sure that that isn't the case. People have the right to protest no matter how much we might disagree with them. In terms of the contributions, I do enjoy, actually, Councillor Stubbs' EOR contributions and his injection of realism into these debates, because I think, these motions are very worthy. I think the Deputy alluded to the fact it's sort of tinkering at the edges rather than being radical, but I think Councillor Stubbs was highlighting what happens when you implement these things, the counterproductive impacts you can have. We all know the potential impacts, for example, if we ban cars coming into the city, that's likely to have on businesses. Nevertheless, Councillor Purvis has pointed out how other cities are developing their city centres. I know that Birmingham, from visiting these cities, Birmingham and Bristol, are developing a lot of high quality office accommodation in their city centres, and at the same time putting in place measures to restrict traffic going into the city centre. So that is being bold and that is being brave. But I suppose looking at those cities, they've probably got greater connectivity in terms of public transport, and that's something that we would need to solve in this city as well. But I'm coming down on the side of Councillor Purvis there, because we can all look at reasons for not doing this, but that's the crisis. We don't do anything about it, and I recognise not just here but on a global scale, then we are facing Armageddon. So just to end this from a personal observation, I went to Utrecht last year for a few days, and maybe my last trip abroad whilst we're members of the European Union, and felt totally at home there in Utrecht, a very friendly city. Go to the centre of Utrecht, there is no traffic in the centre of Utrecht. What you have in the centre of Utrecht is multi-storey bike parks. And I think when we can get to a situation where we have multi-storey bike parks, then we might be cracking this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. Next one is Councillor Corkery, please. Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second the motion before us today, because I believe that the climate crisis is fast becoming the defining political issue of our time. We've seen Greta Thunberg lead the campaign internationally and inspire a series of school strikes that we've seen it here in Portsmouth, just outside the Guildhall, and it's been a pleasure of mine to attend those and work with activists who are trying to bring awareness to these issues. Rather than mock people like Extinction Rebellion, I'm actually interested in working with them and other groups to see what we can do positively in our communities to bring about real change. I think it's incumbent on all of us to take meaningful steps towards tackling the climate change and putting it really at the top of our political agenda. That means taking action, not just words. Following the climate emergency motion passed last year, progress has been made, but we feel that more needs to be done and at a faster pace. At a citywide level, I think that obviously, as we've seen from the amendment, it's been clear, action has been taken, but there's obviously more always that can be done, and perhaps more priority that can be given towards it. And I think there's perhaps also an issue around awareness of what's being done, and that being able to be spread around the full council, rather than just nominated spokespeople. Perhaps there's something more that we can do to pull all councillors into this, because this is something that we can't just leave to the cabinet member responsible or the cabinet or the administration. We've all got a responsibility to get involved and look what we can do. In our wards, there's action that we can do. So I know that we've been working with Extinction Rebellion actually in our wards and a local community group in one of the areas that's most affected by areas of poor air quality. I mean, the impact that has on outcomes in those areas. And what we're looking to do is work with Extinction Rebellion and other interested groups and the existing community associations to organise educational initiatives and green initiatives, so people that know their area best, asking them, what could we do to green your area? What improvements could be done to improve the ecological environment? And in Charles Dickens, we're perhaps got a slightly different situation in that we have got significant SIL funding available, and that's something we're very keen to do, is approach these community groups and ask them, there's a pot of money here, how can we help you spend it in your area to improve the climate and improve kind of ecological outcomes? I think one example at a city council level and at a kind of administration level where action is being taken but not at the required pace, like Councillor Smythe mentioned, is that of the environmental impact assessments. So, I mean, it stands to be corrected. I think this was referenced in the original climate emergency motion. Still yet to see it come into action. I know progress is being made, but again, this is just something about trying to speed up that process, ensuring we're doing all we can to take action as soon as possible. I think tackling climate change must be a thread, as was said, that runs through everything we do. And this motion should act, hopefully, as a timely reminder of that and an opportunity for us all to discuss these issues. Again, these aren't issues that should be pigeonholed into one particular cabinet member's responsibility. There should be something that is discussed in every meeting, every aspect of what the council does, every aspect of what we all do as councillors. What can we be doing to tackle the climate emergency? In terms of the amendments, I guess it's worth commenting on briefly. I think the Lib Dem amendment is generally supportive of what we're trying to do. A lot of it is rewording and adding detail, so that is mostly pretty welcome. I think the Tory amendment is not doing that at all. It's actually quite a regressive step. It tries to water down the motion. It talks about, let me find the wording, any actions have to be balanced with other considerations. I mean, the implication of that is that climate change is just one of a number of competing priorities. And I'm sorry, but that is not a notion I accept at all. Climate change is something that has to be at the top of our political agenda, feeding into every aspect of what the council does. It's not just one of a number of competing priorities. At the end of the day, there is no parking, there is no public services, there is no council on a dead planet. So that is something we need to be prioritising and pushing forward. In conclusion, I think climate change has to remain at the top of the agenda, and motions like this are an important way of ensuring that is the case. So let's keep having these discussions and ensure that we all act together to bring about the change that's needed to protect the planet for future generations.
Thank you, Councillor. I owe an apology to members. I've got 6 other people waiting to talk and I have to take a 5-minute comfort break. I do apologise. I've tried my best and the numbers keep going up and keep going up and I'm thinking no. So there's no way. I do apologise, Leader and everybody, but could we have 5 minutes? Strictly 5 minutes? Yeah, yes. All right. Okay. Well, okay then. Everyone happy with that then? So we'll have a 50-foot break. Thank you very much. And we'll all come back here at, 5 o'clock? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I do apologise. Thank you, members. Would you all take your seats, please? So again, thank you very much for being so understanding, members. We've still got a few lights on here. It's a great thing with technology. It tells you exactly where you've left off. So the next person on here is Councillor Hugh Mason. Councillor Mason, please.
My Lord Mayor, in looking at the words which we have in front of us, I find myself thinking that we really do need to support the First Amendment. And my reason for this is that a motion, once we've passed it, doesn't just lie with us. It is a public statement for eternity, as it were, so long as paper exists. And so I think there is a danger that we will sell ourselves short unless we accept the First Amendment. Because we have, as a council, I'm not talking just of administration, as a council, moved forward very rapidly in the 10 months since we debated the climate emergency. And we have faced up to this climate emergency. Have we done enough? No, of course we haven't. Will we be able to do enough? I doubt it. But we'll do what we can do. And we do it on two fronts. We do it by protection. The sea defences which we have built around the north of the island. The sea defences which we will be building on the southern part of this island in order to take precautions against the climate emergency and the rising sea levels. But we also need to do a lot to mitigate, to put forward. And I think the extended list of actions which we have in front of us, this extended list of 17 actions, perhaps we could go on and on and on, but I think it is worth having this extended list of low-cost actions which we intend to take listed there as a public record of which the public can hold us responsible. You know, they can see whether we're doing it or not. I think it is useful to have that, this expanded list of areas. Some of them we can do. Some of them we might be able to do. Some of them we will feel frustrated that we can't do. But it's important to have a good, complete list, as big a list as we can, of major issues which we assure ourselves, but also assure the people of Portsmouth that we will address. And so I would commend the First Amendment as a sensible addition to the words which were brought forward by my ward colleague in the initial motion. So let us support the First Amendment. The Second Amendment, I think, is a little more difficult because it does have certain negativities in it. I'm listening. I have not made up my mind on that one yet. I shall listen to hear the rest of the debate. But please support the First Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Terry Norton, please. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's that old words from me, the kind of, I wasn't going to speak on this, but I will speak on it, so I'll keep it very, very brief. I think it's good that there's a real positive approach here, and, I thank Councillor Smythe for bringing this forward, and I agree with a lot of the things that she was saying there. I am inclined to support the Conservative amendment, and the reason for that is around point 5 there, where it says about the large vehicles being charged for off-road parking, and the issue there, I think we always hear this, don't we, as councillors, about people frustrated that large vans are in their street and they're dominating the parking spaces. But the alternative is that these companies will probably put vans in a depot, and then somebody will purchase a car and not have a van to drive around in, and it's more traffic on the road. So I am inclined to go with the Conservative motion there. But the most important thing for me is the positivity that's come around actively working with other councils. It's really refreshing to hear so many members talking about good practice, even as far as Oslo and places like that. And it's something that I think in many any of the portfolios across the council we can do more of. Look at where things are working and learn from good practice in other councils. But again, thank you, I think, for bringing this forward in a positive way to the council instead of this kind of outrageous protest that we so often see. And this seems far more productive. So it's a good thing, I think, whatever one gets passed.
Okay, Councillor Donna-Jones, please. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Smythe for bringing this motion forward, and I know that she's a very considered member of the council. She puts a lot of research and time into points that's particularly when it's a point she feels very strongly about, and I've been in several meetings with her over the last few months where she's spoken very passionately about the green agenda, about climate change, and I can imagine this took a huge amount of time to research and to write this motion. I think it is important that we discuss it. I think the point that Councillor Corkery made about this being one of the key political issues of a generation is young people have spoken very loudly to us over the last couple of years, and they've made us very aware of how they feel about these issues. For me, breathing cleaner air, for my children breathing cleaner air, and my friends and my family and all of the citizens of Portsmouth, it is something that's really important. We do have a number of people in Portsmouth that suffer with asthma and other breathing-related diseases. And we need to think about, whether it does cause asthma or not, whether or not there was asthma 50, 60, 100 years ago when cars weren't around as much. Nonetheless, who wants to breathe in toxic fumes, regardless of what it actually does to your insides? It's just not very nice. I think it's right and proper that we are ambitious. I think that's the point that Councillor Hugh Mason was making, that we are ambitious as a council. And I'm pleased that, when we were the administration, we did start a number of the initiatives that are actually covered in the Liberal Democrat motion. And I want to place on record thanks to Councillor Vernon Jackson and to who spoke to me about this earlier, and also to Councillor Lee Hunt, who made a point of saying it's not about trying to get one leg up against each other, it's about the council as a whole doing a number of good things. And actually, we did help to bring forward some of the, they mentioned the multiple domestic energy schemes. They've continued that. They've added to it. They've done a number of things, which is great. We heard about the solar panels, and that's been talked about, and we put a large number of those solar panels into buildings, council buildings across the roof of the civic offices, and in fact in the schools, which Councillor Lee Mason made reference to in terms of the award that this council got. And I'm sure that the Liberal Democrats have added to that and put more panels on schools. It's not a competition, it's a team effort, and we're all working together, which is really important. I'm also really grateful to Councillor Lee Hunt for mentioning the partnership with West Sussex, which again is something that I was very instrumental in when I was, in fact, leader of the council. In terms of the nitty-gritty, so the aspiration, what we're all trying to achieve, a cleaner, greener Portsmouth, not having as many toxins in the air, being as carbon neutral as we can, doing our bit for the planet, our bit for the environment. I think there'd be very few people, my colleague to my left might be one of them, but anyway, very few people that would probably disagree with that and actually would very much want us to be doing this. But I have got a present for him, which I gave him today, and it's Greta's new book. So there you go, Councillor Stubbs, some bedtime reading for you. But anyway, and he actually did say to me when he opened it, he said, let me just see if this is on recyclable paper. It's not. It's on sustainable. That's not good enough. And I said, "Christ, listen to you as an eco-warrior." Anyway, but there we go. But moving aside, when we then get into the nitty-gritty of the lines in the proposed motion from the Labour Party, there are a couple of points which I'm not going to rehearse because Councillor Stubbs has said about not commissioning buses. I appreciate what Councillor Smythe meant in that. She's talking about making sure the buses we do have on the streets are cleaner and greener. Nonetheless, yes, it is very difficult because they are run by private companies and we have very little influence over it at the moment, but perhaps that's something we can work with the government on in the future. I do think it's important that where possible in this city we use energy companies to supply our gas and electric and that are using energy coming from renewable sources. And I know I said this during hustings during the general election and it got a reaction amongst a certain percentage of the audience, but our government here in the UK is the first major economy globally to commit to net zero by 2050. Now, I appreciate that there are, other aspirations to do that a lot sooner. But let's be clear, When people are talking about an aspiration of net zero by 2030, GMB themselves said it was, I've only got 2 words, utterly unachievable, the Labour aspiration to achieve net zero by 2030. Now, should we condemn people for wanting to achieve net zero by 2030? No, it's an aspiration. It's something that we are working towards. But I do think it's important, and we do have a responsibility both here in Portsmouth for our local economy, the government for the UK economy, in that we aren't setting unrealistic expectations. And I think that's what the gentleman, Mr Darcy, that made the deputation earlier was trying to say is, let's be realistic about what we're trying to ask for here. We did have 2 weeks at the end of May 2019 where we actually went carbon neutral in terms of the entire UK energy consumption for a 2-week period. The government has committed to putting over doubling our spend on renewable energy technology, over £10 million on battery technology, and I truly believe that in 10 years' time we won't be driving any or very, very few diesel and unleaded petrol cars on the road because battery technology would have jumped ahead so much further. So to a certain extent, a number of the air pollution issues that we have in Portsmouth will have been sorted out by them. But the key thing for me really is about the parking charges. There are lots of things in the Labour motion I like, there are lots of things in the Lib Dem motion I like, and if we had some suggestion, if we were about to implement a tram system in Portsmouth, if we were about to implement the monorail or a light rapid transit system and it was about to start next year or the year after, I think I could probably swallow this a bit more. But taxing motorists with no other alternative is going to hurt jobs, hurt our local economy, and it simply won't attract employers to the city, which is what we need to do.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I've got Councillor Atkins, please. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Looking at the motions, it obviously provokes strong passions from many in the Chamber, and I thank Councillor Smythe for her commitment to this issue and for continually raising it and bringing it forward and keeping us aware of it. And in the Conservative group, we had a good discussion about this motion, and I think it does come down to the issue of parking for me and the car transportation issue in the motion as well. I prefer, I have to say, the Lib Dem amended version. I think that's more nuanced and does do more to recognise the large amount the city has already done. So I think that added detail is an improvement. However, I personally struggle to vote for anything that does include the 2 plans on parking, which, by the way, I think are somewhat contradictory. I was having a brief read about the Notting example mentioned by the councillor previously, and part of the strategy there, obviously, or in a lot of these cases, is reducing consumer parking charges or allowing consumers to come in at the expense of workers' parking. So it's kind of trading off workers' parking in exchange for consumers. So if you were to raise both parking charges and charge employers in an attempt to, if you like, scare cars out of the city centre, I think that would have quite a substantial negative impact on business. The other thing I think we have to recognise when it comes to the city of Portsmouth is that we're not like every other city in the country. We have very high intensity residential areas. We are an island city where the routes in and out of our city are not necessarily as easy to access as some other cities. And we have a part of our city on the mainland and a part of our city on Portsea Island. And we have transport links between the two provided entirely by or almost entirely by private sector organisations. And I think we all have to look at that situation and recognise that the public transport system we have in Portsmouth is perhaps not the greatest, particularly if you're someone living in PO6, so Cosham, or in Paulsgrove or Wimmering, or in Drayton and Farthington. And the ability to access the city centre and city centre employment on the buses is a substantial undertaking. It's not easy, it's expensive, and the freedom and the quality of life provided by the ability to use your own car is something that we shouldn't quickly dispense with, something we shouldn't easily ignore. The truth of the workplace parking levy in Nottingham, I read a statistic that said that 8 out of 10 of those charges was being passed on from employers to the workers. So that kind of parking levy is, in fact, generally a tax on work, and quite a substantial one, particularly for lower paid workers. So I do think we have to remember that our city isn't just those people living in the city centre, in Southsea, in Charles Dickens, in Old Portsmouth, who can easily access all the employment and the amenities of the city. Our city extends up to the North End, into Hilsea, and out into PO6 to Paulsgrove, Cosham and Wimmering. And those people do rely on their cars in order to participate in community and working life in the city. And I think it would have a substantial negative effect on those individuals, particularly those who are less well off and rely on their cars to come to work in the city, if we were to focus on cars. I think cars, obviously they are a contributor to climate change. I think I agree with Councillor Jones that I do see over the next 10 to 20 years a transition to more electric and less polluting vehicles, and I think the issue created by cars will decline in importance, and I think it's very important that we don't ignore the quality of life benefit that private car ownership provides. And so for that reason I can't support the motion as it is originally drafted. And I do think the Conservative amendment is important in recognising that I don't think punishing drivers is a solution that will work well for Portsmouth. It was in fact even mentioned by the deputy on the subject when he said we need to be realistic. His main concern, or one of his main concerns, was the through traffic going to the Isle of Wight via the ferries. This is not something I think Portsmouth can easily afford to lose either, nor can the community on the Isle of Wight. Portsmouth is a city that has particular issues with traffic and transport, but they're not easily resolvable. We don't have the money to spend 50 or 60 million on a tram system or a rail system or a system that can trans people through to the Isle of Wight. And so Portsmouth as a city will be relying on cars, in my opinion, for the foreseeable future. And I think the Council does need to recognise that. I think there are a lot of other great strategies proposed in some of the Lib Dem amendment, and I think the Council has already done a lot on this issue, although that we can obviously do more, but I think we have to be more imaginative, and I do think we have to look beyond cars. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I've got 4 people ready to speak. Councillor Darren Sanders, please. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much indeed, my Lord Mayor. I have to say I agree with essentially with several things Labour colleagues have put forward. I tend to agree with the diagnosis and have trouble with the solutions. And I think this is one of them. I think that this motion is welcome, and I'm congratulated about that. If only because Councillor Corkery has spoken for 6 minutes without mentioning housing once, which I have to say is a world record, and I will write to Guinness later about that. But I think it is very, very welcome for this. But I think it misses out certain key aspects, and that I think is something the Lib Dem amendment brings back in. The first is what we are doing. The impression from the amendment, I'm sure completely unintentional on Councillor Smythe's part, is that essentially we're too slow, nothing much is happening, and when in fact lots is happening, and that's why I'm delighted the Lib Dem amendment has put that through. Just to give one example, because I will make up for Councillor Corkery's omission of mentioning housing, Britain's biggest passive house project is not in Swansea, it's not in Southampton, it's in Somerstown. It's Wilmcote House. Now, you can't call, apparently the big bods say you can't call it passive house because you're refurbishing a building as opposed to building a new one. But that's something we've done. And that's something we should be proud of. And that's something I know Councillor Morgan has assisted in this as well, is something that we are promoting across the country. We should be proud of the work we're doing also in terms of energy efficiency as well. And I'll come back to that in a second, but we are doing a great deal. And I think the Lib Dem amendment enables that to happen and actually highlights that, because we do need to work together, as I will come back. The second thing I have wrong with the motion as it stood was that it missed out key areas. There was nothing about housing in there. And there are several low-cost things you could do. For instance, like making sure that every new home is green in the Portsmouth plan. That's the cost of just writing it in. And I think that's being ambitious, and I think aspects of the motion were not ambitious enough, and I think that was a fault that existed. We should, as a matter of principle, make every home greener, make every home more energy efficient as far as we can, and make every new home green. I remember the struggles we had with the developers at Kingston Prison, Councillor Smith, Councillor Stagg and myself, saying, why don't you put solar panels on the top? And meeting resistance, a resistance which is slightly less now that Vivid Homes is building 2/3 of it. But we do need to be ambitious, particularly with regards to housing, because so many of our homes are so fuel poor and are contributing so much to the climate emergency. And the other thing that was talked about by Councillor Corkery was around the need for integration. There are many small things that we can do. So, for instance, I've agreed that House Talk magazine is now put into potato starch wrapping as opposed to plastic wrapping. Somebody complained. We were able to do that. It's cost us a few more £100 more, but it's the right thing to do. On the Eastern Road, we are planting new trees in council blocks. But that's not good enough. We can't just have, as Councillor Corkery said, one department doing this when everybody else is ignoring it. So that's why we're working with other departments to make sure that all aspects of the Eastern Road are now receive more trees, because we should work together. The other aspect that's missing from the proposals, as originally stood, was the voluntary sector. Councillor Smith earlier on talked about the hive and about the need to involve voluntary groups. And there's a strong strain of working class environmentalism in this city. One of the loveliest things I've seen this year so far was Councillor Stagg working with little kids, living in our ward on Saturday, making sure they've got trees named after them going to be planted at Baffin's Pond. That's helping the future. Also stuff like people at Tamworth Park, for instance, Graham and Marion Claxton, who are planting trees and planting wildflower meadows. We need to do more of that work. And also the work of the Great Saltons Preservation Society as well in trying to improve those areas. And I can't go on saying that without saying about the work of the community orchards, planting fruit trees across the city. Working with other people, because we can't do it ourselves. That was missing from the original motion. It's not missing from the Lib Dem amendment. I'm delighted to do it. The final aspect is around that working together. And if somebody from Oxford is coming down to a meeting, I'm sure all of us in the administration would love to have a chat with them. I personally didn't know about the meeting that existed. That's a bit of a shame. We need to work with other councils, whether it's Liberal Democrat Sutton, Conservative-run Birmingham, Labour-run Oxford. No one has a monopoly of truth in all this, and we do need to work together, and I would encourage all colleagues, if they're going to invite people down, to try and talk with other people to make sure that it happens. And that means also making sure that we re-establish groups. If there are meetings, cross-party meetings, which I understand have happened, we need to make sure that we're all there, so that we can all work together. I understand that may not have happened in the past, but I hope that's something that we can continue on with. So essentially there are many good things in this motion, but it needs to be improved. The Liberal Democrat amendment does that. I have to say, with the Conservative amendment about parking, I do find it interesting, considering our Conservative colleagues did bring in the first charge, or charging for the first parking permit, whereas Councillor Stagg here has now made sure that we have free parking permits, thank you very much, free parking permits for electric vehicles, and a cut in the parking permit charge for the greenest vehicles. That is a sensible way forwards. And if we do need to look at increasing parking charges, our freedom should not be fettered. But the impression in the Conservative amendment that it's a one-way street is a bit wrong. And I think we do have to look at things properly. We do need to be realistic, as Mr. Darcy said. We do have to understand the trade-offs. The Liberal Democrat amendment does that, and I ask you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Leader of the Council, Gerald Ronan Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think the first thing I need to do is to thank Judith and the Labour Group for bringing this motion forward. I think it's useful and helpful, and I think we need to be realistic that addressing the climate emergency has to be the most important issue for this council, for this city, for this country, and for the globe. And we have to start on that point, and that's where everything else moves from. So I very much welcome this. But, my Lord Mayor, I think it has to be bigger than any one party. None of us have a monopoly of knowledge and monopoly of wisdom. And that's why I hope that the words that we're hoping to add to the motion actually help it and build on the proposals. So I thought it was important that we actually recognise some of the work that the Council has done over the years, under all administrations and with input from all councillors from all groups. So, the 22,000 solar panels we've got, converting all the lamp posts to LED, 50,000 trees in the city, the work that's happening at the port to make the port the first carbon neutral port, and appointing a climate change officer to work here at the Council. And I think it's really important to recognise that. But I also think it's got to recognise some of the other things that we could do. And we've been able to add to Judith's, I think, original 8 list of things that we should be doing to make it now 17. And I hope that that is helpful and useful of other things we could be doing. So having electric charging things at the port so that ships can plug in and run off the electrics there. Looking at the food waste recycling scheme that we've got, which is being enormously successful, really, really impactful, taking out from that 40% of the rubbish that goes, that we dispose of, which is food waste, actually tackling that. And we've got much higher rates of people choosing to be involved in that here than in other councils. 65% of people are choosing to be involved. In Eastleigh, it's only 50%. So we've got really good things that we are all doing. So I think this is helpful. My plea would be for us to work together on this. I think this motion would have been much stronger and much better if we had worked across groups on this, on something we could all agree with. And I think by our words, I hope we add to it not only what we have done, but what we can do in the future. I have to say that the feedback from members of staff who work at the City Council, who are involved in projects to try to address the climate emergency, to having their projects not mentioned in this report, has been real offence and upset. That the work being done on the cycling and walking initiatives was not recognised here has caused real upset by the officers there. The work that's being done to more recycling through the food waste trial, not recognised in this report. The work to try to make sure that with the local plan we're getting more trees in and things like that. And I think we have to work with everybody to try to make sure that we get the best out of this. So my plea in the future is if we're able to work together. It would have been great, it would have been wonderful if the Cabinet member with responsibility for climate change had been invited to come to hear the guy from Oxford, to hear what's been happening. And if we were able to work together, and Dave it would have been really good if that had been possible. But that didn't happen. And Lord Mayor, we have set up meetings, both in September, October and November, for spokespeople on climate change from all the parties to get together. And Dave Ashmore sits there on his own. Sit there, sad man that he is. But my plea is to the Labour group and to the Conservative group, please come and get involved in trying to do the work to address this. And we'd love to work with you, but we can't unless you turn up. So I have a difference of view to some of my Conservative colleagues. I really welcome the work that Extinction Rebellion do. I think they're doing great work, and they are keeping us thinking about it. When Stephen and I were at the climate emergency at Hustings together, it was a really useful discussion about things we should be doing. But my concern is only 0.1% of people in the city have been coming to the protest. We have to make sure that this is wide-ranging and everybody's involved. So my plea is for us to work together, for us to be ambitious in what we do, to recognise the progress we've made, but to be absolutely clear of where we need to be going and to work together. And I'm very, very happy to do that with anybody, but we can't do that if one political group tries to do it all on their own. So my offer to the Labour group is do get involved, do help in greening the city. We'd love to work with you, but we can't do it if you won't do it.
Thank you, Leader. Next one on my list is Councillor Matthew Willington. Councillor Willington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'd like to echo what's been said already in terms of the work that's been done by the council, but I'd like to, as I often do in these cases, is to always remind everyone about this isn't about some kind of distant thing. This is about people. This is about the people of the city. So it's mentioned in the one of the deputations earlier. It's been mentioned on the floor of the council as well about asthmatics. I am one of those. I always again point that out because it does affect people like me more than it does other people when you have really poor air quality issues. So that's why, for me, it's always about whatever you're doing. So you can put lists like we have in our amendment down on the page. You can talk about possibilities about what you can do, as the original motion said. You can even put about the does car park charges put people off or not. All of it is a human impact. So that for us is what it's always about. It's about that human impact, whatever we do. So remember, in the end, what we're doing, the reason why we want to try and tackle the climate emergency, both in the city, in this country, and around the world, is not just because you want to tackle the climate emergency. You want to make it so that yourselves in your lifetimes and your children and your grandchildren and all the generations that come after us in this world can actually exist in a place which isn't going to kill them. Of course, we've seen in Australia, haven't we? Just yesterday, they were doing qualifying for the Australian Open tennis, and there was athletes, really high-grade athletes, finding it impossible to play tennis, impossible to do their jobs because of the fires that are being exacerbated by their appalling droughts, which is caused by climate change. So that is always what I will come to. I will also come to another thing, and it's a bit of a theme. It happens all the time. We've talked already today about central government not listening to local government, and this is again a central government not listening to local government thing. So just today, we've had the Prime Minister has said because an airline is failing, a business is failing, what's he going to do? Is he going to subsidise the airline? Well, I'm not a huge fan of subsidising private companies, but if you want to do that, then that's fair. No. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to cut air passenger duty for all internal flights. Can you imagine what the impact is going to be? So instead of thinking, oh, well, actually, it's a little bit more expensive to fly than I'd be happy with, and actually, I'll let the train, what's the old thing, the train take the strain, so I'll get the train or I'll do something else. No, instead he wants to make, the Prime Minister said he wants to make it even easier, even cheaper, to go on the most polluting form of transport we have in this country. The most polluting form of transport. So what does that tell you? So we have on the one hand, they say, oh, well, we've committed to zero carbon by 2050, which is very admirable. But at the same time, you then say, but we're going to make the most polluting form of transport cheaper and easier to use. So where does that work? And then locally, we want massively sustainable, fantastic transport links across the Solent region. And we've wanted them for 20 years. And what did local government do? They cancelled our rapid transit system, which was proposed. That was under, and again, it doesn't matter what colour the government was, because they cancelled it. Labour government cancelled that. And then what do we have? £244 million. That's £244 million invested in a smart motorway. I looked it up actually on election day. How much did this cost? £244 million. Can you imagine if £244 million had been invested in sustainable transport in the Solent area, rather than on a road, which is a smart motorway, which now Highways England and government ministers have said, well, we're not going to do any more smart motorways because they're dangerous. Well, I think anyone could have told you that in the first place. Well, there you go. And that's the thing. So we as local councils are forever having to fight against central government because they don't listen. So I completely want us to work together. I completely want us to do our very best to really work through the LGA as well, to really say to central government. But I must say, the final thing is, I almost thought Councillor Stubbs was going to be walking in here today with a bit of coal and doing a bit of a Scott Morrison, the Prime Minister of Australia, because his kind of Eeyore stuff is just saying it's all about money and you put that before people's lives. 5 years ago nearly, there was a report done by the EDCL scrutiny panel which got evidence saying that if you walk and cycle, if you create better walking and cycling places for people to go, it actually improves more people shopping. We learned that 5 years ago, so let's actually follow what that says, not some kind of agenda which says it's all about money. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor, oh no, we mustn't talk. Councillor Robert New, please. Councillor New, please.
News to me about Councillor Stubbs going vegan. It sounds like broadly we're all travelling in the same direction and there's actually a lot of consensus. And I think this has been a good debate actually because despite what are down on these various amendments and on the original motion, there's a lot of really quite positive ideas I feel that are coming forward. And I just wanted to add to that because some of the people have been talking today here in the chamber about alternatives to buses and cars. And I agree with you. And actually, as somebody that uses public transport to get out of Milton up to Lakeside, I think the buses are good, but I completely take all of your points that you make with regards to them being expensive. I don't think they do take a long time, but if you were coming down from Hillsley Road in Paulsgrove into the city centre, it would take much longer than me going out of the city. So I completely take all of those points. During and before the general election, when Penny Mordaunt MP went out and asked residents of Portsmouth North for ideas to help formulate her manifesto, as she always does right before a general election, one of the ideas that came up time and time again, which I think has probably been brought up in this chamber before, but it is a central government initiative and that's where the funding would have to come from, was about reopening and reinstating the halts across Paulsgrove, Copner, Drayton, to create access, I suppose, not only into the city centre for people that live in PO6, but also onto the main lines as well. So currently, if you live in Paulsgrove, for those of you that might not be aware, you'd have to go either to Cosham or to Portchester. And lots of those people, they don't have access to cars or they don't drive, so they'd have to get a bus into Cosham or, dare I say, down to Portchester, or even then, if they were, depending on where they wanted to go on the main line, they would have to possibly go all the way down to Fratton, etc., etc. So there are small things that we can do, and one of the very positives that came out of the general election campaign, I felt locally, was it didn't just feel like kind of like, oh yeah, well lots of people are saying that, so maybe we should just kind of fanny about and see and then kick it into the long grass afterwards. We brought the Minister for Public Transport, George Freeman, to the city during the general election. We took him to Paulsgrove to come and see where the old halt station was at Racecourse Lane. And it was great. And actually, as you go just behind the school there, and there's a public path at the bottom of Racecourse Lane, and you can see the foundations of the old halt station. And I had no idea it was as long as it was. So one of the things that he committed to, still being a minister during the general election, was that he was going to fund a feasibility study to see whether it's possible for central government to bring about those halts and to see which ones are possible. This week, yesterday in fact, we wrote to him to ask him to make good on that promise. So I look forward to hopefully coming back to the chamber with some positive news in due course, or dare I say being reported in the news. And I think that's something that we can all get behind and support, because I think actually if you look at the city, Councillor Atkins alluded to this earlier on, spoke on the point that if you live on the mainland, you are quite disconnected away from city centre and employment. And unfortunately, it is some of the biggest areas of deprivation, certainly in the north of the city, that suffer the most, that have the most expensive bus rides in, or they would have to drive, and it's the longest times as well. So I think it's a win-win. We can hopefully provide an alternative to cars, something that's greener, cheaper, and quicker for people to access to go about their day-to-day lives, and hopefully to improve their lives and the environment.
Thank you, Councillor. Last one on the list so far. Oh no, there's three nipped in there. So now it's gone down to two. Councillor Pitt, please, you're next.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. It's just a few bits and pieces that have sort of struck me during the debate, really. I understand the concern, completely understand the concern about doing anything massively interventionist around charging businesses for their off-street parking spaces. However, we ought to at least entertain the discussion, and the reason that we ought to entertain the discussion is we are already behind the curve in terms of one of the largest employers in this city, and that's the university, who are not allowing staff who live within, I'm going to ask Councillor Horton, is it 3 miles? 2 miles. 2 miles of the university to have a permit at all, and the remaining people who are able to access permits, I think I'm right in saying it's £500. £500 a year. Now, they're a very large employer. They won't have just done that on a whim. They'll have done the investigation, have done the consultation. So at the very least, and the wording of this motion allows for this, we ought to be discussing with the university any impact that they see so that we can measure it and see whether it works for other people. Because if it works for one of our largest employers, it may well work elsewhere. The other reason we're behind the curve is that, having met the Naval Base Commander on a number of occasions, he's also very concerned about the number of people who work in the dockyard who are driving to work, and he wants to start to take action to reduce that as well. So if our largest employers are looking at it, we should too, and at the very least we could look at it in terms of ourselves as a council and how we could join other large employers as leaders in the sector. So that's just something to consider. In terms of parking charges, anything you do around parking charges has to be measured, practical and not overly onerous all in one go. So parking charges on the street need to be raised over time. When the issue around this came to Cabinet, the leader pointed out that we don't own that many car parks in the city centre, and just putting up our charges will just move the cars into other people's car parks. That's not actually going to be an incentive. So it's another example of where we need to work with others over time in order to change behaviours. But the principle in itself is not necessarily wrong. Some other stuff, and I looked at the amendment earlier on, and it struck me that there's loads of other stuff that's not in our amendment. So we've been planting trees along the seafront. I think this planting season around trees and parks, over 250 trees due to go in. I've stopped the Parks Department from buying whips because they get damaged and very young trees get snapped, as we've seen unfortunately, and the Copner councillors all know this, in College Park. So we've been buying bigger ones, but obviously that comes at a higher cost. So we had a great suggestion from Councillor Lindstag. We could get schools over time to grow whips into 8-10-year-old trees, identifying where they can then be parked out into the city. Great way of getting kids engaged, using school sites to actually develop those trees and then planting them elsewhere. And it's that kind of joined up thinking that just doesn't happen overnight. It comes through a process, and it comes through a process of all talking to each other, all of us, all the time. There's a new greening strategy that housing have worked up to replace old shrubs and wrong species that have been planted in housing areas to make them more sustainable and more effective in addressing air quality. The university are now leading on the development of the bike hire scheme that sadly hit the buffers when we had a difference of opinion, a financial one, with Nextbike last year, and we met with the Dean last week, who was saying that, and the Vice-Chancellor, who was saying they are working on it, and his priority is to get it off the ground as soon as possible so that we can join in with it, and I know the Naval Base want to as well, because I've spoken to them about it. We met with Extinction Rebellion just before Christmas, the leader and I, and had a discussion, and one of their very impressive young people has been working with Caroline Dinage over in Gosport, lobbying around solving the loophole in the law around electric scooters, and I've said to him, come and have a chat with us. Lindstag and I have met with 2 different companies around this. We should be lobbying the DFT to be a pilot scheme nationally to bring them in. Saw them on a visit to Antwerp last year. They were literally everywhere. We also met with South Western Railways only yesterday to look at whether that or not they could do a special commuter service and a special transit service for football fans on a Saturday, utilising Hilsey Station. They've gone away to have a look at that idea. We're going on a trip soon to look at solar sidewalks and how we can embed panels in pavements with a new technology that's just being developed. We're also having conversations, and there's a big bid in around bus rapid transit. So any changes you make to parking over time need to be offset with public transport initiatives that actually do make sense and solve the problem. So apart from what we've added to the motion, there's all that stuff happening as well, and if I'd sat here for another 15 minutes, I probably could have come up with a much longer list. So what we need to do is we all need to be piling our ideas into this. If anybody across the council has got ideas that they want to bring forward, let's say that we have a Portsmouth City Council climate emergency strategy. It's got nothing to do with any one party. This is our city and we all need to protect it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Simon Bosher, please. Councillor Bosher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I was sort of going to speak on this earlier on, but a lot of the things have been suggested. And I think the tenor of the debate is that we're all sort of on the same page, but it's largely been around all the bits and pieces, lists, what we've been doing, what we could do and everything else like that. I think there probably would have been more of a unanimous council buy-in if, Councillor Smith, you hadn't included the list that you actually have underneath. You probably could have got away, arguably, with just points 2 and 3, which is to call for a cross-party working group to make affordable recommendations for the 2021 budget and to convene a cross-party working group, etc. I won't read it verbatim, but you see where I'm coming from. Because the moment you start adding in things that people will sit there in their group rooms and look at it and say, we can't do that, we don't commission bus services, we can do this, we can't do that, that isn't workable, this isn't workable, you end up with potentially a 2-hour debate, which is what we've got here, which is actually everybody saying what they have or haven't done, what they can and can't do, and on we jolly well go. And I will add to that, to a certain point, because sort of my issues are certainly around, to a certain degree, points 4 and 5 in the parking and the considering charging large employers for off-road parking. I'll give you an example which is applicable to my ward in Drayton and Farlington. My ward is the base for Colas. It has a very, very large depot in Walton Road. Now, effectively at this moment in time, and I worked very hard because Colas were a major problem in residential parking areas, and Councillor Stagg continued that after me to make sure their vehicles were back in depots and not cluttering up the roads, certainly down in Portsmouth and Southsea. So he moved it to a situation where their staff largely were taking the bus to Walton Road, not too difficult, it's on a major bus route, number 21, using their vehicles and getting back again. The unintended consequence of what you've got, something like 0.5, is that Colas will actually say, we can't afford that if you're going to charge for all this parking, therefore we will scatter our vehicles all around Portsmouth and Southsea and we're back where we started from. Is that where you really want to be? Because I don't think that's your intention from what you're actually saying, but it is an unintended consequence of what you've got. It does frustrate me to a certain degree, and I understand where air quality issues are. They're certainly a lot worse in the island part of the city. I do hate the phrase island city, being a Drayton and Farlington boy. But Drayton and Farlington, and as my colleague up here has already said, Cossam, Paulsgrove or whatever, although they may not necessarily have the air quality issues that there are predicated in the south of the city, a lot of this can be what I would call island-centric, when actually a lot of the people that live off the island, which is somewhere almost 26-27%, and certainly if you look around Drayton and Farlington and you make this assumption that it is a rich area, actually with a large elderly population of asset-rich and actually cash-poor, access to things like public transport, getting into the city and a variety of other things is negligible. Effectively, you've got one bus that takes you into the city centre. And if you live in Drayton and Farlington and you want to get into the city centre and come back out again, it's costing you close to £6. Now, is that affordable for somebody up there? No, it isn't. So you need a very holistic approach to how you actually go about tackling this. And I think, coming back to what I was saying, that actually you shouldn't really have included this list in your notice of motion, but actually sort of like put the 2 bullet points in there and left it up to something cross-party. And I do hope that we are genuinely cross-party here, because I regularly see frustrating tweets, certainly from my Labour colleagues, but I believe this meeting was in Oxford and not locally, or was actually here, was it? Well, I have to say that is bitterly disappointing, because you can hardly sit here and say it affects all of us if you are using something like that effectively for political gain, to show, hey, aren't we doing a wonderful thing, and excluding everybody else, because we're all involved in this together. But perhaps I would finish on one point, if I could, Lord Mayor, and that's perhaps a plea to the MP for Portsmouth South, Councillor Morgan here, in the fact that if we are going to work together, could he please have a word with his colleague Barry Gardner, who actually tweeted that he caught a plane home from a climate meeting, despite it being 4 hours late, just in time to cast his vote for the next Labour leader. It doesn't send out a good message.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. I have no one else to speak, so I'm going to ask Councillor Smythe to sum up, please. Councillor Smythe, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It was a public meeting, and there were people from other political parties there, because we took a show of hands, so just to say. I certainly wouldn't have wanted to offend anybody who in the council who's working hard on this agenda, leader. I'm happy to accept the Liberal Democrat amendment. I'm pleased to see this list of things that we have done, but I still think the whole thing is short of a list of a proper strategy of the things we're definitely going to do in the future. I noticed some of these things you have repeated. We do know you've done them. One or two of the things that you listed in your actions, I'm really pleased that you're going to be doing, and it's a surprise that somebody who is so evidently keen on this agenda doesn't know about them. And so I'm really pleased we've had this debate today, because it's made you put onto the map what you're doing, what we're doing, what we want to happen, and a certain discussion that shows how there are gradations of difference between us, which should help to progress the agenda rather than otherwise. You do set out some helpful first steps, but some of them are statutorily required, and some of them are things that have been started by previous administrations. And I still maintain we're not doing enough. Councillor Pitt, I enjoyed your rendition of what we're doing and know about a few of those, and I know we're doing a lot on the local plan, because I am already involved on those things. But nevertheless, I still remain impatient. We have some of the worst recycling rates in the country still. We have dirty air leading to heart conditions and asthma. We have a move, we've got a lot more to do to encourage active travel and a piecemeal, and we still have a very piecemeal approach to the cycling infrastructure. We have more to do to engage stakeholders in the public in this pressing priority. And that's a particularly important thing, because if I don't know what you're doing, and I'm not able to easily get involved in helping with it, and some of that may be my fault, but some of it is undoubtedly the fault of the administration, then what about the public who are interested? And what about the opportunity we've got for engaging stakeholders, people in local communities, in small and large projects? If we're going to change behaviours and change minds, we have to have a different way of communicating with the public and engaging the public in this. So I think this debate will have been helpful for that. Thank you. Then just to repeat the importance of these environmental impact statements, and I'm afraid to say we still have an economic strategy on the books that doesn't commit us to a green economy for the city. So I'm going to continue to agitate on this, because I am so passionate about this, and because without working together in this way, and I hope next committee, next full council, bring a report to us. Let us all know and let the public know what's going on. And bring a strategy to us, involve us in developing that strategy. I would welcome it. So thank you for that. I think my very short motion, which left a lot of things out, you're quite right, has done the trick in getting us to have a proper discussion about this in this way. We will be supporting the Liberal Democrat amendment, although I must say, do notice that it has kicked some of this potentially into the long grass. So you've put consider doing this, consider doing that, a bit more than I did. I'm happy to accept that, but I will be keeping an eye on when it's done. That's our job as an opposition here. So we will support that. We noticed that the 2 points about the off-road parking schemes and the parking charges, which the Conservatives have taken to heart as something that isn't feasible, is only about considering it. It's not about doing it. So I hope that you would be able to join in that consideration. And certainly the arguments that you've put have to be weighed into the balance. But it does say under point 4 and point 7 of the amendment, consider this and consider that. It doesn't say a commitment to do it. So I would commend you to the amended the amendment, for which thank you. And our group won't be voting for the Conservative amendment.
Thank you very much. So, members, I think the first vote is on the Labour amendment. Is that correct?
No, on the Conservative.
On the Conservative, sorry. Sorry. You told me Labour earlier on. You did?
Oh, man.
You did?
I thought we were a team, Lord Mayor.
Sorry, I've got to disagree with him there, members. Sorry. Vote on the Conservative amendment. Okay, so all those in favour, please, will you show, please? Thank you very much.
That aren't in support.
All those members that aren't in support of the Conservative amendment, please show. There we are.
So
that's lost.
So the Conservative amendment is lost.
Yep.
We're back to the original incorporating.
Yes, the Liberal Democrat amendment with the Labour. So all those in favour, would you please show, members? Thank you. Nice and... Yeah,
This is for the original motion from the Labour group incorporating the Liberal Democrat amendment.
Sorry.
Lord Mayor.
22. Those against, please, would you show?
Lord Mayor.
15, so that's
carried.
Carried then. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. So, that concludes that item. So we're now moving on to motion E, concerning the closure of doctors' surgeries. Is this motion proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Willington? Is that correct, first of all? Yes? Okay. So, members, the mover of the motion now has up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. So I'm going to hand over to Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
My Lord Mayor, I think this is a very important issue. I hope we discuss it tonight.
Okay, so could we put that to the vote, please, members? All those in favour of discussing that today, would you please show? Thank you. Any against? No? Okay, so that's carried. So, Councillor Vernon Jackson, then, would you speak, please? Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think in the city, we have all got used to changes in the GP surgeries and the primary care offer within the city. But I think that the proposals, particularly around Hanway Road closure, I think are very worrying. And I think it gives us a reason to stop and have a think about what we're doing and why we're doing it. Currently, there are 27 GP surgeries that cover the city, and it goes slightly over the city boundary, so it covers 230,000 people. And we are facing a real problem because we're having large numbers of GPs scheduled to retire over the next 10 years. And GPs are retiring early, or choosing to go part-time across the country. The GP service is the backbone of the NHS, and without it, there are really serious problems. The government, under all colours, have been giving GPs more and more responsibility to look after larger and larger issues in healthcare, to try to keep people away from hospitals. and therefore they're really, really important. But the issue, as I understand it at Hanway, which also includes the one at Stubbington Avenue, is that with retirements of 2 GPs, they're going to go down to 1.5 GPs in the practice, and that's not sustainable to be able to run the practice as it is. Therefore, they've talked to Portsdown, and that Portsdown are looking to absorb them, but that will mean that the Hanway Road surgery closes, and patients will have to, are being directed up to Kingston Crescent to be able to get a service. So I'm very concerned about this, and I've met with both Matthew as portfolio holder, but also with the CCG to talk about what's going on. And the CCG have agreed with us that it's important that a primary care health service is available either at the Hanway Road surgery or very, very close to it, because we need to be recognised that it's in an area of very significant deprivation in Buckland. So how are we going to achieve this? We can do yelling and screaming and jumping up and down and demanding more money from the government, but actually that's not going to make any difference in this case. And in reality, we're going to have more and more of these surgeries coming to us over the next few years, saying they are unsustainable and wanting to close. Now, Portsdown will with the 14,000 patients from Hanway Road, be responsible for 58,000 patients within the city. So they'll be looking after a quarter of all the patients, GP patients in the city. And I have a real concern about the concentration of resource in one practice, which means that if they have a problem, the problem is a very, very, very big problem, because it's a quarter of people. So it seems to me we need as a council to think constructively about how we go forward. And the feedback I've had from GPs is that fewer and fewer GPs want to be part of partnerships. We've seen this in other professions. So Peter says that he used to be a partner in a legal profession. We think he left voluntarily. But only after most of the other partners had gone, because people didn't want to be partners, because you have to buy in, and that's an awful lot of money to buying into a GP's practice. And so the feedback we've had is that GPs are increasingly wanting to be either salaried GPs, and in practices around the city, we have people taking on people as salaried GPs, or they come into work as self-employed doctors, as doctors have been since 1948, the creation of the NHS, but where they don't have to worry about the provision of a building, they don't have to worry about the backroom services. They just come into a place which is being run and operated by other people. So I think one of the ways we should help to think about this, because this is not going to be the only surgery that's going to be threatened with closure, there will be more coming down the line in future years, is to look about whether we could go into the business of operating GP surgeries and providing the backroom support, the HR, the facilities management and all of that, and employing the nursing staff, etc., so that we can facilitate getting GPs here in the city. My fear is that if we don't do this, we are going to find that more and more people in this city have more and more of a problem getting to see a GP, and that the waiting times to get to see your GP get longer and longer and longer. Because if there is a shortage of GPs in the country, as we've got now, we've relied in the past upon GPs coming from Europe, that won't be happening, we will be at the bottom of the list. Because if your choice is, do you want to go and work as a GP in a leafy village outside Chichester, or do you want to come and work here in an inner city, we won't get the GPs to come here because it's harder work. So I think we have to think constructively about how we address this, try to put in place now the things that we can do, and we in the City Council have been in touch with the practice, been in touch to look at buying the building at Hanway Road, so that we can help in that way to relieve the pressure on them and to try to make sure that we keep a service being available for the people of Buckland at the Hanway Road service and the people of Fratton as well. So, my Lord Mayor, I commend the motion to you. I see there's some amendments. I'll be happy to look at those, but I think this is a positive way which we can move forward.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Willington, do you formally second that proposal, please?
I certainly do, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. So, as far as I'm aware, there are 2 amendments to this motion, which we need to be proposed and seconded and circulated. So, Peter, would you circulate this, please, and give you all a few minutes to have a look, first of all? Thank you. Okay then, members, so I'm going to call upon Councillor Stubbs, please, to propose his amendment. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please. Thank you. Members, thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm moving an amendment, and the Labour amendment is kind of quite similar, actually, when I have a look at it. And this relates, it's something which was touched upon, actually, in the deputations by Mr. Lally, which is that in some areas, including locally here in Gosport, NHS community providers are in this business, in their case, Southern NHS. I've noticed the leader I think he was quite careful in what he said in order to avoid saying the council should provide GP services, because, of course, that is illegal. You cannot take on the contract, it's explicitly forbidden. So, but Southern NHS in Gosport, or in our case Southern NHS here, do have the power to do that. And I personally think there is more logic in this sort of thing sitting within the NHS than within the local authority, because it's health, it's part of the health service. So it's only it's an option, of course. It doesn't delete. Note this: it does not delete the previous final paragraph. So it's just adding in an or, really. And I hope for that, on that basis, that this could be accepted. And I just want to make a few comments as well, really. Obviously, the loss of the Hanway Road surgery, were that to happen, does create a rather large gap in health provision in that area of the city. But it's also interesting to note the tensions within national policy on this, because people all want a doctor's surgery. They want more buildings, they want more locations. But that is the opposite of the way things are moving. And they're moving that way because you need to be able to provide a safe round-the-clock service, which means minimum size. Also, though, we have at a national level, which I think is the right way of going, aspirations about doing more medical services out of hospitals. You don't really want people going to hospitals. They're massively expensive. There's all sorts of little things which could be delivered by GPs or practice nurses rather than involving hospitals in this, but that requires, again, a certain amount of scale. So there's no easy answer on that, but there is a tension within those two policies, because one of them, people want more physical locations for GP services, but at a national level, the pressure and the logic of the changes the government wants to see goes the other way. And I don't know how you resolve that. But anyway, I'm happy to move this amendment. I hope it will be favourably considered.
Thank you. Yes, point of order. Is it a little bit, or will they? Yeah, okay.
I think.
Don't do a speech, for God's sake, or they'll tell me off. Sorry.
My Lord Mayor, I would have finished if you hadn't interrupted
sorry.
me. Just to say they'd be happy to accept both amendments.
That's lovely. Thank you very much. Councillor Jones, do you accept, Councillor? Yep, seconded. So now I'm going over to Councillor Heaney, please. Thank you very much, Councillor Heaney.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I'm very pleased that Councillor Jackson has agreed to accept the amendment even before I've moved it, which is probably a bit of a record. The reason I put it forward was because when I read the motion, I thought it was expressing the right sentiments and expressing the concern, but I wasn't quite sure that we were clear enough about some of the things we wanted to do, and I wanted to try and be a bit more specific, which is why I emphasise things like recruitment, because I completely understand your point that Portsmouth can be a challenging place for GPs to work because we have a population which has difficult health conditions, and it's probably nicer to look after the worried well somewhere else than the more chronically ill in Portsmouth. But we do have things, I think, that we could say about the way GP practice operates, the cooperation and the projects that are going on that could be very attractive to a new GP coming, who could gain experience here and then move on. Because if you think about people, getting experience and then moving on in their careers, the point well made, of course, about the model we have of GP practice with effectively self-employed businesses. We talk about privatisation of the health service, but we've had our whole community services basically run by private businesses since the NHS was set up. And of course it's become more challenging because the burdens of a partnership and a practice are quite significant. So I think this is where the second point about moving towards more salaried GPs is really relevant, and it's a question of how we do that. I have talked to people. It is complicated and difficult because the environment is not clear, but I think we should look at the possibility of working with others to try and get salaried GPs. And also the other point, of course, which again Councillor Jackson has raised about, what can we do in terms of our own assets. The Healthy Living Centre in Portsmouth has been closed, but it's a building we own. We might be able to make use of it for health services, or we might be able to acquire or use properties to do that. So I wanted to put those in as practical measures that would help take this forward, and it would show that we were really looking to do something particular and practical to try and resolve this rather difficult problem.
Thank you very much. Councillor Morgan, sorry, did you second that? Sorry, I've forgotten.
And reserve my right to speak in the debate.
Thank you very much. So the matter is now before Council to debate, and the numbers keep going up and down, but at the moment we've got Councillor Dave Ashmore. Councillor Ashmore, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, it's just to say, really, this is a very worrying trend, especially, I represent Fratton. We had Queen's Road surgery. We lost that, and the people from there went to Hanway Road surgery, and now that's threatened with closure as well. So it does make you think, what's next? This trend needs to be reversed. And it serves the communities. Hanway serves communities of Fratton, Buckland, Lample, all of Charles Dickens there. Some of those people, on low incomes, and if it's going to be closed down and moved elsewhere, that's further they've got to travel. So that's, it's no good. We have a similar situation as well with NHS dentists. It's very difficult to get NHS dentists. And I'm very glad to see that the leader of the council, as well as our MP, has been all over the NHS dentist thing, trying hard to, sort that out as well. So I'm glad to see that ideas are coming out, and I'm also glad to see the group amendments have all come out, and we're all kind of fighting on the same front with this, but, the concerns still linger.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stephen Morgan, please. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. In July 1948, when Labour's then Minister for Health forged what is one of the greatest feats of social justice the world has ever seen, the NHS was created. And what were those guiding principles? That it meets needs of everyone, that it be free at the point of delivery, and that it is based on clinical need, not the ability to pay. I want to stress the first principle, that it meets the needs of everyone. Not some, not few, but everyone. One of these key principles is being contravened. It is a slippery slope of decline with the most vulnerable set to lose the most. And for this reason, we cannot and must not allow the Hanway medical practice to close its door for some of the most neediest in our society. And whilst, as we've already heard, we welcome the motion brought forward to Council today, Labour believes it can be stronger. Because when it comes to patient access to vital GP services, we must be stronger, we must be bold, and that is why I'm seconding the motion today put forward by the Labour group tonight. I know from my discussions with residents, the CCG, and organisations such as the Royal College of General Practitioners that this is a crisis founded in staff recruitment, retention and training. And my Lord Mayor, the Labour group amendment seeks to address these factors with practical solutions, asking the Cabinet to work with the Portsmouth Primary Care Alliance to develop a recruitment campaign, through asking the Cabinet to work with Portsmouth Primary Care Alliance to shift some of the workload to the local authority, and by looking at how some of the council-owned property assets can help alleviate some of the pressure on our city's GPs. They are viable solutions to a crisis facing our city's communities. I'm not prepared to see a city where vulnerable people are forced to embark on long journeys, miles from their home, to receive vital medical care. I'm not prepared to see a city where people are forced to wait ludicrously long times before they get the care that they need. There is no denying that if the Hanway medical practice closes its doors, Portsmouth people will suffer. The current proposals will have ramifications. I only have to look at my own mailbox to see how. Already, telephone systems have been described to me as complicated, time-consuming and inadequate. Concerns over long waiting times and complicated appointment processes are occurring now. What will they be like with 14,000 new patients added to that system? We must wonder. To fully understand the problem in front of us, we must look at the wider picture, as we've already said. The Hanway solution is crisis born out of government policy and indicative of the national picture when it comes to patient access to GP services. And I want to place on record my thanks to Healthwatch for the work that they've done around GP access so far in our city. Like Hanway, staff recruitment and retention is the root cause of the national problem. Since 2009, the number of full-time GPs per 100,000 people has fallen year on year. Simultaneously, demand has soared with people living longer and with more complex conditions. My Lord Mayor, the Labour group is already taking decisive action on this issue. We've liaised with local residents, we've written to the Health Secretary, taken part in discussions with the CCG, met with the local pharmacy affected, submitted FOI requests and submitted parliamentary questions. But to safeguard our city from this national crisis, we must take decisive action here and now. And as councillors, we are on the front line safeguarding our communities, and it falls on all of our shoulders to do everything in our power to advocate on behalf of our communities. And that is why I urge every member to support the Labour group amendments tonight, to strengthen the motion before us. This issue is too big for party politics to play a part. We must work together to secure improvements to local NHS services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carl Corkery, please. Councillor Corkery, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I fully support the motion and both the amendments. I just wanted to comment as one of the ward councillors for the affected site on Hanway Road to kind of reiterate some of the points that have been made and give a bit of local context. So lots of people that live in the Buckland area, kind of to the east of Hanway Roads, are registered and use this as the place that they access primary healthcare. The vast majority of people in that area are Portsmouth City Council tenants. So, as well as constituents, we've also got a relationship with them as a kind of social landlord and a responsibility around ensuring their welfare and their well-being via that route. We know that the ward in general, but specifically that area, is the most deprived area in the city, but not just the most deprived area in the city, one of the most deprived areas in the country. The most recent indices for multiple deprivation data that's been released this week, or very recently anyway, if not this week, showed that lots of those sections and those areas are the top 2% most deprived in the country. And if you drill down into that data even further, it talks about deprivation linked to health outcomes, and that is another area where this particular geographic area scores particularly badly. Significant numbers of people who live here have got serious health conditions and disabilities. Quite often that's why they're living in council accommodation, because they can't afford to buy their own place, they can't live in the private sector because no private landlord's going to adapt the property to make it suitable to their needs, so they're left with the option of living in council accommodation. They rely on this close relationship. A lot of them live within a couple of hundred metres, a couple of hundred yards of the GP practice. And I know in the consultation events and the information that's been put around by Portsmouth Medical Group, they're talking about, well, we've got another site just at Kingston Crescent. Just at Kingston Crescent. It's only a 15-minute walk. And a 15-minute walk, if you're fit and able, probably isn't too bad. But if you're sick and disabled, needing to visit the GP quite often once a week, several times a month, that could be a significant barrier to accessing health services. And there's multiple bits of research. The kind of common consensus is that the more barriers you put in people's way, the harder you make it for people to access health services, the less people are going to do that. And the people that drop off, the people that stop accessing those health services, are going to be the people that most lead it. And again, we talked about prevention earlier being better. These people are then going to end up potentially in A&E or not accessing healthcare services, and their issues are going to mount up more and more over the longer term. So I do think it is kind of incumbent on the City Council to do all within its power to intervene. I appreciate it's not a direct council decision, but the CCG, who we do have a close relationship with and joint staff, they ultimately have to sign this off. So I think the question we need to be asking, and this is the question I did ask at the CCG when I met with them, is on what grounds are you judging this application? What potential grounds could there be for not approving it? And I think there needs to be the point made that the merger and the site closure are two separate issues, two separate decisions that the CCG will have to make. Even if there are decent grounds for the merger taking place, which there may well be with the retirement of partners, it's another question of whether that site has to be closed down. It could be that the merger takes place and is approved, and Portsmouth Medical Group takes responsibility for those patients, but is required to provide care services on the existing sites. And I think that's something that we really need to be lobbying for. I'm very supportive of the idea that the council should potentially be looking at using its resources and its ability to invest in non-residential property for that purpose. I know the point has been made time and time again, but it's something that there is a lot of public sentiment around, is if we can buy a Waitrose, if we can buy a Mercedes garage outside of the city, why can't we invest in health services? And then the Tories may disagree with this, but actually it's quite important to some of the most vulnerable people in our city, so I suggest they listen just for a moment. Thank you. So just in summary, Lord Mayor, I do think this is a really important issue. It's having a significant impact on lots of my constituents, lots of the most vulnerable, sick and disabled people in our city. And I think it's really important that the council is doing all it can to prevent this site being closed down and ensure that people can access health services that they need.
Thank you very much, Councillor. 246 to go. Councillor Matthew Whittington, please. Councillor Whittington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I'd first like to thank Councillor Stephen Morgan for bringing up 1948 and when the NHS was founded, because the situation that we have in terms of the partnerships and the way that GP practices are structured goes back to 1948 and is now and has effectively been in aspic since 1948. In 2020, that model doesn't work. It just doesn't work because you have GP partners are retiring and not being replaced. GP partnership has now become a massive burden rather than being a calling as it used to be, largely because there's a huge drop in the amount of available GPs and people who want to, and doctors who are trained who then want to go into general practice because of the burdens and the way that general practice has been treated over the decades. You know, seriously for many, many decades. And so we are getting to this crisis point. So I was at the patient consultation session last week that the Hanway Road practice ran at St Wilfrid's Church. And the terrifying state, I've got some of the information here. So the terrifying thing here was a few years ago they had six partners which looked after a practice that had 10,000 patients. So this was before Queen's Road closed. And those 4,000 patients were in there. It's 6 partners who ran that practice, plus of course your salary GPs and your locums. And they looked after 10,000 patients. That was a very good standard service. They were able to do that. At the moment, they have 5 partners with 14,000 patients. Of course, not all of these are full-time. They are going to lose 3 partners this year. 2 are retiring and 1 is moving to a different practice. So that will leave actually a full-time equivalent of 1.5 partners to run a GP practice of 14,000 people. Now, if, for example, the CCG said, well, actually, we're going to refuse the merger because we want you to stay on that site and in Stubbington Avenue and provide that service, the CCG would then say, actually, clinically, you're putting your patients at risk because 1.5 GPs, partners, cannot run a practice which is safe, effectively. So yet again, and this is for my 3rd speech today and the 3rd time, we are looking as a local area, a local system, in this case, health and care, and saying to central government, you're having a laugh, aren't you? You are doing things centrally that are not what the people of Portsmouth need. You are ignoring the real issues that are going on in our city and in all cities around the country. So I really thank both parties for their amendments. I think they're fantastic. As it happens, since we put the motion in, myself and Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson had a meeting with the CCG where we were talking exactly about possibilities of buying Hanway Road surgery and looking to see if we could provide healthcare there. But one of the things, as Councillor Stubbs said, is you're not allowed, as a local authority, to run a surgery. But also, even worse, do you know that GP partners own their patients? I didn't know. All of us are owned. We are all owned by the GP partners of our practices. So when they move somewhere else, when they merge, you go with them because they own you. So I'm owned by Trafalgar Medical Practice. I used to be owned by Ramillies. They merged. I'm now owned by Trafalgar. So you can't just set up a practice to serve patients that have gone somewhere else because they don't exist. So this whole system is ridiculous. But it was based on a time whereby the whole system was one that worked. And now it doesn't because you cannot get GP partners. So I'm really happy to work with the CCG and the Portsmouth Primary Care Alliance to try and get GPs into Portsmouth. Certainly to work with everyone to try and see how we can improve our services. But also, I want to work with all 41 other councils here. Because what we need to do is look at, because this will happen again, and in the worst case scenario, we could have other practices that close. I was looking today. There's a tool that you can get access to off the islands. Councillor Bosher. There's Councillor Bosher. Off the islands, we have only effectively 3 areas off the island that have GP practices. If a GP practice closed in Drayton or it closed in Paulsgrove, it would only take 1, and then you'd have to go into the centre of Cosham for your GP services. And that would be really bad because that would mean that very vulnerable people would have to go, but also other areas of the city. So if you can really get access, you can go to Matt Gummerson and his team in intelligence at the public health team and the council. If you want to know where all the GP surgeries are and really give feedback so we can work with the CCG and with Health and Care Portsmouth to really try and get in before these things happen in the future, because unfortunately we know they're going to. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. And it is reassured that someone actually does own me. That's very nice. Thank you. Councillor Steve Pitt, you're next.
Actually, following that, thank you, Lord Mayor. This is one of those situations where, when we're younger, we just accept change. I remember being probably 5 or 6 when the doctor's surgery just off Gladys Avenue closed down. I was hoping Leo Madden would be here today so he could tell me exactly where it was, because I can't quite remember, I was too young. We had to move to Queen's Road, where we were well served by a team of doctors there, and in fact Dr Alford, who retired quite a few years ago now, is still a family friend, and doctors were that to a lot of people. Whenever I bump into him in Palmerston Road, he always asks how my mum is, which is a fantastic thing. That confidence and comfort that local doctors that served you throughout the years provided, and then as they retire, other people have inevitably come in and you've got used to them being around as well. It's something that's really important to an awful lot of people, and there's a mental health aspect to all of this. I guess it's a symptom of getting old, but actually when I got my letter through the door from Devonshire Practice saying what would be potentially happening and the merger with Southsea Medical Centre, and I might have to go to Carlisle Road for appointments, that impacted on me directly. I thought, oh, so I've got to go somewhere else. I don't know what their appointment system is. I don't know any of the doctors. I'll get over it. I'll sort it out. But for older people who've known a doctor's surgery in some instances for their whole lives, who don't have that ability to be flexible. Maybe they don't have independent transport, and they're dependent on walk. At the moment, it's a 3-minute walk for me from my house to the doctor's surgery. If it moves to Carlisle Road, in all likelihood, I've got to drive a car. We've just had a debate about climate action, and now we're saying that we might have to accept the fact that people are going to use their vehicles more. It's absolutely bonkers, and it's the cumulative impact that all these things have on each other is something we can't dismiss. In my ward, we lost Campbell Road surgery. My grandmother was brilliantly served there by a doctor for many, many years, and knowing that GP and how she engaged with us during my grandmother's last days, because sadly she spent 6 months dying at home, which was rather traumatic for all of us, but we knew that person was there. If it's suddenly in that process, that doctor's surgery had been closed and we've been told to go somewhere else and a brand new person had come in, the extra mental trauma that would have placed upon us as a family, and on my grandmother specifically, would have been really hard to bear, and in my view totally unacceptable. So I think we're actually a bit late to looking at this. I think potentially it's something we should have been collectively addressing earlier. Hayward Road surgery again in Central Southsea Ward, which was the next nearest one to Campbell Road. We've had loads of complaints from residents about irregular opening times, difficulty in getting appointments. It seems to have settled down a bit now, but they were subject to another one that was subject to a merger. They were supposed to move into the student hall of residence that was built there, but they didn't, because they merged with a larger practice. And all of this, none of this is doing anyone any good. And at the end of the day, this is not about providing better health services in larger hubs. That happens very, very occasionally. What this is about is taking thousands of patients and moving them to somewhere else, and in many instances that facility is not even better than the one that they've moved from. It's a race to the bottom. We need to do something now to stop it. I know that Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Winnington and others, and I know Councillor Morgan as well, have had discussions about this, and Councillor Corkery. It matters to all of us on all sides of this chamber, and if we work together, as we've said that we will today, by subsuming these other 2 amendments, we might be able to do something, again, learning from what other local authorities have done, to intervene before it's too late. Because if I was 80 now and not 50, and I suddenly found out my doctor's surgery had closed, I tried to put myself in that position, and I really wouldn't like it very much, and we owe it to everybody in this city to make sure we're not putting them through it either.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Hugh Mason, please. Councillor Mason.
My Lord Mayor, being middle-aged, it has struck me that at some stage I will, God willing, grow old, and will not be as mobile as I am now. And I look at the elderly people in my ward, where there used to be 4 surgeries and there is now 1, and I realise that they have difficulty in getting to their doctor's surgeries now. elderly people, mothers with young children, these are people who have difficulty in travelling any great distance to go to a doctor's surgery, and yet they're the groups which need a doctor's surgery the most. My own surgery, very good one, Lake Road, has instituted internet connections that I fill in an internet form, and about 2 or 3 hours later the doctor will phone me back. A doctor, not necessarily my doctor, but a doctor will phone me back. Now, that's fine for minor ailments, but with the types of ailments which you're not quite sure about when you're getting old or when your child is sick, you need a face-to-face consultation. And you need a doctor's surgery. And we need to have a fair scattering of doctor's surgeries across this city. That is why this motion is important, because it is asking us to investigate ways in which the City Council can encourage a provision where people are, where people need to see a doctor. And that, with the ageing population we have, is very important, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. 3 more to go. Councillor Linda Symes, please. Councillor Symes.
Yes, I'd like to say I fully support this motion. What I don't understand throughout this whole debate, having been a patient at Hanway Road for many, many years, is the fact that no one's mentioned Stubbington Avenue. Councillor Corkery mentioned a 15-minute walk to a surgery, while those people attending the Stubbington Road will have a 25-minute walk to get to Hanway Road, if that's the only surgery left. So I do hope that somebody, including our MP, might try and address this issue, because it doesn't seem to have been any part of this discussion. I also would like to address the fact that Councillor Corkery talks about businesses that are bought for a profit, you know, to make a profit from. And that's exactly why they were bought. It's an economic decision. You can't buy something unless you've got the means of paying it back. And that's where Labour seems to go wrong, and why we spend 10 years digging them out of a hole.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Claire Oudie, please. Councillor Oudie.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Like you, I was surprised to find out that we're all subs to the NHS. Very shocking. Everyone's pretty much covered a lot of grand points here. I've, as well, has been working with Councillor Corkery over this. We've met. It was Mr. Lally that brought up to us probably about 2 months ago through some correspondence, because obviously one of his many pharmacies is right next to Hanway Road, and found out through the grapevine essentially that something was happening. My concern is that Portsdown practice are just subsuming GP surgeries purely for profit for their practice partners, and patients are a massive danger of just becoming consumers and like commodities in amongst the NHS. I'm very lucky to be owned, as it were, by Sunnyside GP Surgery, who I've been with since I was 6 years old, and in that time I've only had 2 GPs. The first one retired. And probably about 10 years ago, and I've had the same one ever since. And I've had fantastic care from them, to the point where I know with some of the Portsdown branch GPs that you're phoning in the morning hoping and staying on the phone for hours that you could just get an appointment, whereas you're going to be sent to the opposite end of the city, which is because it's the only place you can go, whereas I can walk into my doctor's Monday to Friday in the morning and afternoon for an emergency, like a duty team clinic for minor ailments, or if you're unsure about if you're feeling pretty poorly. Like Councillor Hugh Mason talked about an online referral form. For some reason, it's the second time I've talked about my boobs today, but I had immense breast pain for about 2 weeks, and I self-referred myself on the form. Within a day, my GP had phoned me, and within 2 weeks, I was being seen by the breast clinic at QA. It was massively useful. When you're having to phone up for appointments in the morning and unable to get through and waiting up to 5 weeks for a GP appointment, not only is it going to be life-threatening to some people who might have genuine conditions, who might be so unwell that it's very time-sensitive. It's only ever going to cost the NHS more money when they find out something's wrong with someone. And people that don't have a GP surgery because they're going to lose them, I don't think there's obviously a duty of care for them to be placed with another GP surgery. But if they can't get to that surgery because of lack of access, they're more than likely going to spend money going to A&E when they've left it to the last possible minute when they're feeling dire and putting more pressure on the NHS. I think I covered the majority of the points, and I really hope that this motion goes well. I was phoned up by the News for comments over Hanway Road, and the journalist said about Councillor Vernon Jackson's idea to kind of bring it in-house, and I thought I'd love municipal ideas like that, but I never thought that you could bring health services like that in-house, and it genuinely surprised me because I had no idea. And I was like, that sounds like a fantastic idea, because I think if we can just make better GP services where we're not giving substandard care because people don't know who their GPs are and they're being passed from pillar to post, then we can really care about people, and it has a wider impact on the local economy because people are feeling more well, they're engaging with more services locally and especially services around the council. So thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson, for bringing us forward, and thank you for the discussion. Well, thank you to everyone for having a discussion about the fact that we're quite worried about our GP services. Worried in general. It wasn't like this 10 years ago. Everyone knows it wasn't like this 10 years ago. And obviously, with the ever-creeping privatisation of the NHS, where are we going to be in 10 years? Maybe in 20 years' time, there'll be like kind of almost full automation in some places, and GPs might be a thing of the past. But we are nowhere near that, and we need to carry on looking after our patients on a one-to-one basis and make sure GPs know who their patients are, not someone rocking up with a mental health issue, a GP they've never seen before, going, hey, have some sertraline, and not telling them about any other services and not ever seeing them again to check up on their mental health down the line. Because I know that happens. I've met residents who that's happened to when they've been feeling at their lowest ebb, and I'm having to be the one who signposts them to mental health services like Talk and Change, and quite frankly, it's despicable. But anyway, thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Two more to go. Councillor Donna Jones, please. Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Before I get started, I just want to address a point that where it came from out the left field from Councillor Corkery, attacking the Conservatives over buying commercial property across the UK, which before he got elected, by the way, his Labour colleagues were supporting and had no objection to. And without that property, Councillor Corkery, you wouldn't have public toilets, including the ones that Councillor Tom Coles campaigned for, because it's that kind of money, that slush fund of money, that was been able to pay for those things. Same as the family hubs we've been talking about today, and the Sure Starts that are still open, and all the libraries, by the way, that we opened again on a Monday when we became the administration because we raised the money. Anyway, I'm really pleased that this is here today. It's a really important issue, and I'm pleased that the administration had the foresight to bring this here. I think we've all been contacted by residents about this issue. Myself, I've met with the CCG over this. I've also met with Mr. and Mrs. Lally. I've known them for years anyway, but I've met them several times about this. And I know that they are genuinely concerned about very vulnerable people that live in that area, who, for most of us, travelling a mile down Fratton Road, Kingston Road into North End to get to the new proposed location, we think, of the new surgery, is not too big an issue. But for some of these people, even just getting out of the front door on a daily basis and getting on a bus is a big issue. So I think it's important that it's here. I do have some concerns though, and having spoken to the CCG, they've made it very clear that obviously as a council, I know Councillor Vernon Jackson knows this, but for anyone who's watching this on the live stream or anyone else who may be following this afterwards, councils are not by law, under statute of law, able to run doctors' surgeries. So please don't be under the illusion that we are going to be employing GPs. As Councillor Vernon Jackson has said, they would have to be self-employed. We can be a landlord, of course we can be a landlord, as I've advocated for many years. And the back office staff, of course, we can also, help and support with that if this council saw fit. I'm not necessarily sure that's the right way for us to go, but I certainly think it's credible for us to have a look at it and look at the options, and particularly that's why we've brought our motion, because the Gosport model is quite interesting. I am concerned most of all, though, about the way that this has been done. And when I spoke to Innes Richards from the CCG and Terry, and I was talking to them about what powers the CCG has to intervene to make sure that there's meaningful consultation, because it seems to all of us, I'm sure, and particularly to Councillor Winnington, if he was at the consultation carried out by Hanway, and also I know there were reps from Portsmouth there last week, that actually appears to all of us like it's a done deal. It appears to all of us they've made a decision that they're going to be closing the Hanway building because they can't afford, they actually said that at one of the roundtable events last week, they can't afford to keep the back office staff and the building itself, so they are looking to merge that into North End. So to all intents and purposes, it seems that the two managing partners at Hanway, who are wanting to retire, have made their decision, and the remaining couple of GPs that are there will then be going to work, I'm assuming, for Portsmouth, but we make assumptions because we don't actually know. What concerns me more is I know that there are doctors' practices in this city that have contacted Hanway, asked for meetings, and are interested in taking over that site as a viable going concern, whether that be buying the building and taking on the staff, but they are prepared to do that. The PHL that run the Guildhall walk-in centre here is one of them, but they've had no response from Hanway, not even a, sorry, we've already made our mind up, nothing at all. And I think that we as a City Council, in terms of this particular merger, are probably very limited, because the information I had from the CCG was the only way this can be stopped is if we have absolutely concrete evidence to believe that patient care would put at risk by the merger. And obviously that threshold is not going to be reached with a merger, even though it will be, I thought it was 54,000. I'm sure Councillor Vernon Jackson's correct. He said 58,000. By far the largest doctor's practice in the city, and I myself am owned by the Portsmouth Group apparently. So, you know, I have to say, touchwood, I've been pretty good for me. I don't really need to go to see them very often. But nonetheless, it is a very large doctor's practice. And yes, you know, the whole phoning up in the morning, getting an appointment, it is a pain when you do need to do that. So the CCG are in a restricted position. We know, I did understand that apparently Lake Road practice were interested, whether or not they had conversations with Hanway and that fell by the wayside previously, or whether or not Lake Road have put in to request to meet with them and they've had a stonewall again, I don't know. But for me, Lake Road would be, geographically they're close, it would work well, and I could see that sort of being a good merger because patients wouldn't have to travel that far. I do welcome the Cabinet looking into this. I also welcome it being cross-party. It looks like we've got cross-party support today. One of the other things I wanted to look into was whether or not the size of a practice, you know, 1 in 4 people in Portsmouth being looked after by one practice, eggs in one basket, quite a lot in one basket. And I was told by a GP colleague I spoke to last night, who's a rep in the city, and he said to me, in Birmingham, there is one doctor's practice that has 400,000 patients. So I don't think we can get Portsmouth on the size. Anyway, very quickly to finish up, because I know my time's running out, I am pleased that the government have announced there's going to be 6,000 more GPs, which will lead to 50 million more GP appointments. The current GPs that we've got across the country work incredibly hard. They are under strain, and now it's becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy because people don't want to work in that industry and they're being turned away from it. So recruiting more will ease the pressure on the existing ones, attracting more people to the industry. 5 new medical schools to be set up and an NHS visa to attract more doctors to this country. So my message for Hanway and Portsdown is meaningful consultation, please, to work with the other practices that may be interested in taking it on, and let's see if there's something we can do as a council to help aid the recruitment, as we've heard from Labour colleagues on the other side of the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Donna Jones. Councillor Rob Wood, please. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't going to talk. I just want to briefly say, obviously I've got the portfolio for children and families, and I've been listening with interest what everybody's been saying. And I'm going to pick a bit of those things. I think Donna there talking about meaningful is really important. We've heard so many reasons, and with the fact that we have a joint party bringing forward suggestions here, all of which I think have got great merit, which is understanding what the heck is going on. You know, that across the city, clearly there are enough patients to drive lots of different practices. Clearly, travelling a certain distance is not great. In fact, Councillor Symes said about Stubbington, I was actually at Stubbington, And then the next time I rarely see my doctor, but the next time I went to, they were at Hamway, so I had to travel halfway across the Hamway. Lucky enough, I'm at another practice now, which I'm not going to give out just in case everybody goes. And I'm just trying to demonstrate there that we are now in that situation where we're protecting it. When I go there, Ms. Kimberly Barrett said there earlier on, I had a very similar experience over Christmas where I rarely go to see the doctor because I'm of a certain age. My wife insisted I do go there and have a blood test, and I'm going through the same process there, which is I got there really early in the morning to join the queue to make sure we got in, and I was surprised that by the time I arrived there was already a queue to get in there, and the net result after having a blood test, I'm going to have the doctor phone me up at a certain time where you make an appointment. You know, I could have been dead by the end of the month. But I haven't even had that appointment, but apparently I thought they were going to tell me, when they said to me, we've got to make an appointment for the doctor to talk to you, I thought, oh my goodness, something really serious. They said, no, he's just going to tell you your results, etc., and just go through with it. So I go back to the first point. In all of this, when we go and have a discussion with the CCG, we need to get to the bottom of what their issues are. Why are people not prepared to do it? One of my nephews is a doctor. He said no way would he go into general practice. So we need to discover what's going on, why practices are closing, why that pressure on those two people who are running it. They've probably been holding that practice up for a long time now and feeling the pressure of, if I go, it's going to fold. And sure enough, it's practically going to fold. So I'm entirely behind this motion, and I hope my colleagues take on board everything that everybody said, and that we really try to get to the bottom of what's going on in the city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, that's it. There's no one else wanting to speak, so now I'll call upon the proposer, Councillor Vernon-Jackson, to sum up, and then after that a vote will be taken. Councillor Vernon-Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think it's been an interesting and useful debate, and I think we are all very similar in our view that what we should be doing. I think one of the big advantages we have here is the very close working relationship between ourselves at the City Council and the CCG. My fear is that the government are going to abolish our CCG because they're not interested in the integration that we are doing here, because they want to follow a different route. But that's a different thing we need to work through. We've got different powers. The good thing is that if we work together, we have complementary powers. The CCG, the health service in Portsmouth, is not allowed to buy buildings. Portsmouth City Council is allowed to buy buildings. Portsmouth City Council is not allowed to hold a contract, as I understand it, to hold patients, but we could look for other health sector partners to do that. In Portsmouth, we've got the really good out-of-hours service that's operated here in the city, because the surgeons have got together and operate that together. We've got different ways of doing things, and actually in Portsmouth we're making very significant progress in terms of bringing health and social care together. So I think this is it's an area where we can work together, and I'm very happy to do that. I think we'll have to think through the process within the City Council of doing that, but it's important. I think I have a note of caution following on from Donna's speech. From Nuffield Trust, the recent research released last year is that for the first time since the 1960s, the number of GPs per head of population in England is going down. And it's predicted to go down fast. So if we don't do something now, and try to make sure that we have a sustainable primary care system here in the city, we are going to have really significant problems. Actually, the Hanway Road thing has been quite useful, as it's given us a bit of a kick to say, go and think about what we can do to create a Portsmouth healthcare system that sustains all the people who live in the city and that we can be proud of. So I think this is a piece of work that we can be doing. And just as an aside, it's interesting, I've had feedback from the NHS who are really pleased that David Williams, as our Chief Executive, appears to be one of the very few Council Chief Executives who understands the health service. And they're really pleased to work with us because of that. So I think we've got, I'm sorry to embarrass you, Deb, but I think we've got good things here, ways in which we can be working together. This has probably been a useful way of prodding us to work better and closer, and I hope we'll be able to go forward in that way.
Thank you, Leader. So now it's going to go to the vote with what you've put in and with the Labour amendment and the Conservatives amendment, all three together, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. So all those in favour, please show. Looks like unanimous. All those against? Okay, that was unanimous, I think. Was that correct? Unanimous? Yeah, unanimous. Thank you very much, members. Okay, so where are we now? Let's have a look. So that concludes this motion. So we're now moving on to motion F concerning public firework displays. This is a motion proposed by Councillor Heaney and seconded by Councillor Coles. Is that correct? Yes, right. Members of the mover of the motion now has up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand for referral to another council body for the consideration. Councillor Heaney, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I received quite a number of emails at the end of October, November about this issue from people, and I suspect quite a lot of other council members did as well. So I said to my group, do we want to do anything about this? And they said, well, maybe, yeah. So I said, oh, I volunteered to take it on and test the view of the council. It probably needs to be dealt with now because it'll be an issue later on. So it's really to test the council's opinion on this. So I'll say we make it now.
So we're going to take a vote on that, members. Let all those agree to debate it this evening, please show. All those against? No, it's unanimous. Councillor Heaney then. So it's over to you, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As we all know, fireworks are great fun, and nobody wants to stop fun, but they can also be problematic, particularly for animals, but also for some people as well. People who are autistic and who suffer from PTSD, but also people who have other mental conditions can sometimes be distressed by fireworks. But animals in particular can be seriously affected by this. And the RSPCA has had a campaign going for a number of years, and they sort of relaunched it, I think, last year, about trying to address the issue. And they were concerned about publicising the concerns that the effects of fireworks have, asking people to consider and asking them to consider whether we could do something about limiting it by reducing the noise levels of fireworks, and also to promote public awareness campaigns. And I understand a number of councils have actually passed a motion similar to this because it was a standard email that people were putting out with their own things on it. So I've really taken this up. I looked last week to see that quite a number of councils in Wales appear to have done this when I did my sort of Google search for it. So I'm hoping that we would get support for this. There are already restrictions on fireworks. For example, people under 18 are not supposed to possess fireworks in a public place. There is a curfew on the use of fireworks between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m, except on bonfire night when it goes up to 12. And New Year's Eve, it's up to 1 a.m. So they also have Chinese New Year and Diwali when you can have fireworks being let off later on. We don't really restrict private individuals having a party at their home with fireworks. There isn't really any restriction on that. There are restrictions on the sale of fireworks as well. So sale of fireworks to individuals takes place between the 15th of October and the 10th of November, between the 26th of December and the 31st of December, and for Diwali and the Chinese New Year 3 days before both of those events. So we do control what goes on. I think the RSPCA's proposal is a modest proposal. We don't want to stop people having fun, but we think it's irresponsible for people who are having displays, particularly whether it be big displays or even at clubs organising something, a bonfire night event, to actually publicise it so people in the area know about it and then can take precautions. I mean, I have a cat, my neighbour has a cat. If he's outside and fireworks are going off, he gets really scared. If he's in the house and he knows there's no problem, he's all right. Other people's animals have more difficulty with this. As we know, some animals just react really badly to this. And in fact, the RSPCA campaign does actually quote a gentleman from Portsmouth whose dog does really suffer rather badly with it. And I happened to pick that up when I was looking at their material. So the idea of publicising it and getting information about it. The other one is to ask the council to do a bit of a public awareness campaign around about the time, just to make people aware of potential problems that this can cause to both animals and people, and to ask the government whether they consider introducing legislation to limit the maximum noise levels. The current maximum noise level is 120 decibels, I understand, on fireworks that are not the the big sort of like New Year's Eve on the Thames embankment, but for ones for public sale, effectively, and asking them to reduce it to 90, and to encourage suppliers to stock somewhat quieter fireworks. So a set of modest proposals that I hope the council would consider and maybe consider supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. Just to tick the boxes, Councillor Coles, do you second that, please?
Yeah, formally second, my Lord Mayor. Reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. So I've received one amendment to the motion. There we are. From Councillor Oudie and seconded by Councillor Jeanette Smith. So we'll be circulate those, please, Peter. Thank you. We'll give you a couple of minutes to have a look. Thank you, members. Okay then, members, so I'm going to ask Councillor Oudie, please, to propose her amendments, please. Members, Councillor Oudie, please.
Hi there. Myself and Jeanette had a discussion today about this motion. As you know, as Councillor Heaney has brought up, everybody was emailed about it over fireworks. I guess it sounds frighteningly NIMBY of me, but I am not the biggest fan of fireworks. I can just about handle going to King George with my children, but as someone who suffers from sensory issues, I feel sorry for my fellow friends that have neurodiverse issues too, because fireworks night and the ongoing fireworks that goes on from November through till New Year is like pretty harrowing time for the rest of us, especially when I'm hearing loud bangs at 1 in the morning, and it's setting my anxiety through the roof to the point where I have to medicate myself in order to put myself to bed. That's how bad it gets with me sometimes. The amendments as such is just asking about using environmentally friendly fireworks. I must admit I didn't put too much research in the first instance to know if we did that or not, but I could only assume if we just put it in there it would just it makes perfect sense, I suppose. And on the last paragraph, to say about encourage local suppliers of fireworks to not stock fireworks out of respect, it's kind of a voluntary condition as such that would relay into the public awareness campaign to go, maybe if you don't really sell many fireworks, you shouldn't, especially in smaller shops or whatever, because if they just agree not to stock those fireworks, it might stop a lot of people who would just buy fireworks for the fun of it around that time, because they go, oh, I'm going to set up some fireworks in my garden tonight, and it would just bring down the numbers a little bit. I think, I know it's like a bit of a crap comparison, but over in licensing with booze conditions, we have a voluntary condition to people not to sell those high alcoholic drinks like whatever they're called, Coco Loco, I don't know what they're called, I don't drink them, I'm not 18 anymore, like, too much caffeine and taurine, and then they'll set me loose. But it's kind of like just to ask, just to go, look, we're setting this campaign, and also I feel sorry for all the dogs who are owners are having to give them special doggy Valium and cat Valium, which is frighteningly easy to get. I have to go to my GP in order to get things to calm me down, but you can just buy crap for your dogs and cats over the internet really quickly, and sometimes that's frustrating for me because I need to go to the doctors every time I run out of tablets to help me. But seeing dogs that are so innocently frightened, and it's not just one or two, it's a huge majority of pets that are really badly affected. And I'm not saying ban fireworks or anything, because we pride ourselves on having King George, and now Gunwolf have a look in every year as well. But we need to ask ourselves, maybe we're going too far with fireworks, we just need to bring them in a bit. And they're environmentally, they are garbage. We shouldn't be using them. And places are now starting to use drones. Like I talked about automation of GP appointments in my last bit. But soon, probably in 5 years, not even that long, fireworks won't be a thing anymore, because people will be using drone for displays, and that's already started happening worldwide. And to the point where I just think fireworks might just become maybe outdated soon, because we know of the great pollution and the rubbish that springs from them that have been mentioned in the motion over there. So I'd hope you can support it, Councillor Heaney. It'd be really lovely of you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith, do you second what Councillor Uji just said?
Formerly Lord Mayor, and right to speak.
Thank you very much. So the first one on the list is Councillor Linda Symes. Councillor Symes, please.
I find myself for the second time tonight actually agreeing with the Labour amendment, and I also agree that fireworks are great. People love them, kids love them, but the noise they create and the disturbance they create, more so the unregulated ones. We have a hotel near us that has firework displays as part of a wedding package. And so there's no notice. Around November the 5th, most people know that there are going to be fireworks. New Year's Eve, most people know there are going to be fireworks. But these fireworks do cause great disturbance. They upset animals, and now there's a company called Aurora who actually sell much less noisy fireworks. They're almost silent. And the thing is, they say, you know, that part of the excitement is the noise. So why not choreograph it to music rather than having all the loud bangs, which seems to make sense to me. So I would gladly support this motion, and I think we should do all we can to regulate the noise and disturbance that these fireworks cause.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jason Vazacali, please. Councillor Vazacali.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I might be a bit of a voice of doom and gloom on this one, because I think the sentiment of the motion's fine, but the effectiveness is realistically it's limited. If I go through it point by point, first of all, most, if not all, public events in the city are already advertised in advance, as organisers obviously want people to attend, and that's not likely to happen if they don't know if they don't know the event's going on. So, kind of ineffectual, the first part. No harm in promoting a public awareness campaign, but there have been numerous campaigns across the UK in the past highlighting the impact of fireworks on animals and pets in particular. And perhaps at this point I should declare a non-pecuniary interest, as I have a pet. It's a rat called Abe, so no guessing after which Yankee tyrant that was named after. Sorry, I had to get it in, okay. And there have been instances where pets have either died through anxiety or direct instances of animal cruelty. So certainly people are aware, but like many things, priority of it varies, and regrettably there are always those that will continue to abuse fireworks. The motion asks for a limit of 90 decibels. We've got no audio example of this to hear today, but a quick search on Google shows this as, and here's some stats, a shouted conversation in a subway, heavy traffic, a power lawnmower, or a noisy restaurant. And a footnote sounds that 85 decibels above are harmful, and a boombox is 96 to 100 decibels apparently. Normal conversation is 60 decibels. You've already heard a lawnmower is 90 decibels, and a loud rock concert is 120 decibels. So this calls for a level between normal conversation and a rock concert. Currently, fireworks can generate between 150 and 175 decibels. The World Health Organization recommends we not be exposed to more than 140 decibels, and even then some hearing protection be used, as physical pain begins at 125 decibels. Although I believe there could be an exception on the 31st of January when the nation cheers loudly, and that's probably acceptable, okay? No problem. This part of the motion will be most effective if we get it achieved, so I have to hope government will actually enable this part of it. And the last part, there are already moves by retailers to promote greater emphasis on sales and promotion of quieter and silent fireworks, both for public and private use. but it's questionable how effective the council could be in doing this. Local suppliers include major supermarkets whose head offices are based outside of the city, as well as independent traders. And what resources do we have to focus on this, and what's the cost? There's nothing included in the motion. So whilst I'm happy to support the motion as some way forward, I've got no wish to be negative, simply factual. In addressing the issue of fireworks, there's still a lot more to be done before the concerns that this motion highlights are finally resolved. Thank you.
Councillor, thank you very much, Councillor Zaki. Got Councillor Will Purvis, and I'm sorry, members, I will have to break after that, just literally 5 minutes. I do apologise. I've not been feeling very well today. So, Councillor Will Purvis, please.
I won't keep you long. Actually, I'm kind of pleased that the amendment picked up something I wanted to raise anyway, which was, you would not be surprised to hear me say this as I go on about plastics an awful lot, but I walked along Southsea Beach about a week after November the 5th. The number of little plastic nose cones and bits of fireworks washed up on the beach was absolutely shocking. I think we need to be conscious that they have a pretty horrendous environmental impact, particularly here in a marine environment where a lot drift in the air and land in the sea. And just as a little aside, I think the RSPCA proposals are quite moderate and quite sensible. Just for interesting context, where I spend a lot of time out in France with my family, where we live out there, firework displays require a permit from your mairie, the local council, and the local fire brigade, and there is an environmental tax to pay for the cost of clearing up after them. The interesting consequence of that is, although you can have a private display, basically people don't. And you have public displays 2 or 3 times a year, usually around the 14th of July, New Year, and occasionally around Christmas as well. Everyone enjoys the big public displays, and it just doesn't happen outside of those kind of 3 or 4 days, 3 times a year. So I don't think the RSPCA regulations or suggestions are that onerous. I think it's quite a sensible middle ground to get a kind of compromise policy.
Thank you, Councillor. As I say, just a quick 5-minute comfort break, members. Sorry about that. Thank you. So, the next one on my list is Councillor Dave Ashmore. Councillor Ashmore, please. Oh, right, okay, we've choose someone else then. Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. Councillor Atkins, please.
I wanted to speak. We all got the emails in relation to this motion from the RSPCA. Some of us probably got more than others. I got about 5 or 6 of them. And obviously it's one of these motions that's produced via an advocacy organisation, emailing its members, asking its members to email us. And of course that is the animal welfare and animal rights is something that deeply concerns a lot of people, and many people are very passionate about, and understandably they passed this motion on to us. However, I think at times these charities can be guilty of stirring up motions for the sake of something to communicate with their members about. And I rather think personally this is one such example, that actually the necessity and the importance of this motion is not actually quite what the RSPCA want to make of it. I think society is always a balance between different rights and interests. I'm not a pet owner, but I like pets, I like dogs. I'm not a parent, but I like children. A child screaming or a dog barking is capable of generating 110 to 115 decibels of noise, which is not that far away from the maximum noise requirement that Councillor Heaney told us is the maximum allowed for the purchase of a private firework. We are talking about the difference between 90 decibels being a motorbike at 25 yards and 125 decibels being a chainsaw. So I personally think the difference in noise actually is not terribly substantial. When it comes to a public display, I think as Councillor Fazakerley has already clearly pointed out, public displays already organised. The type of already organised and publicised and attract people to them. I think most people, if they wish to find out if there are public displays in their area, can do so relatively easily. So I don't think that particular aspect of the motion will achieve that much. When it comes to the issue of large private displays, such as hotels and private venues putting on wedding displays, I don't think there's anything in this motion which will cover it. I think when it comes down to it, it's a consumer choice whether they want fireworks which are noisy or fireworks which are quiet, and I suspect you would find most people who are keen on fireworks, and some people don't like them, and I respect Councillor Rudy's opinion that she's very strongly dislikes them, and that they can affect her negatively, but those that like them tend to want the loudest, brightest, biggest banging fireworks they can get their hands on. So I think if we're talking about will people still get their hands on large, noisy fireworks, yes they will. And I really don't see any particular reason to pass a motion, therefore, that criticises or negatively impacts on local traders, which adds administrative burden locally, when I don't think it will have actually that substantial an impact. I do think we have to recognise that different people in different interest groups in society can behave well and behave responsibly and with respect for their neighbours, whether that be firework users, pet owners or parents, and they can also have a very strong negative impact on their local community if they're irresponsible, be that firework users, pet owners or parents. And I think actually this is one of those cases where I think a reasonable balance in society is what exists at the moment. I don't think it's necessary that the council or the government needs to put its foot in and say, actually, fireworks is a particular nuisance that we need to address in legislation. I think that respecting all people concerned in society, I don't personally think this motion is necessary or accomplishes anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jeanette Smith, please. Jeanette Smith, please, Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll declare an interest. I have 2 dogs. One of them was okay with fireworks, but this last year turned into a nervous wreck. And the reason why, the other one was a nervous wreck anyway, but the reason why is because the season for fireworks start beginning of October. It doesn't start on November the 5th, it starts way before then. It then goes on after the November the 5th, then there's a bit of a lull, then there's New Year's Eve. None of it is regulated because we had one very loud firework going off at 4 o'clock in the morning. So that you can't predict that. You know, you can predict the days when you're supposed to do sort of fireworks, but you can't predict them when they're for November the 5th. You know, you can sort of do things for those days, but you can't predict when they're going to be sort of let off by, and I have to say, idiots who will let them off at any drop of a hat. Now, after these days, especially if you look around on January 31st, you know, Councillor Purvis is right. You then sort of go down beach and you get plastics and all sorts of things. And by bins and community bins, you find the stack of firework empty canisters. And they're huge. They're not small fireworks. They're not the little bangers that you used to have. There are rockets and quite a number of powder. Now, what this motion is doing, because it is a nuisance, it's not that, you know, we have to sort of all live together and that's fine, because they are getting more of a problem, and that's why people are sending us emails all the time. And what this addresses is to try and regulate them to, yes, you can still have fireworks, but they don't have to be that loud, they don't have to be that big. If they do need to be that loud and that big, then there's a public display when we know, as dog owners or cat owners or pet owners or whatever, and there's some children that get affected by this as well, it's not just animal welfare, then at least we can sort of gear up for that. But at the moment we can't, because it can be at any time, early October. It can be any time during the year if there's a wedding or all sorts of things. But it's very distressing when you see your pet actually shaking in such a way that they're wetting themselves, and they are so petrified that they can't even go out. They can't even sort of do anything. They are completely immobilised. Now, my cockapoo, who was sort of a puppy, was okay, but because the loud noises got louder and louder and louder, she's now a nervous wreck. Now, I think we should be addressing that, and I think there is an issue here for the city to address through motions like this, and actually from the UK government, which is what the motion is asking for.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Steve Pitt, please. Councillor Pitt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As Councillor Smith knows, and I also have a dog who, as he's got older, has increasingly reacted to fireworks to the extent that he jumps up on top of me and refuses to go for a walk now in the evenings around the days when it's particularly prevalent, and shakes, and it's not a very nice thing. There is also the issue, of course, around service veterans who do report that they are impacted by PTSD, and that's mainly from people irresponsibly letting off fireworks in an unexpected way. I just wanted to address a couple of things. I think we've got ourselves in a bit of a pickle with this one, and I don't think anybody disagrees with the emotion towards something, but I think we're not quite hitting the nail on the head. There is an issue here over the periods of the year when fireworks can be placed on sale in shops for private displays at home, and because there is no, they are available for longer periods, it means that that period of them being used naturally gets extended as well. And it's not organised as ways. I mean, the council does post notices of when it's doing things that are related to fireworks, so we, quite happy with that, and I'm also quite happy to say that we can look at environmentally friendly fireworks for events that the council puts on, not an issue either. Obviously, we always, if we do an organised display, look at where the drop zone is and make sure it's thoroughly cleaned afterwards. Other people letting off fireworks all over the seafront, an awful lot of them on Castle Field don't, and then dogs can equally be impacted, and small children from picking up spent cartridges afterwards that still retain gunpowder residue in them. So it is a big problem. However, the general public do, in large numbers, still enjoy organised displays. So I don't think anyone in this chamber would suggest banning fireworks per se, and that's not what the motion's calling for. With regard to the bits that apply to me as the Cabinet member, very happy to look at those. I think where we get ourselves into difficulty is looking at something as if 90 dB is actually the solution. I can tell you that the front of house sound position for a sound engineer's desk in a music venue would run at about 95 dB. That's still pretty loud, and it's not going to have any measurable impact. If you let that off in a back garden right next door to somebody's house, which is often what impacts on animals, it's still going to have a big impact. So it's not a solution to the problem, and I think that's the problem with the motion and the amendment, is they're not solutions to the problem, they're ways of attacking it, but they're not dealing with the core of the issue, which is getting central government to limit the periods of sale properly, limit the types of shop they can be sold in to make sure that proper scrutiny is taking place over who's buying them. We as a council can obviously act on our bits, but my worry is that in passing this, and I'm happy to see what others do shortly, but we're not actually going to solve anything. We're just going to stick a band-aid on something and make ourselves feel better.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Dave Ashmore, please. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't going to speak about this, but the reason I am is, thank you, Leader. The reason I am is because of things like animal welfare and the things that have been discussed. Councillor Heaney brought up, people with PTSD, anxiety, as Councillor Udy brought up, people with sensory issues. I'm sure every councillor in here with the email inbox was full of people after fireworks night, and a couple of days before and after were full of emails with people wanting us to do something about this. So I'm glad this is actually coming. It gives us a chance to discuss fireworks and discuss what we can do and what we can't do. But I think we should be looking where we can to help people and animal welfare. We should be. So this, with the amendment on it, it's about restricting the noise, it's about reducing the plastic waste, it's about reducing the bad effect on animals, both domesticated and wild. It's not about banning displays, it's not about banning fun, it's about having quieter fireworks, about being more environmentally friendly. You can still have fireworks with the pretty lights, you can still have the displays going on, but with that in mind, that, people and animals are looked after. That's what we should be doing. So we've had a chance to debate about it today. We've also had a debate about climate change. So I'm quite happy that this is in there about the harm on the environment here, and to look into that. So we can't really ignore that part of it either. So I'm very favourable towards this notice of motion with the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Ashmore. Councillor Hooper, please. You're next. Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. I do have an interest, a very old, grotty ex-racehorse who, on the best of days, wants to bite my head off. But when fireworks are let off, as with a lot of horses, incredibly dangerous, and I don't know why our animals should be distressed in this way. So I'm going to disagree with my colleague over there, because I do think they need serious regulation. It is a problem. So thank you to Councillors Cole and Heaney for proposing this motion on the anti-mellifluous, screeching, audible pests that are fireworks, a problem that is blighting both people and pets nationwide. It seems that for immediate gratification, for some people, others are being expected to endure torment, exasperation and even death where some of our poor pets are concerned. Consequently, I agree with this motion, as common sense compromises are needed to safeguard vulnerable groups. We can't have a trade-off between exhilaration and pain, and the fun side of things always victoring without compromise. Okay, where I would say it does fall down, I think most problems are in private back gardens, okay, which we might have a problem with, obviously dealing with as a council. That is very different, of course, to a public display. But majority of complaints I've taken, it's my neighbour, it's my second neighbour. Actually, there's 8 neighbours in the street that have had a display tonight. I agree with all the combative measures here, advertising adequately, although I think we've got to be careful with that, because we're doing that quite well already. But I would say advertising adequately. That is also letting your neighbours know when you intend to let fireworks off in your garden. So I think that also should refer to private dwellings. Dialling down the sound, of course, improving public awareness and legislative measures. But surely, just as Christmas trees are seasonal, businesses should be encouraged to only stock and sell fireworks at the appropriate times annually. I've also heard the call for far tougher restrictions, such as the licensing of fireworks for public display only. However, the real crux of the matter for me is now the alarming frequency in which fireworks are rolled out during the annual calendar.
When I was a child, it was twice a year. Remember the 5th of November and New Year's Eve. It was predictable. You could easily take cover for 2 nights of the year. Now the build-up to bonfire night seems to endure for a month. I agree totally with Councillor Smith down there. And every other occasion seems to beckon this fashion fad for fireworks. Why? They're not necessary. I know they look pretty, but samey, we've seen it before, you know, and it shouldn't be upsetting people in the way it is. Unfortunately, horror stories emanating from recent years seem to suggest matters are worsening, and in this city. In fact, a gentleman I was talking to in Cosham, he had his child in a subway, and that child was spared a horrific burns when the father miraculously released a rocket that had got caught in the child's carrying device. Yobs had been throwing fireworks into the tunnel in which they were walking. So it is serious. Pet dogs turning into possessed shivering wrecks, dying of shock in some cases, and I was recently shown the horrific picture of a horse with a broken neck after the terrified creature tried to jump a 7-foot hedge in its attempt to escape the obnoxious continual rant of fireworks. The cause, inconsiderate neighbours who didn't bother notifying the horse's owner with adequate notice, because that creature could have been put away in a stable and sedated. I'd also say in the countryside at the moment, we have our own resident pest that is hunting with dogs. It doesn't need an equally vile counterpart to terrorise animal life. In addition, and this is very important to me, armed forces veterans can also suffer anxiety due to the presence of fireworks, as the bang trigger can evoke horrific memories. Indeed, I can relate to this notion of a traumatic trigger, as I once held a catastrophically injured horse for a vet moments before that poor creature was euthanased. It brings back really horrendous memories for me that I'm sort of thinking about now, and I don't like it. So I've relived this a number of times in my shadowing nightmares, no thanks to it plaguing my lucid moments. So, yeah, fireworks aren't worth the pain they cause as far as I'm concerned. But without wanting to appear like the Mrs. Scrooge party pooper, we can, as a local authority, do everything possible to facilitate, I think, an ample amount of larger public displays and encourage people to attend those. Because the real problem for me is the individual householders with the whole back garden, let's have a party affair. But I do think this whole issue as well is about a national cultural trend and how we've become, or certain people have become, obsessed with fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hooper. Councillor Simon Bowsher, please. Councillor Bowsher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm probably like a lot of other members of the council. I seem to get the same cut and paste email that came around most of us with regards to fireworks. And I sort of read it through and had a good look at it. But I guess I sit somewhere between my two colleagues that have just spoken. The City Council obviously does quite a lot when it comes down to the first 2 paragraphs anyway. But I'm a little bit curious as to how we can actually deal with and enforce the second 2 paragraphs. Perhaps I should declare an interest at this moment in time like others have. I have an 11-year-old beagle who really doesn't care, and a 21-year-old cat who's stone deaf, so therefore she doesn't care anyway, to be quite honest. She soldiers on. But I'm sort of looking at the amendment that's come forward, although I'm sort of minded to support the motion in its starting point from Councillor Graham Heaney, I can't quite see how we can actually police the last paragraph other than just encourage, because it will get ignored. And even as a local councillor, we have success in that particular area, let's say. Again, where I sit in Drayton and Farlington, people will drive 2 miles down the road to Havant and go to the big Tesco's there and whatever, and they will just buy it over the border, so you see. So I don't see that that is actually going to achieve anything at all. But coming back to the notice of motion, as laudable as it actually is, what's it going to actually achieve? In all honesty, Lord Mayor, I don't think it's going to achieve anything. We currently have legislation in place when it comes to the times that fireworks can be let off, which I think is not later than 11 o'clock or midnight when it comes to New Year's Eve, as I understand it, something in that sort of order. And yet in Drayton and Harlington, probably like other areas of the city, it sort of starts almost as it seems as the kids are going back to school, and it continues all the way through until the end of November. Although there are quite a few in my neck of the woods that take November the 5th as the means to actually put up their Christmas decorations, but that's another debate for another day. But it just goes on and on and on. That's part of the issue. And even though we have the legislation that says not after 11 o'clock effectively, it's not policed. It's a little bit like the smoking ban when it comes to smoking in works vehicles. It just doesn't get policed and it doesn't happen. And even if there was going to be a proactive means of trying to police private displays, how are you going to identify exactly which property they've actually come from in the first place? When they shoot up over Farlington, let's say, you've probably got a choice of 300 or 400 properties that it could have come from, and you don't necessarily know. So it comes down to policing it as far as I can see, and I don't think it's actually going to be particularly workable to actually do that. Yes, I had a firework display this year for my family, as I do every year. We actually bought some of the quieter fireworks, and they were, I have to say, they were pretty good for what we did as a local display. But when it comes down to it, as much as we can encourage and urge, I don't think we are in a position where we can actually enforce what happens in people's back gardens. It comes down to sort of a nanny state type argument. And I don't think that even if we did try to do something like that, the timing bans that are in place that aren't enforced anyway aren't going to achieve anything. Now, I have to say, come New Year's Eve or the chiming of midnight, I was with my partner up on the hill slopes. Portsmouth was actually awash with colour. It was fabulous watching all the fireworks going off all across the city. I understand the impact on pets and some of those with sensory issues, to use Councillor Udi's phrase, but I'm questioning how we actually go about policing something which was literally illuminating the sky from where I saw. Perhaps we need to be looking at how we actually tackle the irresponsible users, because certainly in one road in Drayton, the road that I was actually in, a house further up the street decided that they were actually going to have their firework display in the street and brought them out into the street to do it. And I'm sure that sort of thing goes on across the city. Those are sorts of things that we can be looking at through awareness campaigns and such like. But I don't think the government is going to look at 90 dBA anytime soon. It is one of those sorts of things that is predicated on distance as much as anything else. And I don't think encouraging local suppliers who are in a business-driven environment, are they really going to be stocking more expensive, potentially, fireworks that are going to be quieter, when actually, in a lot of instances, you can hop over the hill to another local authority and actually buy something a lot cheaper that doesn't actually meet any legislation whatsoever.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. I've got one other person, Councillor Neil Young, please. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was reminded about some of the debates that we've had in this chamber. We've talked about mental health. We talk about that a lot. We talk about the impact that mental health has on this city, on the young people who have anxiety and so on. And then we look at this notice of motion, and surely we, in one respect, we support mental health, and we want to ensure that young people have the right environment in which to grow up, and we know that mental health is on the rise. and yet in the other breath, I kind of see some of my colleagues sat in this chamber, and as we're talking about the impact that fireworks will have, I see smirks and laughs, and I feel quite uncomfortable about it, because actually, I myself have always rescued dogs. We've had 2. Our last dog, Griff, was a 5-year-old when we first got him, and he was so nervous. He was so nervous. You dropped a plate in the house and he ran round scared. Fireworks were the worst thing for him. He honestly was scared. And so when I heard some of the stuff that Councillor Hooper was talking about, it kind of made me think about, not just about the animals, although my heart goes out to those poor animals that are frightened, but I also think that we're kind of hypocritical, because we're saying in one breath, we want to support young people who have mental health issues, but if we don't support this notice of motion, we're saying, but we'll do this, but we won't do that, because it's a nanny state. And then we move on to kind of talking about the notice of motions that we have before us. And I think some of it, is difficult to police. But is that a reason to not do it? Is that a reason not to support this? Or is it the fact that actually we're going to put it in the too hard to do pile? Because actually, it's actually quite important, this, because we have people with PTSD, we have people with dementia, we have people with Alzheimer's, we have all sorts of people who struggle with these noises. They are big bangs. And I know it's not going to be easy, but we've got to start somewhere and we've got to make a stand. So I would just urge people to support the substantive notice of motion that's gone forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Darren Sanders, please. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As the Cabinet Member for Housing, many estates have firework displays. Lots of the times I remember lovely ones at Buckingham Green and other places as well. And this is a very interesting balance, and we've talked a lot today about balance, and I was particularly impressed with Councillor Young's contribution just now, because I agree a lot with what he's saying. It's about consistency. I, like Councillor Fazackley, am deeply worried as to whether this is going to work or not. I see too many loopholes, but I agree with Councillor Young in that we do have to start somewhere. But with all the caveats that Councillor Bosher in particular articulated more clearly than I can. When it comes to the amendment, the first part of the amendment is absolutely fine. We have to make... we spent 2 hours talking about a climate emergency, and then to tell us, stuff it, as far as fireworks is concerned, is wrong. Coming back to Councillor Young's point in particular, the second part of the amendment from Councillor Udy and Councillor Smith is, to my mind, the worst of all worlds. I listened to everything that Councillor Smith said, and I've run into the 2 dogs as well. Yeah, thank you for that. You encouraged me to do. They encouraged them to do that. So I've run into those dogs, and part of the issue is that, everything Councillor Smith said, ban it. Let's have a ban of local suppliers stocking fireworks. That is the logic of the proposal. However, I think it's encouraging local suppliers. My fear is everybody will think it's a ban and it's not. And I'm worried about the same things that Councillor Bosher will do if people ignore it. So I'm concerned about the second bit. I'm not concerned about the first bit of the amendment. And if it goes on, then we should do it. But I'm just very, very fearful that we might wind up in the worst of all worlds. I don't want that to happen. So I will support the motion. I will abstain on the amendment because I like bits of it and not other bits. And if we go through, then we've got to make sure this works.
Thank you very much. I'm going to now call upon the proposer, Councillor Heaney, to sum up, and with your summing up, if you'd like to let us know if you want to incorporate what Councillor Udy said. Councillor Heaney, please.
Okay, well, thank you, Lord Mayor. I didn't anticipate quite the amount of contributions to my motion that actually came out, but it was interesting because people did bring up a range of points, and I think that was quite important. I think actually Councillor Udy and Councillor Smith's amendment does add something which I didn't include, which was the issue about environmentally friendly fireworks, because I know there's been a lot of publicity in the news has publicised the amount of material on beaches, and I know there was a beach clean recently in New Year, and also people were saying that one of the things they found when they're doing beach cleans is the amount of firework debris that was appearing. So I do think that adds something, so I am reasonably happy to support that. I recognise that the amendment is all of a piece, so we've got two elements to it, and I recognise some people are a bit unhappy about the second, but I am happy to support both bits, because you are encouraging suppliers not to stock fireworks. In fact, Sainsbury's this year apparently have stopped selling them, and it's partly to do with the complexity of having to deal with it. One of the things I mentioned in the opening remarks was that there are restrictions on the sale of fireworks at particular times. And what it says, I'll just read this really. Those intending to supply fireworks to the public outside of the traditional periods, i.e. all year round, are required to hold a licence to supply fireworks, either for the local authority, fire service or HSE. All three bodies have the discretion to refuse an application. So if you want to have them for longer than those periods, you have to have a licence. It's really only the suppliers in those short periods where it's for general sales. So encouraging them maybe not to do it because of the safety and the security things you need to have fireworks might well work. I'm not going to make huge claims for this motion that it's going to change the world. I put it forward for two reasons. One, because a lot of people asked me to. They were asking for specific things, and I wanted to test the Council's opinion as to whether you thought, as a collective body, it was worth supporting. So I think I put it forward on that basis. So I do hope members will support, and I just confirm that I am happy to support the amendment and incorporate that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Heaney. So, members, we're voting just on the one motion now, with Councillor Udi's bit to go in as well. So, is everybody happy with that? All those in favour, would you please show? Yes, both of them in, Councillor. Sorry, that's Councillor Udi's as well as Heaney's. Okay. Yes, please. We'd have a count, please, if that's at all possible. So, all those in favour, please show now.
Lord Mayor.
18. Those against that, please show.
9, Lord Mayor.
Okay, any abstentions? Please show.
7.
So it's been carried then, isn't it? It's been carried. Thank you very much, members. Okay, it's been carried. So that concludes this motion. So now we're moving on to the motion G, which is the podiatry service. As Councillor Madden is not present here to propose the motion, it cannot be put into today. So that concludes today's motions. Yeah, okay, so moving on to item number 10. Questions from members understanding Order 17. Sorry? Oh, sorry. Councillor Dowling, sorry.
Thank you, Lord. Similar to Councillor Smith earlier, I'm afraid I'm going to leave the meeting at this point, and I've already given apologies to Cabinet colleagues, as I would normally stay in solidarity, but my work colleagues from my day job have been patiently waiting for the meeting to finish so that we can collectively travel to Manchester in order to reduce our carbon footprint, because travelling together is better than travelling separately.
Thank you very much, Councillor Downing. So I'll go back to questions from members understanding Order 17. Members, there are 5 questions understanding Order 17 that has been previously circulated to you all. As you know, there is a total of 45 minutes allocated with standing orders to deal with questions. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may be asked up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. And the other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. So question 1, Councillor Norton, to be answered by Councillor Horton. Councillor Norton.
Question 1 in my name, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Horton.
Okay. So I'm going to make an assumption here, because I think there could be quite an extensive discussion from me on about what achievement is and underachievement. But I'm going to assume that the question is relating to the 2 ways that standardised ways that we measure what achievement is or underachievement is nationally at the moment, which is, first of all, is Ofsted, and secondly, is league tables. So just to start off, we're talking about Ofsted. So as the council I'm sure is aware, because he's been a teacher, schools are inspected on a regular basis by Ofsted and awarded, this is for everyone, I apologise if everyone knows this, but it's probably worth just explaining, either outstanding, good, requires improvement or inadequate. Currently in Portsmouth, all the secondary and special schools are rated at either good or outstanding, with the exception of Castleview Academy, which does not formally have a rating because it's converted to an academy. And that is the only school that I'm going to name on the basis that that's a technical issue. The previous school was King Richard and was rated requires improvement in its last inspection. So, but the GCSE results at Castleview have improved over the last 2 years. So that's the kind of anomaly in the secondary. The city currently has one primary school rated as inadequate on the basis of safeguarding concerns, which were addressed rapidly within 24 hours as soon as they were identified. Having been found inadequate by Ofsted, the school is now required by law to become an academy, and a sponsor is being sought by the Regional Schools Commissioner. There are 3 primary schools rated as requires improvement, one of which is local authority maintained and the other 2 are academies, and the local authority maintained school has been given intensive support by the council and is making progress as its recent inspection report recognised. And so we take an active interest in the progress being made by the 2 primary academies, obviously even though we now have an arm's length responsibility because of the Academies Act. We are aware that while 89% of inspected schools are rated as either good or outstanding, which is a significant improvement over the last few years, GCSE and SATs results still lag behind national averages. It's out there to see. It's a conundrum. I know that Councillor Norton was in an extensive conversation at the other day at a meeting about this, and we take this very seriously. Although the government's position, actually interestingly since 2016, has been that improving educational attainment actually specifically is not the responsibility of local councils, bizarrely, but that obviously is not a position that we're comfortable with. The council was a key player in setting up Portsmouth Education Partnership in 2016 to drive school improvement, and the partnership is reviewing its strategy early this year, which will be discussed at the Education Advisory Board, which is where we had this conversation before. In the meantime, the Council is continuing to resource both the administration of the partnership and direct improvement support for our local authority maintained schools, despite this weird context that we should withdraw that support. Finally, this will be no surprise that attracting good teachers to the city is critical in improving attainment, and we've invested in a new Teach Portsmouth recruitment campaign, and which, incidentally, any support with members of the council can give this campaign through their networks would be much appreciated.
Councillor Norton, did you want to do a couple of supplementary?
So the Cabinet member will be aware from the meetings that we've sat in together that some heads are citing under attainment, a lack of attainment, to low aspiration and disengaged parents. So my question to the Cabinet member is what strategies are in place to tackle or address these 2 contributing factors?
Councillor Horton.
Well, conveniently, you have in front of you one example. It's not the answer, but it was one example. And I think it's just worthwhile highlighting, we have a really complex and fragmented educational landscape across the country. It's no secret that I politically was not a fan of academisation, but I understand that this local authority, and I have to give praise here, before our time, lent into it with all the best intentions, because let's face it, before the white paper was withdrawn, it was the way, by next year, every school had to become an academy. So I completely understand why the city lent into it. So what we've got is a kind of hybrid of 2 particular systems, which leaves things really complicated. So Portsmouth City Council ends up being one player alongside maths, the Regional Schools Commissioner, etc., etc., which is why the Portsmouth Education Partnership was set up, so that people continue to be round a table. So the first point I want to make is that it's complex. And actually, I think the answer is around relationships and the quality of relationships. Now, just this morning, we were in a meeting with someone from the DFE who, quite thankfully, used a sentence which I've been saying to the officers time and time again, which I hear from my political counterparts, that in some local authorities, the council are not allowed across the threshold into an academy. The relationships are so broken. That is not the case in Portsmouth, and that is something to be commended over what's happened over this whole period of time. So it is the quality of the relationships that are going to be the answer, and that has to be done through a collective idea about what we might do about raising attainment. And there is no simple solution. However, the notion of aspirations is a really important one. And a phrase that I've often used is that Portsmouth actually has a low self-esteem as a city. We have so much to offer. All of us are champions of living in Portsmouth, and I'm immensely proud of coming from here, but also what we achieve. And I want people who live here to feel the same. And this, interestingly, the aspiration stuff came out of a small pilot last year in a school, which was linked to the attendance campaign. And it was about some kids who had low attendance or erratic attendance actually missing out on all those opportunities, the pastoral care, the positive role models from teachers, the safety of the environment of a good school. They were missing out on those. So what we tried to do, we piloted this kind of what could you be kind of thing as a way of raising those aspirations to at least look to the horizon. And actually it's taken off incredibly, because lots of businesses then wanted to get involved, and I hope this could be a bigger event. So environment, and not a simple solution, but I honestly do believe it's about the quality of relationships and the leadership in schools.
Councillor Norton, did you want to ask another one? No? Okay, so we're going over to Councillor Stephen Morgan. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. With £34.9 million stripped out of city school budgets, affecting 51 out of 58 schools, with another 7.1 million of cuts to come, does the Cabinet member agree with me that does nothing to address the challenges that our city schools face?
Councillor Horton.
Yes.
Okay, so we move on to question 2. Councillor Peter Harris, to be answered by Councillor Sanders. Councillor Harris, please.
It's all right. You know, I'm trying to get taller, sir, you know. Questioning my name.
Councillor Sanders, then, please.
Thank you, Councillor Peter Harris. I could follow Councillor Horton and give you a 2-word answer, which is a lot. However, I think that is not fair, Council Leader, on the people concerned, nor is it open or transparent, something you, Council Leader, have told us all that we must do more of. You'll know, Councillor Peter Harris, that Councillor Corkery asked something similar to this at the last full Council meeting. Sadly, I could not attend that on medical grounds. So this answer is essentially an updated version of that. I've got to start with the context. The situation for councils on temporary accommodation is one faced since time immemorial, government giving councils the powers but not the cash to cope. And that's what the Conservative government did after rightly introducing the Homelessness Reduction Act in 2017. Since then, Portsmouth, like all authorities, has seen more people needing temporary accommodation. We saw the national figures over the weekend, which are truly shocking. We as an administration have been quite open about that, and figures covering a prolonged period in the council's homelessness strategy, which we discussed at the Housing Decision meeting last October. Now, I also saw the news article over the Christmas and New Year period, and I must stress that about 2/3 of the costs featured in that are not council cash, but are in fact things like housing benefits and grant funding, and things like storing a homeless applicant's belongings. So I think we have to be accurate about how much this council is spending on this, and it's just over £1 million. £1,075,939 to be exact, that was spent in 2018-2019. Now, in that period, we housed 480 households in temporary accommodation. That's 29% more than the previous year. So the figures are going up, we're housing more people, but the demand is going up. But we're not alone. Other councils are in fact worse. The latest figures that I've received, including figures over the weekend, have Southampton with 204, that's a quarter more than us, and Brighton and Hove with 1,570, 10 times us. Indeed, Brighton puts, according to the figures I've seen, put more people in temporary accommodation outside its boundaries than we have in total. That context, though, is no help to people who need our help. And that is why, since we resumed control 20 months ago, this council has been working on a range of measures to tackle it. Firstly, that means us being clearer and smarter in our approach. It was, I have to say, a shock to me that we were putting people into temporary accommodation without either policies for placing them there or policies for buying the places for them to go. Now, this administration is putting that right through the placement policy that you, Councillor Pater-Harris and Councillor Corkery, saw yesterday, which we will be polishing in the next few days, and the procurement policy that will be coming in the spring. However, that's only the start. We also have to address the causes. We think it's better to stop homelessness happening rather than to deal with it once it has. That's why the homeless strategy is very clear. There are three main reasons why people are homeless in the city, why people need temporary accommodation. Their landlords kick them out, their friends or family have kicked them out, or they are survivors of domestic abuse. And this administration is clear that progress must be made. Indeed, that's one of the reasons why this administration is going towards a comprehensive and ambitious approach to the private rented sector. Too many people wind up on our doors having had private landlords kick them out. That is not acceptable, and we have to deal with that. And that's why this administration, as you know, will in the next few days publish ideas to make sure more private tenants have more rent deposits and greater security. That's why this administration wants to work with landlords and tenants to offer better support when people do fall behind. That is why this administration is working with the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner in Hampshire to help both people who leave prison and survive domestic abuse. As far as prisons are concerned, that's already having an impact. Now, while that's going on, people want us to deal with the here and now. They deserve nothing more. That's why we are building 23 new homes at Southsea Community Centre for temporary accommodation. That's why we're buying new and former council homes and working with organisations such as Hope into Action to do the same. Indeed, 27 such homes were brought back in 2019, and there is much, much more to come. That's why we're actively exploring ways to convert council buildings to deal with the situation. That's why we're working with the private rented sector to boost capacity. Indeed, in the last 7 months, we've seen 16 new leases and 13 renewals in this. And oh, by the way, we're not using any of the unscrupulous private landlords that councils in London are using, because that is placing people in the wrong place and is unfair on them. Now, the latest figures, as of 3:10 this afternoon, are that we have 160 households in temporary accommodation, and 91 of which are in B&B. However, it is also clear that people are spending less time in temporary accommodation. Since last August, the number of days has been reduced by nearly 40%. That is a good start, but it's a long way to go. So, coming forward to the future, what we want to see is as few families as possible outside the city. There will always be some. People in particular who are liberating themselves from domestic abuse don't really fancy being near the perpetrator. So we have to accept that sometimes we're going to have to house people outside the city, but B&B doesn't work for the families concerned. As of the 10th of January, this approach seems to be working. The council had 20 households in B&B accommodation outside of PO1 to PO6. That is down on when Councillor Corkery asked his question last October. But we have to and we will go further. We ideally want no families in B&B. In fact, we ideally want no families in temporary accommodation. But I don't know if this will work. I don't know if we'll get there. But we are going to try. So I'm grateful to you, Councillor Pater-Harris, for this question. It's also led me to think actually the people in this chamber and outside, following on the climate discussion we had earlier, need to know more about the work that's being done to tackle homelessness and come up with their own ideas to work with us on that. That's why I will be asking officers to look at things like all-member briefings and all-member discussions on that, and I hope to have more on that soon. Temporary accommodation, as you've correctly identified, Councillor Pater Harris, is a national problem, and although we in Portsmouth are doing better than others, people expect us to do more. We are, and we will.
Thank you. Councillor Pater Harris, did you want to ask a supplementary question?
And it will. Residents who are currently in temporary accommodation which have physical or mental health needs, how are they prioritised in ensuring they're getting the correct housing in a speedy manner, and what is the Cabinet member doing to ensure their needs are met?
Councillor Sanders, please.
And that's one of the things that will emerge out of the placement policy that we discussed yesterday. I think it is crucial that we prioritise certain groups of people who are in the most housing need. Now, I cannot give you a straight or single answer on that because each person is an individual. I understand the reasons why you're doing that, and I will raise that with officers in the next few days for confirmation on that. But certainly as part of the policy is concerned, people with mental health needs and physical health needs often have other needs as well. And that's why it's important that we deal with it properly. But I will go back to the three key reasons why people are there. People leave, which is their landlords kick them out, their friends and family kick them out, or they're survivors of domestic abuse. And I think that's right. But we're dealing with, as far as I understand it, in the placement policy, and I'm sure we'll deal with it again in the procurement policy.
Another supplementary question, Councillor Pater Harris.
Thank you for that, Councillor Sanders. You mentioned the new private rented sector policy to be proposed, and to help ease the burden on temporary accommodation, this will include obviously the pilot scheme, but the pilot funding is only for 1 year only, coming from the Leaders Portfolio Reserve. If the pilot is reasonably successful, where's the long-term funding coming from?
Councillor Sanders, please.
I'm delighted that you're asking me to prejudge the success of a pilot. I think one of the things is I think we just, in fact, for colleagues who were not aware of the normally business confidential briefings that we normally have in these things, no, I'm absolutely fine to do so, I don't mind. I think we will know very quickly if this will work or not. We will, partly I've been, the paper will give us a series of options that we can work with, and we have to look at what will work. And what will work for the people concerned, and what will be sustainable, and what will be effective, and that's important. But we will know very, very quickly, and if it works, I would expect it to form, at the very worst, part of the budget processes in the 2021-2022 financial year.
Thank you. Councillor Robert New. Councillor New, please.
And it kind of follows on around vulnerable people, people with addiction problems, mental health issues, etc. And it's around temporary accommodation, and I suppose it's based more on my personal experience, my question to you. And it's seeing the lead-in time, and while we ended up with a positive outcome, I know of other people through casework who've since come to me and before where it's not been the case. And so just based around that, I'm just, only because I'm not privileged to the information that was shared yesterday in your briefing, and so in which case happy to be corrected and educated here today on it. Are we also able to look into the housing first option, which looks at people who have complex needs that are very vulnerable? And I believe, and I say this all the time, and I'm not ashamed of it, and I know that you'll probably share some of these views on it, even if you can't say so here today, that there are too many highly paid people that are not connecting up, and that's why the system is the way it is. And so while I've heard some very positive stuff here today, the housing first model would seek to look to home people and then also deal holistically with all of the very serious and complex needs. And I think that there certainly must be an element of that if we can consider it. However, you may be about to tell me that actually you've got something even better, which would be great.
Councillor Sanders.
Actually, I'm tempted, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, so thank you very much indeed. You're right to focus on housing first, because I think that from my reading of it, both in Europe and in the United States, I was particularly impressed with the options around Utah, which is, as you know, is a relatively right-wing state. They went round a full-on housing first policy, which was very interesting. There is some discussion amongst different people as to how much support is provided, and I am also, as you well know, fully conscious of the particular case that you mentioned, and I'm delighted that it's gone well. But you're right, not us. The approach put forward in the homelessness strategy and in the rough sleeper strategy that we did is called accommodation first, not accommodation only. Some of the so-called housing first models are exactly this, because they do offer support and they do offer backup support. And it's very interesting, you raise an intriguing point, because some people argue that housing first applies to everyone. And we both know that in Brighton and Hove, for instance, it doesn't. It deals with people with complex mental health needs. Sometimes it will be right. Sometimes people do need support. And you're correct, we have to prioritise those people. And that's one of the things I'm certainly interested in doing. But it's not purely around temporary accommodation. It's also around making sure that people who sleep rough, who happen to sleep rough, also get that level of support. And that's why I'm delighted we've been able to secure funding for what is ostensibly called navigators, but they're not. They're relationship builders, because too often that doesn't happen with people who sleep rough, who happen to sleep rough. And as a result, I'm already seeing success there. But yes, you're right. It is about giving people homes, and it's about giving people security, it's about giving people hope. And that's something we as an administration, I hope all councillors in this authority, actually want to do. And I'm delighted in a particular case that you outlined that I think we've got somewhere.
Thank you. Just to remind members, we're questions, we're not statements. Okay, Councillor Terry Norton, please. Councillor Norton.
Lord Mayor, and thank you to the Cabinet Member for his numbers as of 3 o'clock today. 160 people in temporary accommodation. How many of those are families, and how many of them will be waiting up to 6 weeks? I guess the point I'm trying to make here is what is the average waiting time for families that are in temporary accommodation?
Councillor Sanders.
The answer to the first part of your question is 27. What has happened as part of the work we've done to try and get families out of B&B is that we've come across something which apparently occurs in many councils regardless of political persuasion across the country, which are homes, families who are in there for longer than 6 weeks. I regard that as wrong. I regard that as unacceptable in principle. There may be times where people are in there for 5 weeks, given an offer, and they have to stay there for a fortnight. So for me, even though that's breaking the law, moving people twice in a week is a bit mad, and that's not what I want to see. My understanding is of those 7 families, 4 have already been offered accommodation since I've said, look, we've got to stop this, and 3 are in the process of being offered that accommodation. That may change tomorrow, Councillor Norton, but those are the figures I have as of this afternoon.
Thank you. 22 minutes to go. Councillor Carl Corkery, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just following on from, in the spirit of openness and transparency, Darren, that you mentioned to the orders that have been passed down, I wonder if you would take up the opportunity to report temporary accommodation statistics like you have today at every decision portfolio meeting, just so the council can keep an eye on it and obviously track progress about whether it's going up or down on a regular basis.
Councillor Sanders.
It's not every month, but I would be delighted to. I think it's not just that. It's not just decision-making meetings, Cal. Sorry, Councillor Corkery, I apologise. I'm sounding like Gerald. Councillor Corkery, I think it's important that people know the work that's going on, and that's why I'm also interested in the concepts of all member briefings as well, because I'm interested in ideas from loads of places. There's lots of good work coming from authorities of all political persuasions, and we should learn from that and work with that, but also highlight to them the excellent and frankly groundbreaking in some cases work we're doing to tackle rough sleeping and also what we normally call the hidden homeless.
Thank you very much. Councillor Atkins, please.
Thank you. Yes, I was just wondering if the Cabinet Member could let the Council know if there are any plans to purchase B&Bs or convert existing council property to ease the costs of temporary accommodation, and if there are, where would the funds for purchase or conversion come from which budget?
Councillor Sanders.
Thank you for that, Councillor Atkins. As I said in my answer, we are actively looking at those sorts of things. When we have something concrete, we will tell people. But we are, as I said, we're actively looking about things like converting existing properties, as well as building and buying them.
Councillor Matthew Whittington, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would the Cabinet member be able to tell us how he thinks the over £250,000 worth of funding we have for healthcare and improving health outcomes for rough sleepers might help us get rough sleepers directly into permanent accommodation rather than having to go through temporary accommodation?
Councillor Sanders.
It's part of the package. Certainly, I think it gives people a level of comfort. It also stops people going to A&E. I was shocked to see that there were 26 ambulance calls to U House in a 12-week period. But I think it's part of an integrated strategy. I think that, plus the work we're doing with the navigators, building up relationships with people who... I mean, one of the shocking things I had was people who use the night beds for 120 nights or more. I mean, that to me says there's a problem. And I'm delighted that this administration is starting to deal with that. That's why we've employed the navigators. And frankly, the navigators have really got rough sleepers who are staying that long into housing. And I think that is a true testament of the work that's doing. So it forms part of the package, but it's not the whole package.
Councillor Tom Coles.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to clarify, can the Cabinet member confirm with regards to Councillor Corkery's question whether it is a yes or a no?
Councillor Sanders. Okay, so we move on to question 3. Councillor Stubbs to be answered by Councillor Horton. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please.
Question 3.
Councillor Horton.
Thank you. This is the biggest issue facing education in our schools today, and in many ways it's directly linked to the previous question around attainment. So in response to the increasing number of children with education, health and care plans and the increasing complexity and severity of need, the Council has been working with schools to ensure there are sufficient places. This has included a small expansion and reconfiguration of accommodation in our special schools, including Cliffdale Primary and Redwood Park Academies, and a temporary arrangement at the Lantern in Fratton. Our ambition, however, is to move towards a more inclusive city and to look at options whereby more pupils with special educational needs and or disabilities can be accommodated in our mainstream schools or in inclusion centres which are attached to mainstream schools. Portsmouth already has a higher proportion of pupils in special schools compared with most other local authority areas, and while special educational needs pupils with the most complex needs will obviously always need to continue to be educated in special school settings, we want to ensure that pupils with SEND can be supported within mainstream schools whenever possible. The largest increase in special educational needs is in the SEMH, which is social, emotional, mental health diagnosis of special educational needs. And members will be aware, probably, that there is a new autism school in Wimmering, which should be open at the end of next year, which was the last successful ESA bid we had from central government. In order to support a longer-term strategy, the Council is undertaking a SEND and alternative provision accommodation review, which will commence in January and conclude later this year.
Councillor Stubbs, did you want to ask a supplementary question?
Yeah, thank you. And certainly I agree with what you were saying about trying to make greater use of mainstream schools. I think that should happen. In terms of the Council's lands portfolio, one of the things which sits now within education is the land which was recovered at King Richard's School, which I know a bit about that. There was a pet project back a couple of years ago. Now, I know that the DFE have put constraints on that and so forth, but is it your expectation that on any further new school development that site would be the priority one for development because it has no alternative use value?
Sorry. Well,
Richard's School, the land we clawed back there, hectare of land there.
Councillor Horton, please.
My understanding that it's to do with the green space and playing fields that it wouldn't be built on because the new school is built on that, so not to my knowledge.
Councillor Stubbs, did you want to ask another supplementary question at all?
It's halfway to a comment almost, but I don't think that's right because this old school, the physical area of the building was nearly a hectare, so you've got that bit released back. So you should be able to do a development on that. So that's my point.
Councillor Horton.
There are no plans to at the moment. I mean, I think it's probably worth saying that the move towards inclusion is that, because we obviously realise in Portsmouth that we have limited spaces and scope for expanding, and actually even if there was money to build new schools and expansion, we haven't got a lot of space. So the move towards inclusion is definitely the priority, and I can say that I'm not aware of any plans for that at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tom Coles, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Based on the difficulties encountered for parents with getting a diagnosis, going through CAMS and trying to get a place in special schools, will the SEND review include any plans to streamline the process?
Councillor Horton.
Whilst I would listen to any particular case of anyone who was having difficulty in that, we are actually one of the best local authorities in the country. We have 99 point something or other, I'd have to check the decimal point, timely response to EHCP applications. However, all the time there is one family who is not happy with the service. Of course, we will look into it, and the SEND review will constantly be looking at that. And it's probably worth my while, like taking this opportunity in saying that we are now increasingly considered to be one of the leading lights in terms of inclusion and special educational needs provision across the country. I mentioned before that someone from the DFE was down today, and actually he was down to actually quote him to see why we're doing it so well when so many other local authorities are struggling, not just financially, but in terms of leadership and partnership working. And I can't take complete credit that. It goes to predecessors as well. This has been a long, long journey, and I think we've got some incredibly talented council officers and leadership within the council, and where we've supported that and worked together on this partnership working, we are seriously getting a positive, good relationship as well as the positive Ofsted outcome.
Councillor Graham Heaney, please. Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Some years ago, there were suggestions that a new school would be built on the Marine Community Centre site in Sevenoaks Road. What happened to those proposals?
Councillor Horton.
That's the one that I mentioned. It is at Wimmering. It's an autism school. That's the last bit of ESFA funding that we got for a new school. So that will be opening.
12 minutes. Councillor Hooper, please.
I was going to ask about the Wimmering provision because obviously I've known about it for some time and how many pupils are actually going to be housed within that provision. But as colleagues have just made me aware, there's a fantastic opportunity to create an integrated service on the land next to the Castle View, formerly King Richard's. Why, as a council, aren't we taking that opportunity? Because I've got a lot of children in Poolsgrove who would really benefit from that. Perhaps we could think about swapping the site, and then we would have an integrated service. We would have an integrated special needs school next to the academy. That, to me, would make sense.
Councillor Horton. Sorry, Councillor Hooper.
The Wimmering school is so far along the road that wouldn't be an option. The money came in years ago, or a few years ago, and the plans are there and it's ready to go, so that's going to happen. However, what you indicate, which is what we could term as inclusion centres, being alongside mainstream schools as a way of creating an alternative way of integrating special educational needs children into schools, is definitely the philosophy moving forward. We already have alternative provision across them. No, there's no plans for that at the moment, but there's a SEND review coming forward. We'll have to look constantly at how we balance rising numbers, with the provision that we've got. But a useful site to identify.
Thank you. Question for Councillor Peter Harris to be answered by Councillor Sanders. Councillor Peter Harris, please.
A question in my name.
Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Councillor Peter Harris. There have already been two public reports that relate to this question, one for the February 2019 Cabinet and one for October's. The October report commissioned the Council to conduct an independent survey around the costs, timescales and nature of demolition. That report arrived last month as was indicated in the October Cabinet report. However, its arrival late last month means that the Cabinet report on it will now be in February and not January as was outlined last October. Once decision on that has been made, then the procurement process outlined in the October report can begin. As per usual, all councillors can see the costs as part of that report, so they will be circulated. I have no reason to doubt the timetable that was outlined in the Cabinet reports with regards to demolition. I would also say that I know other councils are in the same boat, and they, including Labour-run Southwark and Conservative-run Rugby, are adopting similar approaches to us. I know we're in discussions with other councils in the same boat, but it's resident safety first, deconstruction over refurbishment. That's the prudent way that's marked all stages of this project.
Councillor Peter Harris, did you want to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, please, Lord Mayor, thank you. The report suggested initial meetings with Homes England, and this has suggested that the project could satisfy the Small Sites Fund. It also states the fund could support the deconstruction, providing it produces more housing on the site. Can the Cabinet member inform the Council whether these initial meetings have come up with the money and what they will be used for?
Councillor Sanders.
Homes England, the discussions with Homes England are ongoing. We are looking at a range of funding sources. So far the discussions with Homes England have been positive, but not conclusive. Clearly we have to make any redevelopment viable, and if required, demolition costs will be part of that.
Did you want another supplementary, Councillor Peter Harris?
Thank you. As the Cabinet member is aware, the Small Sites Fund has a pot of about 630 million. What is his contingency if Portsmouth isn't granted any of this funding? Does he have any idea of how the council will come up with the money to rebuild the lost 272 homes currently and regenerate that area?
Councillor Sanders.
As I said, we have to make any redevelopment viable. And once we understand that, if necessary and if required, demolition costs will be part of that final package. My working assumption is that that won't happen and that that shouldn't happen, but we do have to budget for all eventualities.
Councillor Norton.
So no, then no contingency.
Councillor Sanders.
The first thing to do is to understand what the costs are. Indicative costs were given in the February 2019 report. We, at the moment, are discussing a very complex set of circumstances. So I remember both Councillor Peter Harris and Councillor Corkery have been in those flats, and they've seen how difficult and complex it is. So at the moment, we're finalising costs. I have not seen the Ridge report. The Ridge report, which is the independent report I've just referred to, is, as I say, coming before the Cabinet in February, and then a decision will be made on that. But I have been very clear with officers that we have to make any redevelopment viable, and if required, demolition costs will be part of that.
Councillor Atkins, please.
Can I ask the Cabinet member how much funding has already been allocated towards investigating this project before the Ridge report is published? And does he consider this a regeneration or a redevelopment project? If it's regeneration, is there an attached master plan?
Councillor Sanders.
Costs have already been outlined in various Cabinet reports that have been given. I think the key thing is actually not what I think, but it's what residents think. There have been many housing projects since time immemorial, in which residents' views have either been ignored or have been subsumed. I remember many a master plan around Somerstown. I remember living in, because I obviously, as someone who has relatives who live in Somerstown, I'm fully aware of the various plans that have gone on. The important thing is that any development is aligned with what local people want. Now, whether that becomes a redevelopment or a regeneration is in large part up to them. Because it's important, it's their future. What I have made very clear is that 272 units of social housing will be provided on whatever happens. I have to say, I see this as an opportunity to improve Somerstown because I think that's deserved, but it's ultimately up to the residents, which is why I cannot give you a straight answer.
5 minutes to go. Question 5, Councillor Peter Harris, to be answered by Councillor Sanders. Councillor Peter Harris.
Question in my name, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Councillor Peter Harris. The figures are broadly the same as I outlined when you asked a similar question in October 2018.
Councillor Peter Harris, supplement.
Supplementary on that. The Cabinet member will be aware that 2 local security companies have been used for the security of those blocks. How much was each business paid, and can you break it down for us?
Councillor Sanders.
I can only give the figures that I've got, and I have to say, as far as the MG security contract is concerned, that is a contract that was put in place rightly by the previous administration in terms of decladding of the blocks. I think it is unfair to actually allocate this to the rehousing aspect, because, as I made clear in October 2018, that security would have continued even if we had pursued what I think our Conservative colleagues wanted and want, which is people staying in the blocks. That would have continued, as I think I said in October 2018. So I do not regard it as part of the rehousing, but the figures which I do have here, the cost of security during the rehousing phase was £547,310. But as that was regarded, but that is independent of the rehousing bill.
Supplementary, Councillor Peter Harris.
As you'll be aware, one of those companies was removed from our framework due to being dissolved. A waiver was used to sign that spend off. Was this business credit checked before taxpayers' money was put into it before it went bust?
Councillor Sanders.
I think I would need to ask my predecessors that, because they're the ones who hired the contract. When it was clear that rightly, by putting residents' safety first, we terminated that contract because there was no need to, have it once everybody was out. There was that. I would hope that the relevant credit checks would have happened when the company was hired.
Councillor Carl Corkery, please. Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Does the Cabinet Member for Housing agree with me that the comments from the leader of the Conservative group that the decision to move people out of Leamington and Horatio House was, quote, an over-the-top reaction is yet more evidence of the Tories putting financial considerations over resident safety?
Councillor Sanders.
I won't say just yes, but as someone who has family members in Somerstown, as someone who has family members who lived in that block, I have to say I was deeply, deeply worried about the comments from some of our Conservative colleagues, particularly because they rightly spent over £1 million of money without knowing where the money was going to be coming back from, decladding those blocks. That was the right thing to do, and that was putting resident safety before money. That was the right thing to do, and we have followed that. We also find that Conservative-run rugby has done something very, very similar. It is important that we put resident safety first. It's also important that we're honest and open with people about where the money is coming from. And that we've been very clear. We've had several scare stories, I have to say, about where the money's coming from. Everything from a homeless support grant to a city centre road to money for our schools. Places that simply won't have where you cannot take out the money. We also had an argument that will come out the council tax, even though that cannot happen under the housing revenue account. So I think we need to be clear going forwards that we will put resident safety first. The thing that most shocked me was actually the gas canisters that we feared as an administration would cause the explosion were found in those tower blocks. That reinforces what is a difficult decision. It's incredibly difficult to move people out of their homes. Lord knows I know. But it is very difficult to move people out of their homes, but we have to put residents' safety first. And that is why I'm delighted that we took the difficult decision to do that. I know about the concern that's occurred. It is tough, but we have to put resident safety first, just as I have to say our Conservative colleagues did in power, but perhaps not in opposition.
Taking one more, Councillor Donna Jones, please.
I've got a question and a point of order. Which would you like me to do first?
Point of order, first of all, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. When we were the administration, the building was checked thoroughly by Hampshire Fire and Rescue, and I mean every single flat and the basement and all community areas, and no gas canisters were in that building. So if they went in, if there were gas canisters found when the building was evacuated under the Liberal Democrats, they went in after the Conservative administration. Anyway, that was the point of order. The question, is the Cabinet Member for Housing aware that after the Director of Housing brought the first opinion and then the second opinion to us as a Conservative administration, talking about the strength of the concrete floors in these individual flats, and we disagreed because the risk was less than 1% of potential partial collapse, that the insurance company was notified, and the insurance company suggested that we took no action, didn't increase our premium, didn't see it as an increased risk. Is the Cabinet Member aware?
Councillor Sanders, just a couple of sentences if we can. We're going to call it a night.
My Lord Mayor, I indeed checked that point with officers yesterday. I have to say that is not their recollection of the situation, and that maybe has something we have to say. But I would say this. The most important thing is to make sure our residents are safe. We have seen what has happened when that doesn't happen. And the first thing we've got to do is to make sure we put resident safety first. And when when government tells us, as it did soon after we took power, that we will be held accountable for any aspect of fire safety, not just significant stuff, we have to put resident safety first.
If it's okay.
Order, Lord Mayor, I'm sorry.
Point.
Councillor Sanders, I'm going to arrange for you and I to see James Hill with David Williams. I'll email you straight after this meeting, and I'll also copy in the rest of the councillors to the outcome, because in March 2018, immediately that we went into PERDA, James Hill contacted the insurance company, and I can tell you that he and I met with Michael Lawther and with other senior officers, and the insurance company's response was zilch.
I'm going to call it a night now. So that concludes today council meetings. May I take this opportunity to invite members here and officers and people upstairs and the general public who want to join us for a little bit of light refreshments. You're more than welcome. Thank you very much, councillors.
Well done,